Meet Hans, the main character of our events, and now we will see how he dies in the future. We understand that the main character is surrounded by a large bunch of zombies and is at a dead end. Now we see that apparently Hans has been bitten by a zombie and is bleeding. The main character cannot get up and understands that, apparently, this is the end. We see a zombie, who was previously a soldier, sneaking up on him. The main character remembers how it all began, and how the world came to the point where now there are practically only zombies on the planet. Hans thinks that because of the greed and malice of humanity, it was unable to resist the emerging epidemic. After the zombie apocalypse, humanity split into gangs and began to destroy itself. In this chaos, our main character Hans lived for about 3 years following his own rules. We see that the main character is left alone against a crowd of thousands of zombies. A horrific crowd of zombies has attacked Hans, and now it will be the end for him. Judging by the face of the main character, we understand that he is a fearless and self-confident guy who looks danger in the face. He fights against zombies to the end even though he knows he has very little time left. We see a crowd of zombies catch up with Hans and eat him. A moment later, Hans wakes up in his own bed and realizes that he has gone back in time 6 months before the zombie apocalypse and now has time to prepare. We see a young, beautiful girl welcoming Hans into the apartment she is going to sell him. A young girl talks about the delights of this super expensive apartment and how it has many rooms and necessary equipment. Hans buys this apartment on credit. The hero understands and knows the future, namely that in 6 months the apocalypse will come, and therefore he can take as many loans as he can and spend all the money he has. The main character does not stop there and takes out more loans from various banks, as he understands that these loans will not have to be repaid in the future. We see that Hans, knowing the future and that the zombie apocalypse is coming soon, begins to train hard. Hans realizes that there are 6 months left until the zombie apocalypse, and he doesn't have much time to prepare. He knows that in just a few months the whole world will be plunged into the most brutal chaos. In addition to training, Hans is developing a plan to prepare for the future apocalypse. He goes to the store and buys all the necessary products so that he has a large supply. After buying groceries, Hans sits down at a cafe and begins to eat lunch, but he runs into his work colleagues. We see that Hans did not expect to see them here and is very surprised by this. We are shown Hans's co-workers, including his evil boss. We are shown the face of an angry boss who is unhappy that Hans has stopped going to work. Here we see that Hans remembers the future, and he remembers that the evil boss in the future became a coward and a weakling. Hans's evil boss tells him that he should go to work immediately, or he will take action and punish him. Hans gets up and is about to leave, because there is no point in wasting his time talking to them. Suddenly Hans's boss grabs him by the clothes and says that he is not going anywhere. Hans turns around and tells the boss to remove his hand or he will kill him. We see the boss's surprised face as he had no idea he could get such an answer. Next we are shown the events that take place against this backdrop, namely a zombie devouring some girl. Hans notices this and immediately decides to do something. We see Hans take his sword out of his bag a second later. Hans's boss thinks that our hero has taken out his sword to kill him and screams in horror. However, we see that Hans ran towards the zombies. The rest of Hans's colleagues don't understand what's going on. We are shown how Hans confidently deals with the first zombie. He cuts it in two with his razor-sharp sword. We see that not a single muscle on our hero's face twitched, as he had done this thousands of times in the future. Hans notices that there is a whole crowd of zombies ahead, but in his opinion, the apocalypse was supposed to start in 3 months, and he does not understand why it is happening so early. We see that there are already a lot of zombies on the street, and they are devouring people. People who were not prepared for this are terrified and fearful, and don't know what to do. Hans wonders what changed since the apocalypse started earlier. Further on an advertising banner on the street, the news announces a general alarm about a zombie epidemic. Hans understands that now he needs to act according to his plan and heads to his shelter. But someone's hand pulls him back. With a sharp movement of his hand, which he has honed thousands of times, he knocks down the one who tried to pull him back. He points his sword and realizes it's just a girl. The girl in question shouts that her name is Chongmi and that she is his colleague at work. Hans says he simply didn't recognize her. Although he understands that having lived 3 years in the future, he simply forgot his colleagues. Chongmi asks Hans to help her get home. Hans looks at her and remembers her from work, namely that she is a smart and sweet girl, but Hans refuses her. To this, Chongmi begs him to help her. Hans agrees, but warns that he will not help if she causes trouble along the way. Hans gives the girl a small knife for self-defense and tells her the best way to kill zombies. We see Hans remaining calm and warming up before taking out the next wave of zombies. They show us up close, and we see how terrible they are. Hans takes his sharp sword and prepares to use it in battle. Hans shows that the best way to kill a zombie is to hit it in the head, namely the neck, back of the head, or temple, demonstrating this on a real zombie. Then Hans starts killing zombies. Suddenly, a zombie appears behind the girl and knocks her to the ground. Chongmi starts screaming and calling for help. Hans turns around and sees the girl being bitten by a zombie. However, after this, our hero turns back, as he warned her that he would not help if she got into trouble. The girl is terrified and realizes that no one will come to her aid. She begins to remember what Hans advised her, namely, how to protect herself. Next, Chongmi strikes the zombie in the temple. We see that she overcomes him and kills him. With difficulty, the girl rises to her knees and looks forward. She sees Hans fearlessly cutting down zombies in all directions. We are shown that the young guy is very strong, agile, and calculating. The girl looks at all this and understands that if she wants to survive in this chaos, then she should be close to Hans. We are shown that Hans is finishing up dealing with all the zombies around him. Next, we see that these two are talking to each other. Hans asks if that zombie bit her and asks to show her the bite site. The girl understands that he saved her life, and she must fulfill Hans's request. We see that the girl begins to take off her clothes. We are shown that Chongmi has almost stripped off everything she had. However, our hero suddenly gets up and approaches her. With a sharp movement of his hand, he tears apart the bite site. He investigates how the zombies were bitten. Hans says that the zombie was unable to bite through the young girl's skin, and therefore did not infect her. The girl thanks Hans for his help, and says that she wants to return to her family. Next, Chongmi asks Hans if he has a family. Hans thinks mysteriously and begins to remember. He remembers walking with his mother as a child. He remembers how good it was to hold her hand and be close. However, Hans replies that he has no family. Hans says that from now on he will go alone, and that the girl needs to move on. Chongmi asks Hans to walk her a few more kilometers, but he refuses her. Finally, he gives her advice to avoid large human camps, and not to gather in groups of more than 20 people, so as not to cause a wave of zombies. Hans explains that a zombie wave is a phenomenon in which the noise of human camps with more than 20 people around them causes an army of thousands of zombies to gather. He says that if Chongmi wants to survive, she needs to be in a small group of people, half of whom should be trained in fighting. Finally, Hans advises the girl to take care of herself. We see our main character come home covered in blood. We understand that his apartment is fully prepared for the apocalypse, since during this time Hans has collected everything he needs. The apartment has food, water, and necessary supplies. Hans gets out of the shower and begins to rest and think about how he still has time to save the world from the future apocalypse. He especially thinks about a dangerous gang of people that will form in the future and will be called the Sole Survivors Alliance. In the next scene, we are shown a hypermarket with food products and furniture. We see a crowd of zombies eating some person. His company members are watching this, but they are cowards and can do nothing about it. The leader of the group of people, Kang Kong, shouts that they need to run. Otherwise, they will all die like this guy. A group of young people quickly run across the store. A moment later, we are shown that one of the girls has been grabbed by zombies, and they are starting to eat her. Another zombie is approaching a crowd of people, and right now we need to take action to protect people. The group's leader, Kang Kong, begins to clear the way for his friends to pass on. On the way, they meet a couple more zombies who are going to attack this group of people. The company understands that now it is either fight or flight, but then everyone saw what their leader had come up with. We realize that Kang Kong has climbed onto the shelves of food and is giving everyone his hand so that they can climb up. We see Kang Kong pick up all his friends one by one, and he is the last one left. Suddenly, one zombie grabs Kang Kong's brother, whose name is Kang Hyuk, by the leg. The leader of the group takes out a kitchen knife, which he intends to use to help his brother. With a sharp movement of his hand, he cuts off the zombie's hand and frees his brother. Now the heroes are thinking about what to do next, because zombies have filled the store. We see that zombies come to the noise and their numbers increase. A young girl named Sari suggests coming up with some kind of escape plan from this situation. The group's leader, Kang Kong, says that he will now sacrifice himself and distract the zombie horde while the others escape. Kang Kong's brother says he won't support this idea and believes that everyone can get out alive. He stands up and starts holding his brother so that he doesn't sacrifice himself for the good of the others. At this moment, a zombie that was taller and larger than the others grabs Kang Hyuk's leg and takes him into the crowd of zombies. We see that his brother wants to save him, but the people around him do not allow him to do this because they believe that he can no longer be helped. Suddenly, an arrow flies into the head of that big zombie and Kang Hyuk survives. We are shown Hans standing confidently on a food shelf, holding a crossbow in his hands. Kang Hyuk cries because he is almost saved. However, we are shown that the test is not over as the crowd of zombies continues to surround Kang Hyuk. He tries to escape from them and crawls between the legs of one zombie. Another one suddenly appears on his way and is about to bite him. A black sharp sword cutting through the air is already flying towards the neck of this zombie, and we understand perfectly well who it belongs to. 4 zombies get a well-aimed arrow to the head from a crossbow in 2 seconds. Like a wild falcon with divine vision, Hans shoots all the infected. Kang Hyuk looks at Hans and thinks that an angel himself came down from heaven and saved his life. An incredibly beautiful shot of Hans jumping into a crowd of zombies and swinging his razor-sharp sword. Like paper houses, the infected ones fall one by one to the floor from Hans's blows. In the wild dance of a hot battle, Hans feels at home, because in the future he has been exterminating these creatures for more than 3 years and is not afraid of anything. Like a dancer, Hans approaches each zombie and pronounces a death sentence on it. When Hans was almost finished, it seemed like a light haze was coming out of his body, as if he was a killing machine for the infected. Hans tells a group of people to follow him if they want to survive this situation. All the people who watched Hans exterminate the crowd of zombies thought in their heads that this man could actually save them. Hans tells them to go down and run after him, as he knows the way out. A crowd of young people descend and begin to help Hans hunt zombies. The group leader is attacked from behind by an infected woman. At that moment, a metal tin can flies at her head. We see that friends in this company protect each other. Hans takes the entire group of young people to a safe place he knows inside the store. Hans sits down in a comfortable soft chair, catches his breath from the heated battle, and tells Kang Hyuk to take off his clothes. The guy is surprised and does not understand why he should do this. Suddenly, Hans remembers the events from the future and realizes that in the future, he met this group of people, including Kang Khan, who sacrificed himself for him. He remembers that in the future, unfortunately for him, everything turned out to be a tragic death. Hans remembers Kang's actions and realizes that he is a good person and can be trusted. Next, Kang introduces himself and begins to get to know Hans, because he does not know that in the future they were already friends. Hans also greets him and begins to remember the future events that happened to Kang's brother. Specifically, he remembers that in the future, Kang's brother died when a large zombie stole him from a store shelf. In the future, everyone else had to flee after Kang's brother died. However, of all of them, only Kang himself survived. While the group of people were discussing how they had just survived, Hans also began to reason. He realizes that he has just saved everyone, and in doing so he has changed the future, meaning he will no longer be able to predict future events involving this group of people. Hans stands up and asks how much food the group has left. Kang starts to get worried and asks if Hans wants to rob them. To this, Hans replies that he is alone and has already guessed that they have food. Kang begins to ask how Hans was able to survive alone, since the zombie apocalypse has been going on for over 3 months by this time. All these questions are also very interesting to Kang's group, as they are a little afraid of Hans after what they saw. Hans replies that he had food at home all this time, since he is a thrifty person. And besides, he can hunt zombies and follows his own rules. Kang says they have about 40 people left in the camp and they need food to survive. Suddenly, Hans replies that he knows that there is a warehouse with food and water in this store, but the paths to it are blocked. These products are located several floors below, and everyone must work together to get them. Kang realizes that it is impossible to transport food through the zombie horde and asks how they will do it. To this, Hans replies that they will kill every zombie that gets in their way. Kang panics at what he hears, as they have been barely fighting the zombies this entire time, but have been trying to run away from them. Hans says that he has a plan and people need to follow it in order to survive. A group of people are hesitant, but they accept Hans's offer. They go down the stairs straight to the group's camp. Kang opens the doors and shows Hans where all the other people live. The camp is a floor with furniture and other household items. Hansa is greeted by another camp member named Jong Hwan. He tells Hans that they blocked all the doors that lead into this hall except one, so that they could leave, which is why they are still alive. Hans speaks to the rest of the camp and says that in order to survive, they need to work together and invites them to go with him to get food. However, almost all the people from this camp turn out to be cowards and reject Hans's offer. A girl named Sari approaches Hans and says that people do not trust him because bad thieves have come here before and robbed them. Hans is surprised and wonders if it was the Soul Survivors gang. He remembers that this gang of cruel thieves and murderers who ruled the streets in the future. However, Sari says that it wasn't them, and that these people also took 6 girls, including her sister. Hans says he doesn't yet understand how he can help in this situation. At this, Sari begins to take off her clothes. We see that the girl has a very good figure, and she continues to undress. Hans yells at her, asking her why she is doing this. Sari replies that she wanted to satisfy Hans that he helped her. Hans says that he will find her sister as soon as he has the chance, as he hates thieves and is ready to kill them. The girl is surprised and does not understand why he needs this, and why he refused the offer to satisfy him. Hans replies that his mission is to save this world of bastards and freaks like those people. Next, we see a dialogue between Hans and Kang, who discuss how to motivate the camp to start fighting against the zombies. Hans realizes that Kang doesn't know what to do yet, and decides to do everything himself. Hans begins to tell Kang his plan, which is not yet revealed to us. In the next scene, Kang is speaking in front of the people and is about to give Hans a chance to speak. However, turning around, he sees that he is not there and has gone somewhere. Suddenly, the door to the camp is opened by Hans' foot, who is holding an infected monster by the hair. He throws it into the hall and everyone sees it. The crowd of people starts screaming in fear and horror, as they are all cowards. But Hans offers them to practice hunting monsters. The first person to volunteer is a beautiful girl, Sari. Hans likes this and calls her over to him. He shows her a pair of specially made bracers to protect against zombie bites, and asks her to put them on. Siri wears special bracers and looks rather ridiculous in them, and she also wears heels like a real beauty. Hans shows exactly how to kill zombies. He says that you always have to be prepared, and that zombies are quite slow and clumsy. Hans shows exactly how to finish off the infected, and that there is no need to be afraid or hesitant when doing so. They show us that they have dealt with one infected person. It was Sari who managed to finish off the zombies under Hans's supervision. We see that the zombie hunting training continues. This time Hans has to demonstrate his techniques on a former police officer. Luckily, this zombie still had a gun from when he was human. Minso also trains to defend himself by hunting zombies that Hans brings. She is shocked by how much she had to change herself to become stronger. We see that the training is taking place in public, and only 8 people out of the entire crowd are ready to fight. Hans's plan was for one group to block the entrance doors on the first floor, while the second group on the left took the food supplies. We see that our heroes are full of determination and confidence as they go about fulfilling this mission. Also accompanying them are the rest of the camp members who agreed to help. In the next stage, we see how brave young people begin to fight against the infected. Suddenly, Sari falls to the floor and loses her composure. At that moment, a terrible and scary zombie attacks her. Hans yells at her to pull herself together and start defending herself. He tells her to take out her knife and attack the zombies. Hans then realizes that if he doesn't do something now, Sari will die. He jumps over the crowd of people and starts attacking the zombies. With a kick of his right leg, he knocks all the brains out of this monster. Then, with a somersault and extraordinary agility gained from years of training, Hans deals with another zombie. And now we see that, as if in a shooting gallery, Hans shoots a crowd of zombies with precise shots to the head. Siri was very impressed by Hans's latest demonstration of his fighting abilities, and even felt a little embarrassed. Then a group of people with Hans went to catch up with the remaining people. We see that the second group also completed their task and cleared the territory of zombies. However, Kang Kong stands up and says that he needs to admit something. Kang Kong removes the glove from his right hand, and we see that it is covered in blood. Hans is surprised by this, since the blood on his right hand is most likely from a bite. Kang says that he was indeed bitten by a zombie when they were killing more infected. Hans puts a gag in Kang's mouth, and that can only mean one thing. In the next scene, we see Hans raising his razor-sharp sword over Kang's hand. Hans understands that cutting off his hand is the only way out of this difficult situation. Hans cuts off Kang's arm and it is immediately bandaged. Zhong Huan carries Kang on his shoulders as he passes out. Another flock of zombies approaches the group of young people. Everyone decides to run back to safety. We see that they have returned to the camp and are knocking on the door. Upon returning to camp, the people around are surprised to see Kanga being carried in their arms. Hans then goes on to tell what happened. Some people start to criticize Hans for cutting off this guy's hand. Hans himself begins to worry about what he has done, but he understands that he had no other choice. Kang is placed in the infirmary and cared for until he regains consciousness. A few hours later, Hans announces that they have obtained food, and that they will now be in a room behind a locked door, and he will have the keys. All of Hans's supporters begin to carry food items inside this room. However, not everyone likes this state of affairs, and many are beginning to express disagreement. Hans explains that food will now be given out strictly per person, in order to prevent hunger strikes, and that those who risk their lives must eat better. The crowd of cowards doesn't like this even more, since they will now get less food. Suddenly a diaper flies at Hans. Some hysterical mother with a child is yelling at him. Hans bends down and looks at what was thrown at him. He sees that there was baby shit in that diaper. Hans thinks and realizes that these people are ungrateful cowards. Next, a crowd of people runs towards Hans, who do not agree with the fact that he has become the leader of this camp, and that he now sets his own rules. At this point, Hans remembers how he offered these people to go fight with him, but they were all afraid. After this, we see Hans take his pistol out of his holster. In the next scene, we see a gunshot hole in the floor, and a group of people who are afraid of Hans. He says that he is the boss here, and now everyone will obey his orders. Hans is confident in himself, because he has already helped many of these people, and he is the only hope for survival of this camp. All the people silently accept what he says, since they can do nothing to counter his words. Next, the food products are clearly distributed among the shelves. We see that they are starting to give them out to everyone according to portions. People are very hungry and want to eat, so they are very happy with new products. After this, people start coming to the group of Hans's supporters and asking how they can help the camp so that they can also get more food. Hans realizes that his plan to unite people is working. Hans then begins to consider who he can leave as leader in his absence. He recalls that he wanted to make Kang the leader of the camp. He then thinks that the rest of the squad are either too naive or too old. Siri is a brave girl, but she is also not yet ready to become the leader of the squad. Hans doesn't yet understand who he can make his deputy. After thinking about Sari, she appears in his head and seems to seduce him. A few hours later, Hans decides to give her a task, namely to write a notice that they will put up on the windows of their store in case any survivors pass by. Sari is writing this ad. Hans says that he is tired and wants to rest. We see that our hero doesn't have a bed, so he sleeps on the floor. Suddenly, Sari knocks on his door and says that there is a problem in the camp. Namely, she says that the toilets have run out of water. Hans realizes that with so many people in the camp, this is a really big problem. Hans gathers the people and announces that the water has run out. People are nervous and don't know what to do next. Hans comes up with a plan to clear the roof of zombies and get the cisterns and pump running to supply water. In the next scene, we see that our heroes have started to carry out the plan and are already clearing the area of zombies. Hans walks through the cleared area of the store and sees that the last zombie remains there. With a precise shot from a crossbow, he finishes off the last one. Everyone is happy that everything is going well so far. Evening comes and Hans's squad begins to carry out the second part of the plan. He says he'll check out the parking lot first. Through the crack in the door, he sees a dangerous situation. Namely, in the parking lot leading to the pumps, there is a large number of zombies that even their group cannot cope with. Hans tells everyone that it will be very difficult to cope. Then Hans comes up with a plan and asks if there are any mechanics among the people. To this, the young guy says that before the apocalypse he worked as a car mechanic for 4 years. Hans is glad to hear this and suggests a very interesting plan. We see that Hans's plan is making people nervous. In the next scene, part of Hans's squad is running from a horde of zombies in a parking lot. It turns out that their task is to distract the zombies so that Hans and the auto mechanic can find cars and block the zombies' path with them. Hans is already starting to look for a car to drive, but at first he is unsuccessful. He still manages to find one with the ignition keys in the passenger compartment. Hans tells the mechanic to prepare the car. However, he tells him that he needs to find a suitable battery. Then the two of them go looking for the battery, and they see the car they need and want to open it. There is someone knocking from inside this car. Hans opens the doors and sees something horrifying. It turns out that there is a little zombie girl sitting inside the salon. Hans thinks for a second, but does what he must. A moment later, our heroes are running across the parking lot with the discovered battery. A crowd of zombies is chasing them and trouble could happen. Hans protects the mechanic while he installs the battery. Hans understands that now there will be a battle in which he must give his best. We are transported behind the zombies, and from here we can clearly see how Hans begins to exterminate this crowd. Hans is getting very tired and his strength is almost gone, and the crowd of zombies is getting bigger. Hans gives his last strength to this fight. Now Hans is shouting at the mechanic to speed up, otherwise they will both die. It looks like everything could end very tragically for our heroes now, because the infected have already surrounded them. The mechanic shouts that he has finished fixing the car and they can go. Our heroes suddenly jump into the car, fighting off a crowd of zombies. Next, in the car, Hans and the auto mechanic destroy the rest of the zombie crowd much faster. Our main character drives very well and wants to get there in time for the others. We see that the second part of the group has also started the truck by this time. The truck must be positioned parallel to the exit, and Hans must cover the remaining gap with his car. This is what the passage looks like, which our heroes have almost closed. The mechanic who is sitting in the car with Hans shouts that they are going to crash. However, Hans keeps his cool and drives backwards. The trip ends with a sharp blow and the path for the zombies is blocked. Now we understand what exactly Hans's plan was. The third group of people, who had been distracting the main part of the zombies all this time, also survived by climbing onto the truck. They begin to finish off the last of the infected. Hans sees that they have one last effort left to make and joins them, cutting down the crowd of zombies from behind. So this battle is over and our heroes lie without strength. Hans says to bring the rest of the camp to the parking lot to help clean up the area. We see that the rest of the camp members have arrived at the parking lot. Hans shows them that they need to put all the zombie corpses in order to be able to stay here. Not everyone can stand this picture and the girl starts to feel sick. Then people begin to clean up the area and remove the corpses. Hans discovers another warehouse with food products that apparently did not have time to be delivered to the store before the apocalypse. Everyone around was very happy about this. Next, people from the camp begin to deliver food to the appropriate room. Even beer is found in food products. And here is a young girl running towards the fresh air, because the street is visible from the parking lot. We understand that because this girl has been living in a camp for 3 months. She hasn't even seen the sky. While on the roof of the store, Hans notices a hospital and thinks that he needs to get there and get medicine for Kang. After this, people begin to burn the corpses of the zombies they killed. Then everyone returns to camp and celebrates the victory. Suddenly an old man comes up to Hans and says that there is bad news. Namely, the old man said that Kang died. This leaves our heroes in complete shock. Hans goes to Kang's room and makes sure. In reality, Kang died from blood loss. Everyone begins to mourn the death of a good and worthy man from the camp. Kang's brother, who cannot cope with the loss of a loved one, feels especially bad. Kang's brother takes his body and takes it away, as he wants to bury it in the cemetery with his parents. Luckily for him, there are no zombies on this side, and he calmly takes his brother to the cemetery. A few hours later, inside the camp we see a young girl handing Hans some soup she has just prepared. Hans tries it and really likes it. The girl is embarrassed and says that before the apocalypse she was a cook. In the next scene we see someone's hand reaching for food in a warehouse. Hans notices this and stops the theft. The woman turns around abruptly and groceries fall out of her clothes. She is afraid of Hans and says that she took the food for her child. Hans forgives her and says that they will get more food so that there is enough for everyone. The woman burst into tears from the kindness of our hero, and after that Hans leaves. In the next scene we see that the old man has called an emergency meeting. He announces that there were attempts to forcibly take possession of 2 women in the camp. Everyone is shocked by what they hear. The old man says that the evil male members of the camp wanted to take Siri and another girl by force. According to the old man, Siri fought back and stabbed one of them with a knife. Everyone starts discussing how they will deal with these men and suggests different options. Hans suddenly rises from the table and says that in this camp he will make the rules and there will be no equality. Hans states that the men who attacked Siri must be killed, as the knife is contaminated with zombie blood and they will turn into zombies anyway, and they are bad people. They start arguing with Hans, and he agrees to a compromise and decides to kick the bad men out of the camp. This decision seems logical in order to reduce the number of people in the camp. Hans once again reminds everyone about such a thing as a zombie wave. He says that the zombie wave may include mutated monsters that seek out large groups of people. Next, we see that Zhonghuan gives the keys to the room where the men who attacked the women are locked up. Hans says they'll just throw these guys out on the street. Hans opens the door with a key but hears some strange sound behind the door. Upon opening the door, Hans and Yang are attacked by 3 zombies. Hans hits the first zombie with a sharp punch to the face. We see that the blow was so strong that Hans pushed away all 3 with 1 blow. After this, our characters deal with the transformed men. Apparently they were transformed by cutting their hands with an infected knife. Hans gives the weapon to Yang and says that he will be his deputy. The protagonist says that he sees a real leader in Yang, ready to defend this camp. After this, Hans announces that he is leaving the camp for a few days to scout out the situation around him. In the evening, Hans begins to descend along the rooftops towards his house. We see that Hans has equipped his house as a real fortress, impregnable to zombies. He watches as the ditch he dug earlier works perfectly. Hans takes a shower and thinks that tomorrow he will try to find the bandits who took Siri's sister. In the morning, he is already running through the streets of the city and looking for the supposed place where the bandits might be hiding. And now, Hans enters the building that Siri was talking about and sees that there really are bandits there. He attacks one of the bandits from behind and quietly eliminates him. Hans then scouts out the situation and sees that there are still bandits on the premises of the building, and he doesn't know how many there might be. Hans sees a hole in the wall in the form of a ventilation hole. He climbs inside and is going to get as much information as possible, and of course find Sari's sister. Suddenly he notices the gang leader's office downstairs. His name is Boss, and he acts very selfish and arrogant. He interrogates some poor guy and punches him in the stomach. This makes the guy fall to the floor and not get up. The boss tells me to bring him a new girl so that he can play with her and have fun. However, one of his subordinates replies that the girls are already having a bad time, and the boss hits him in the face. After this, the boss says that everyone must obey his orders, otherwise, he will kill everyone. Next, the boss says that we need to visit the camp at the store to pick up food and medicine from them again. Hans realizes that Boss was talking about his camp, and decides that this gang must be eliminated. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appears behind Hans. Hans senses this and turns sharply to repel the enemy's attack. However, this man hits him in the face with a new one and a fight breaks out between them. Our hero has trained for many years, so he is not inferior in fighting skills to his opponent. Hans lands his enemy on the floor and begins to beat him with his fists, but he defends himself. The unknown person then kicks Hans in the chest and pushes him back. Hans uses a scorpion kick and with a deft kick knocks his opponent off balance. After this, Hans takes out his pistol with a silencer and asks the man who he is. The stranger takes off his mask and says that he does not wish harm to Hans. The stranger introduced himself as a man nicknamed the Cleaner, and said that they were on the same side as him. However, Hans does not believe him and is about to shoot, but at that moment the Cleaner jumps down. Hans looks down and sees that the janitor has escaped, but he has been spotted by the gang members. The villains quickly run after Hans because they see him as a threat. A moment later, Hans finds himself surrounded by armed opponents. Hans decides to surrender because he realizes that he doesn't have enough bullets for everyone. In the next scene, Hans and the janitor are kneeling before the boss. We understand that the boss and the janitor were previously acquainted because he punches him in the face. The boss says he told the janitor not to come into the building again. To this, the Cleaner replies that the boss never gave him something, and that he came specifically for it. The boss hits the janitor again because he is unhappy that the janitor disobeyed the order not to appear here. The boss then orders Hans to be killed, as he has no use for him. The boss's subordinates show him the pistol with a silencer that they took from Hans. The boss asks our hero where he got the firearm and why he didn't use it against his gang. Hans confidently replies that if he had more bullets, he would have shot all of his subordinates. The boss laughs hysterically at Hans's confident words. The boss says that they also have firearms and even machine guns, so some cute guy is no problem for them. The boss likes Hans's self-confident tone and invites him to join the gang. To this, Hans replies that if he were to become a member of the gang, it would only be as the boss's deputy. The gang leader laughs hysterically again and starts asking where the place is from where he got the gun. The boss says this is Hans's last chance to survive. Our hero with red hair says that he took the gun 4 days ago from a gun shop, which is a 3-hour walk from here, and that there are other weapons there. Hans convinces them that his words are true, and that they can find machine guns and pistols for themselves, after which the bandits go to the store for weapons, and Hans and the Cleaner are left with one guard. The guard leaves Hans and the Cleaner alone because he wants to go to the toilet. At this point, Hans begins to cut the rope with which he was tied. The Cleaner looks at this and does not understand who this Hans is and why he acts so confidently. We see that Hans' boot has a special blade. Hans frees himself from the rope and is about to kill the guard with a special wire. Hans climbs onto the ceiling and waits for the guard to return. Hans jumps from the ceiling onto the guard, knocking him over and strangling him. The security guard couldn't do anything because he wasn't prepared for such a situation. Hans takes the guard's radio. In the next scene, we see a gang of bad guys who came to the gun shop indicated by Hans. The boss realizes that Hans has deceived him and there have been no weapons here for a long time. The boss calls the guard Hans and the Cleaner on the radio and asks if everything is okay with them, and the voice from the radio station replies that everything is fine with them. The gang returns to their building to find that Hans and the janitor have escaped. Suddenly, boss realizes that Hans might have come to their gang to free the hostages. The boss calls the hostage guard on the radio and asks how they are doing. The hostage guard is a big guy named Steve who has a machine gun. Steve replies that the hostages are under control. At this moment, a voice calls boss on the radio and says that Hans is on the roof of the building. All the gang members go upstairs to find our hero. Next, the bandits find an abandoned radio station. One of the bandits picks her up and says that he will find the bastard Hans and kill him. At that moment, some object hits the back of his head, killing the bandit. Turning around, everyone sees Hans with axes in his hands. Our hero swings another axe with the aim of killing someone else. With all his might, Hans throws another axe into the crowd of enemies and eliminates another gang member. Hans then runs to a place prepared for battle, where he has more axes hidden. Hans, having no weapons, begins to eliminate one bandit after another using only axes. With centimeter precision, Hans eliminates another bandit. Hans then goes into a melee attack and jumps into the crowd of enemies. While in the air, Hans manages to knock out another bandit with his foot. We see that our hero is surrounded by enemies, but he still hopes to survive and defeat them. Hans begins to be attacked by bandits, and he begins to eliminate the gang. While destroying one after another, our hero looks around and manages to repel attacks from behind. The fight continues, and Hans is not losing yet and manages to destroy about 6 people. We see boss take out his gun and is about to shoot Hans. However, because he is surrounded by his subordinates, the boss is unable to fire a shot. Hans continues to eliminate one bastard after another. He has no equal in hand-to-hand combat, because in the future he survived for 3 years in such conditions. Hans then notices a rifle lying on the floor and jumps after it. Standing up, Hans takes the safety off his rifle and says that this is the end for all his enemies. The bandits see weapons in Hans's hands and literally wet their pants from fear. Hans pulls the trigger of his rifle and starts shooting all the bandits. However, the boss runs away from the battlefield like a coward, and Hans does not have time to catch up with him. We see that our hero has dealt with all the freaks. Suddenly Hans hears a familiar sound. He comes to the edge of the roof and is horrified. He sees that a huge wave of zombies has approached his building, eager to devour everyone in the building. Hans realizes that he has very little time left. He knows that among these zombies there must be a mutant who is leading them all. Hans goes down into the building and sees that the zombies have broken through. Hans runs into another room and kicks down the doors. He sees that the guy whom Boss had previously interrogated and beaten was left here. Hans opens this guy's mouth. Hans begins to bring the big guy back to his senses so that he can save him. Hans asks who he is and what his name is and offers to go with him. The guy replies that his name is Jin and he is a good person, and that he used to do martial arts. The main character cuts the ropes off Jin and saves him. Hans says that by working as a team, the two of them can survive this difficult situation. Next we see Hans and Jin fighting zombies together. Jin shows off his fighting skills and smashes zombies. He spins his air kicks like a true master of sports. From Jin's blows, zombies fly several meters and fall. Hans is surprised by this skill, and he likes that he now has a great partner. Jin says that Hans can count on Hans's help. At this moment we see the boss standing above and taking aim. The boss hits Hans' torso and wounds him. We understand that Hans is really seriously injured because he is bleeding from the mouth. Hans begins to lose consciousness and passes out. Meanwhile, we are shown the events that take place in Hans' camp. It turns out that a wave of zombies has also attacked Hans's camp, and without his main protector, the people are doomed. People save themselves by leaving the main camp area, and Zhang Huang gives people time. Zhang Huang is abandoned by the rest of the people and they run away. However, the zombies penetrate even deeper into the camp, damaging all the barriers. We see that people were not prepared for this because without Hans, no one was monitoring the situation. A horde of hundreds of zombies enters the camp and begins to devour everyone in their path. People in horror understand that they need to run, since they will not be able to fight against such a number of monsters. Suddenly, a zombie bites one of the girls on the hand. However, a guy saves her and throws the zombie aside. There are too many infected, and it is impossible to resist them. All remaining survivors begin to flee to the basement. Luckily, the door to the basement is open and everyone starts running there. Miraculously, the last person manages to close the door behind him. After the zombie attack, we realize that there are about 15 people left in the camp. The girl says that she is feeling dizzy from stress, and the guy who saved her earlier starts to calm her down. The girl feels cared for and is touched by it. Also, another guy feels tired and is being consoled. Suddenly, he turns into a zombie because during the battle with the zombies, he was most likely bitten. Having turned into a zombie, he bites the first person he comes across. At this point, we are shown that the girl who was feeling unwell also turned into a zombie and bit someone on the hand. The situation is taking a very tragic turn. We are shown Hans coming to his senses. He suddenly hits Jin in the face because he doesn't have time to understand where he is. Jin flinches from the blow and says he's a friend. Jin tells Hans that he saved him from the boss and the zombies by dragging him into another room. Hans shows that he has armor, but the bullet was unable to penetrate it, only causing minor damage. At this moment, the guys hear some strange sound and prepare for the worst. The same guy who called himself a cleaner comes into the room. He says that he is ready to fight on Hans and Jin's side because he wants to destroy the gang and the boss. The janitor convinces Hans to take him along because he wants to help and be useful. In the next scene, we see that the janitor actually fights well against the zombies. 3 guys confront a crowd of zombies and come up with a plan to escape from here. Jin also fights with all his strength, and we see that he is indeed a very capable guy with muscles. Hans comes up with a plan to escape this wave of zombies and calls everyone inside. We see 3 guys surrounded by a crowd of zombies. The glass begins to fail and crack under the pressure of the monsters. Suddenly, Hans shoots at another window and tells everyone to run after him. Hans makes a way for himself and his new friends. A group of zombies appears in front of them again, however. The cleaner says that he can handle them alone. Jin and Hans watch as a guy takes out an entire horde of zombies single-handedly. The janitor says he has his own fighting style, and he does it beautifully, energetically, and with taste. Turning around, the janitor says that if you're going to fight zombies, you have to do it cool. The guys deal with all the zombies in this part of the building and decide to leave it through the subway. They go down into the subway and walk with a flashlight. Suddenly, the guys notice some strange silhouette in front of them. The janitor shines a light forward, and we realize that we are about to see one of the mutants for the first time. Shining a light on it, the heroes see a mutant, which Hans calls a locust. Hans tells his new friends that this mutant has fast speed and fights with all 4 limbs. He also has good eyesight and senses movements with his antennae. Hans tells Jin to cover him from behind, and tells the cleaner to shine a flashlight on the locusts. Hans then takes aim and prepares to attack the monster. Hans hits the monster's eyes and antennae right on target, taking away his incredible charm. However, the monster does not die and moreover is going to attack in response, because he still has hearing and smell. Hans shoots at the monster, but it still remains very fast. The locust jumps at Hans, but he manages to dodge it. The janitor loses sight of the monster and Hans cannot see it. At the last moment, the cleaner finds the monster with a flashlight and illuminates it. But it is too late. The mutated zombie jumps on Hans and attacks him. Hans ducks and shoots back at the monster. It hits the monster's hand and stops it from swinging its arms. Jin notices another crowd of zombies running from behind. He understands that if he does not protect the rear of his friends, they will die and rushes into battle. Hans continues to fight against the locusts. The monster also attempts to attack Hans. Our hero doesn't have time to dodge, and at the last moment impales the locust on his knife. The monster falls on Hans and he can't do anything. Suddenly, an axe thrown by the cleaner flies towards Hans. Hans grabs an axe and rips the rest of the head off the locust's shoulders. Hans then jumps to the side to take a more advantageous position. Our main character cuts off the monster's right leg. However, at that moment, the mutated zombie attacks Hans with the last of its strength. Our leader understands that now is the time for him to end this battle. With a powerful blow, he cuts the monster into 2 parts. After this, he takes his machine gun and shoots the crowd of zombies, who by this time had managed to approach from the front. Hans stops shooting and calls the janitor to finish off the rest of the zombies. The cleaner happily runs to fulfill Hans's request, because destroying monsters is his favorite job. Hans watches with pleasure how coolly the cleaner copes with the remains of the zombies. We see our main character reloading his weapon. They fire the entire clip at the remaining zombies, so that they don't have time to use regeneration. The guys remember that they haven't seen Jin for a long time, who was supposed to cover them from the zombies from behind, and they start looking for him. They find him a little further into the tunnels, covered in zombie blood, and we realize that Jin has done his job and was able to protect their rear and stay alive. The Trinity finds an exit from the tunnel and is about to get to the surface. Hans says they need to hurry since they haven't destroyed the boss. The main character calls these two with him to help him finish off the boss, because strong people should stick together, and besides, he was convinced that they can be trusted. We see that our heroes are walking down the street in broad daylight, and so far there is no danger nearby. Hans feels that now is a good time to discuss future plans. He stops and says he needs to ask these two guys one question. Before this, the cleaner asks him who he is, and where he got such survival skills, and why he is not afraid to die. Hans replies that he is not afraid to die because he has died before. The guys are surprised by this answer and don't know how to react to it. However, Hans says that he was joking, and is simply a very talented person, and that is why he was able to survive all this time. Next, Hans invites the guys to join his camp, which is located nearby. Jin replies that he wanted to continue to survive together, and the cleaner replies the same. Hans tells them that the camp has rules that they must follow, or they will not be able to live with the others. Hans also said that he wants to create an alliance of several camps that will help each other and protect themselves from cannibals. Jin and the janitor had never heard of living people eating each other before, but Hans said that this was exactly the kind of gang they would be defending themselves against in the future. Our main character also warned these two that if they ever betrayed him or anyone from the camp, he would kill them. After this, Hans called to follow him. Arriving at the camp, our characters see that the entrance to it is destroyed. Hans begins to worry about the lives of the people in the camp. Upon entering, the group saw zombie corpses, and everyone realized that the monsters had broken through the barriers due to a zombie wave that night. At this moment, some silhouette starts running towards Hans. As he ran closer, he saw the familiar face of the woman who lived in the camp. For a second, Hans thinks and remembers who she was. He remembered that she had 3 children, and that she did everything to protect them. However, Hans has no choice but to eliminate her. We see Hans's serious face, and one can only imagine the pain he is experiencing now. Hans tells the others that they need to find survivors from the camp and go inside. Hans knocks down the doors leading down. They walk down the stairs and suddenly start hearing some strange sounds. Hans looks in horror at someone's silhouette in the darkness, and realizes that it is most likely his friend from the camp who has become a zombie. He asks Jin to shine a light into the darkness. We see that it is a young girl from the camp who is eating a human corpse. The cleaner wanted to deal with her, but Jin stopped him, saying that it was Hans's personal business. Silently, the main character goes down to her and understands what he must do now. He eliminates another former member of the camp. Then our heroes go inside and see that the losses do not end there. Hans runs to the door leading to the utility room and opens it. At this moment, Hans hopes that there might be another survivor hiding here. And indeed, about 15 people from the camp who managed to survive were hiding in the room the whole time. Hans says that the area is cleared and it is safe to leave. Hans tells everyone what happened to him over the past 24 hours, and they also tell him about the events that took place in the camp. The main character introduces new guys to the camp. Next, Hans and Jin clear the rooftop area of zombies. They check every room to make sure there is not a single monster left on the campgrounds. When Hans starts to open the doors, he hears some strange sounds coming from there. The next second, the charming Siri appears before him. She is so happy to see Hans that she rushes at him and hugs him. She cries because she thought she would never see our main character again. There is a cleaner standing behind him, pointing with his finger that the girl is very beautiful. Siri, out of jealousy, begins to ask who the girl is with him. But Hans replies that it is a guy, and his nickname is the Cleaner. The next moment, another person comes out of the room. We see that it is Zhong Huan, and he says that Hans is late. Hans replies that he is incredibly happy to see him as a human and not a zombie. Hans praises the two of them for being smart and surviving, unlike half the camp. Hans then announces to everyone that from now on the camp will be divided into several groups. Some squads will be searching for supplies, others will be repelling zombie attacks, and others will be preparing food and sewing clothes. Hans says that the search party will consist of him, the janitor, and Jin. Siri replies that she also wants to join the search party to find her sister. However, Hans refuses her, citing the fact that she will be the weak link. However, Jin says that if they find surviving girls, they will never go with a group that is all guys. Siri realizes that Hans has no choice but to take her with him. Hans then instructs Zhong Huan on how to behave in his absence, namely to always be prepared and not to relax. Hans says he is going to find Siri's sister, and so the new detachment, now called the Search Group, sets out on reconnaissance. Jean copes with his task of destroying zombies. Overall, the entire group, consisting of our 4 characters, looks very combat-ready. Our heroes have found food and are now going to take it to the camp. Jin screams that there is someone behind Hans. He turns around and sees a zombie running towards him. Hans takes out his sword and is about to finish off the monster. However, Siri screams that it is her sister. And indeed, we see a zombie who looks very similar to Siri, even in her hair color. Hans tells Siri to kill her sister because she has become a monster. He holds her by the hair and gives the girl the opportunity to do it. At first, Siri says that she can't kill her own sister, but Hans tells her to be strong. After this, Siri eliminates her sister. The girl cries because this was the last person close to her, but Hans encourages her and says that now she has a new family. The girl gets up and comes to her senses. She says words of gratitude to Hans. Hans then hands out radios to everyone and says that this way they can maintain contact. In the next scene, we see that our heroes have found a clothing store and updated their appearance. Now they look incredibly cool. Next, Hans plans to search the nearby hospital with his search party. He says that it would be advisable for them to find a doctor or nurse for the needs of the camp and make friends with them. We see that our group has already arrived at the hospital. Once inside, they discover zombie corpses, and Hans realizes that there may be survivors here. Our search party is able to find good survivors for the first time, and they are ready to continue searching for them. Hans approaches a locked door and assumes there may be survivors behind it. He shoots at the ceiling to get the door open for him. A girl's voice was actually heard behind the door, asking them to leave. Hans is happy about this. Siri is surprised that Hans figured out where the survivors might be hiding. Hans then loudly says that he will leave food at the door. That's exactly what he did, leaving bacon, cookies, and soda at the door. A few minutes later, the door opened a little, and we saw that the girl wanted to see the situation. She sees that they really left her some food, as they said. A girl in a medical gown looks around and wants to take the food. However, at that moment Hans comes out and she tries to stab him with a knife, but he knocks it out. The girl looks up and sees a tall, muscular guy with red hair in front of her. She is afraid of him and thinks that now he will harm her. Hans looks around the room and sees that there are traces of a group of people there. He asks the girl where the others are. However, the girl is afraid of him and does not tell him anything. Hans explains to her that he does not intend to harm her in any way and wants to be friends. Hans calls Siri and asks her to bring her food for this girl. The nurse is very surprised that there is a girl in this group and that she will now be fed. In the next scene, we see that the girl was given food. Hans asks where the rest of her group is. The nurse replies that they are close. Suddenly, we see a dark silhouette of a man behind Hans, swinging a bat at him. Siri manages to warn Hans about the danger lurking behind him literally half a second before the tragedy. With a sharp blow of the pistol handle, Hans warns of the impending danger and pushes the attacker away. The man falls to the ground from a strong blow from the main character, and we see a group of people, consisting of 5 people, who are surprised by what happened. Hans tells the attacking man to thank fate because he had a gun in his hands, and not his favorite blade, which would have finished off the attacker in an instant. The man who attacked Hans, lying on the floor, asks our characters to leave this place, since this is their own camp, and they do not intend to contact anyone. The stranger said that his name was Tom, and they perceive everyone who comes here as bandits and murderers, because they already had such a case. Hans says that he and his group came to this place to find supplies and survivors, after which they offer the survivors to form an alliance and cooperate. Hans asks the strangers, despite the fact that they attacked him, if they would like to form an alliance with his camp to survive together, share resources, and help each other. These people were very surprised by Hans's proposal, since they had only known each other for a few minutes, and had never met anyone as friendly as him before. The doctor then says that they do not want to contact anyone because they are afraid. Because 3 days ago a terrible incident happened, after which they do not trust anyone and are going to leave this place. The doctor approaches the window opposite our heroes and is going to show them something. The doctor opens the curtains, and our characters see a sign on the window that was written in blood by some bandits. After which the doctor begins to tell what exactly happened. He says that about 3 days ago they were sitting quietly in their camp and thinking about how they would find food, because they were already starting to starve without food. Suddenly they heard the sound of motorcycles outside the window and some shouts. They opened the window and saw a couple running through the city streets, consisting of a young girl and a young guy, who were apparently running away from some kind of danger. However, they were not running from zombies or monsters, but from evil people who had a terrible appearance and rode motorcycles. That gang had weapons of bats and sticks, and their number was about 20 people. They saw that the bandits had caught up with the young people and beaten them up badly for fun, all the while smiling and laughing as if it brought them nothing but pleasure. After this, the bandit tied the young man to a motorcycle and dragged him down the street, thereby killing him. At that moment, the camp closed the curtains so as not to see all the horror that was happening on the streets, and also so that the bandits would not see their camp. The camp members could not help those young people because they did not have the weapons or strength to do so, so they continued to just sit and be afraid. Suddenly they heard some noise in the window, and with great fear the man decided to open the curtains and see what was going on there. Opening the curtain, he saw the crazy face of the bandit, who looked at them and said that now they know where there are more people, so that they can play with them later. After this, an inscription appeared on the window, which the bandits made with the remains and blood of a young guy whom they had just killed in front of the camp. Hans, after hearing this story, says that if this camp joins their alliance, he will provide them with food and protection from these evil people. In exchange, they will follow the rules he sets and cooperate. Hans hands the man a radio that they will use to communicate and interact between the camps. The man is surprised by such kindness from Hans and does not believe that there are still normal guys left on Earth at the present time. However, they begin to negotiate cooperation, and the camp they found accepts Hans' offer to form an alliance with his camp. At this point, Hans sets another condition for cooperation, namely that their doctor must go with them to live in the main camp, since there are more people there, and they need the help of a doctor. The men don't want to give up the doctor because he is their leader, and their hope for medical protection in case of any injuries. The doctor says he agrees to move to the new camp on the condition that his people are provided with protection, including the fact that there are many zombies in this building that need help to deal with. Tom says that they don't have weapons, so they still haven't been able to clear the hospital territory of monsters, and that's why every second they are in danger, not only from those bandits, but also from the zombies outside the door. Hans turns around and asks Sari to open the door leading to a hallway where a large group of zombies are located. The camp members scream in horror and ask not to do this, as they will not be able to cope with such a danger, and everyone in this room will die and be eaten. Siri slowly opens the door, behind which strange sounds are heard, and the camp members begin to hide in hopes of avoiding the emerging danger. However, they are faced with a view of a mountain of zombie corpses that the janitor and Jin had built while Hans was talking to the survivors. The cleaner says that Hans was in a hurry to open the door because they wanted to make a real surprise and build a whole tower or a beautiful large statue out of the zombie corpses. Hans tells the camp members that his camp members are very prepared, strong, and fearless people who are able to take care of not only themselves, but also other survivors. He introduces his search party to his new acquaintances, and people see that this is indeed an incredibly confident, equipped, and prepared group of adventurers who have the most serious intentions, and Hans says that now they will clear the hospital territory of zombies. The people from the new camp are shocked by what they saw and still cannot fully believe that these 4 people are capable of clearing their large building of monsters without even applying maximum effort. Next, we are shown that Hans's squad has moved into the hospital corridors to clear the area of zombies, which they are doing quite well, but too slowly, since the zombies are in the patients' rooms. Hans comes up with a way to speed up this process, and shoots a pistol at the ceiling to attract monsters to the noise from the shot. As usual, the zombies react to loud noise and begin to emerge from their chambers directly into the hands of our cleanup squad. Hans, maintaining his usual composure, destroys one zombie after another, just like his comrades. Next, our characters go straight down the corridors and find a door that is closed by members of the camp with various mops and sticks. And they conclude that there are even more zombies behind this door. Hans says that they can't leave it like this, and that the entire hospital area needs to be cleared, so they open the locked door. At this moment, a huge crowd of angry and aggressive zombies, who are very hungry and have already partially rotted from not having eaten anyone for a very long time, jumps on our characters from the open room. One of these zombies jumps on the cleaner and he notices the danger only at the very last moment, when it is too late to dodge the bite. Hans yells at the janitor to duck down and kills the zombie, attacking the janitor with a precise shot to the head. However, after Hans's second shot, more zombies start to emerge from the chambers, thus locking our characters in a bad situation, since now they have no escape route. Meanwhile, the members of the new camp fight off zombies at the entrance to the room where they live, as Hans ordered them to provide protection from behind and gave them weapons to do so. Tom says that while Hans and his squad are clearing the main area of the hospital, they should guard the stairs they climbed and the rear. Next, we see our squad breaking through a crowd of zombies, destroying anyone who gets in their way. The cleaner displays particular fury and dexterity, whose axe eliminates any monster it touches. We see that Hans's squad managed to clear the hospital's Aspen territory of zombies, and now its inhabitants are safe and can exist in peace. Hans and his squad return to their new acquaintances and say that almost the entire territory is cleared, and they will no longer worry about their lives. Hans then says that they will now return to their main camp taking the doctor, but will return here tomorrow with new food, clothing, and other necessary resources. During this time, Hans leaves all the food they took with them as a guarantee that his squad will return. Tom thanks Hans for his help and cooperation, and realizes that the hospital camp was actually very lucky this time to have been found by such good people. The doctor takes with him medicines, drugs, and various medical devices to supply Hans's main camp, and our characters are about to set out. Suddenly, Hans is called by the main camp on the radio, and is informed that the military has arrived at the camp and is demanding that some of the camp's food products be transferred to them to support the active army. Hans is very surprised that, firstly, after so much time, there is still an army left in their city, and secondly, that these people are so impudent as to take food from ordinary people. Hans says that they urgently need to move to the main camp, and that no food should be given to anyone until he arrives. Hans's detachment, together with the doctor, set out for the main camp, which was about a 15-minute walk away. Suddenly, Hans fires a pistol into the air, attracting the attention of a huge crowd of zombies located nearby. All the people are again surprised at how Hans is acting, and say that he has just put them in great danger. Hans says he has a plan for what to do next, and tells everyone to run to the main camp. All members of the squad except Hans flee to the base camp, leaving Hans alone, as that is what he said to do. We understand that Hans has come up with his next plan, with the help of which he will deal with the new threat to his camp. Just a few seconds later, he is surrounded by a huge crowd of zombies, which he lured by shooting into the air. After this, the main character also starts running to the main camp, but by a different route. In the next scene, we see the military standing near the food warehouse, waiting for Hans to arrive, as the people refuse to share their food in his absence. A few minutes later, a sweaty Hans approaches them, apparently having been running all this time to come up with his plan to resolve the situation. The soldiers introduce themselves to him and say that they are soldiers of the city's active army, and that they are hungry, and demand that Hans' camp share food at any cost. Hans says they will share food if they answer a few of his questions. First, Hans asked which unit these soldiers belonged to and where their superiors were. This question put the commander of the soldiers, named Jim, in an awkward position. From his appearance, Hans understands that these soldiers have not communicated with their leadership for a long time, which is most likely no longer alive, and that now they are on their own and most likely do not obey anyone. Next, Hans is about to ask his second question, and looks at the weapons these soldiers are wearing. In particular, Hans looks at the rifle that the soldiers have and wonders if they have cartridges for them. Suddenly, Hans tells the soldiers that he knows they don't have a single bullet, and that his unit, unlike them, is fully armed. This frightens the soldiers' commander, Jim, as he realizes that they actually do not have a single live round of ammunition with them. The situation escalates, and members of Hans's camp point their guns at the soldiers, who also point their rifles at our characters. However, Hans says he is willing to share the food because he respects the soldiers' service, and wants to support them in this way. Jim is surprised by Hans's decision, because in his opinion, these people from the camp could easily finish off his squad and take their rifles and everything they have with them. Hans says he wants to know the answer to his last question, namely, where the army's ammunition depot is located. The soldier says that he cannot answer this question because they have state secrets, and information about the location of this warehouse is a guarded secret. Hans accepts this answer, and asks how much food the soldiers want to take with them. To this, Jim replies that they will take half of all the food that is in Hans's camp. The people in the camp start to get upset about this, and one of the soldiers tells everyone to shut their mouths and stop being unhappy. Siri says that soldiers should be grateful for the people helping them, and soldiers should treat these people with respect. However, the soldier did not like Sari's answer, and he approaches her and says that he will now shut her mouth by force, and that she should sit silently in the corner while the men talk. With one movement of his hand, Hans coldly and confidently squeezes the face of the impudent soldier and tells him to calm down. Otherwise he will drive all the soldiers out of the camp and will not give them even one bag of food. The soldier's superior, Jim, orders the brash sergeant to calm down and step back, because he is indeed behaving very brazenly. However, people still don't understand why Hans just gives half of all the food supplies to the soldiers, because food is very important for the camp now, especially considering the fact that they found new survivors. Hans says to trust him and not interfere with the implementation of his plan. People fall silent and understand that if Hans said that he had a plan, that everything would be fine, and that they needed to follow it. The soldiers begin to collect food supplies and prepare them for transportation, as they arrived here in a car that they left near the store. The leader of the detachment of soldiers thanks Hans for his cooperation, and, having taken the half of the food he promised, the soldiers go outside. At this time, Hans calls the cleaner to him, and says that there is a special and very important task for him. The cleaner understands that if Hans has such an expression on his face, it means he is planning something really insidious. We see the soldiers, having taken the food supplies, walking towards their truck, which was left near the store. They are happy that they managed to get food supplies, and that now they have about a week until they run out again, and they have time to find more food. Suddenly, the military sees that in the place where they left the car there is a huge crowd of zombies that has blocked the way, and they will not pass by them. The soldiers are very surprised by this, because when they arrived there a few hours ago, there were no zombies nearby and everything was clean in this area. Soldiers begin to leave half of the food they take so that they can move faster and have a chance to survive. However, one zombie notices the sergeant and attacks him, and the soldier is forced to use force, creating noise in the process. The sound of the fight attracts the attention of several zombies who are standing at the edge of the crowd, and they look towards the soldiers. We see that a chain reaction has started, and now the entire crowd of zombies notices the soldiers and heads towards them to taste the meat from the military. The first one they come across is Private Clinton, who after numerous bites from the monsters will also turn into a zombie in a few minutes and join their crowd. Of course, if there is anything left of him. The leader of the soldiers shouts to retreat, as they have no ammunition to resist the crowd of zombies, and this crowd is too big and can easily kill them. The soldiers take the food and run back to the store where Hans' camp is located, as this is their last chance to survive. In the background, we see the last seconds of an army private named Clint, who begs to be saved, but we realize it is too late to do so. The soldiers are horrified by this picture and throw food on the ground in the hope that they can run faster and save themselves from certain death. However, the soldiers on the rescue route see an obstacle in the form of trucks, and understand that their path is cut off, and soon they will all die. At that moment, a volley of homemade slingshots made by members of Hans's camp is fired from the roof of the trucks into the crowd of zombies. The soldiers froze in anticipation of a miracle, and they began to hope that they would be saved by these people from the fate of being eaten by zombies. They see the silhouette of Hans and his squad on the roof of the truck, who says that he can save the soldiers, but to do so they will have to fulfill several conditions. The soldiers are happy about this and say that they will do anything to survive in this incredibly difficult situation. Before this, Hans expresses his dissatisfaction with the fact that the soldiers left half of the food they gave them, because it was very valuable. Jim apologizes to Hans for this decision, but explains that if they had not left the food, they would have died, because they ran slowly with the boxes. Hans forgives them for the loss of food, and says that in order to be saved, the soldiers will have to show him on the map where the army's ammunition and grenade depot is, otherwise he will not save them. Hans shows his pistol to the soldiers, showing that his camp is armed and will be able to save them if the soldiers agree to the condition. We see a huge wave of zombies approaching from behind the military, and they have only seconds left to give their answer. The soldiers look at our character's squad and realize that these people, led by Hans, are an incredibly strong and determined community that is capable of fighting back against any threat. The squad leader, Jim, agrees to Hans's conditions to show where the ammunition depot is in exchange for saving his life and the lives of his comrades. Hans descends from the barrier towards the soldiers along with the cleaner and Jin and begins clearing the area. The janitor, in his usual manner, takes on the right side of the crowd, chopping up all the zombies with an axe and making jokes while doing so. A calmer Jin takes over the left flank and deals with the monsters on his part of the territory, leaving them no chance due to his mastery of martial arts. The military are stunned by the skill and passion with which these two literally wipe out a crowd of terrible zombies in minutes and cannot believe their eyes, because in comparison to them they seem like harmless boys. Hans, with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened, approaches Jim and asks him to show him on the map the location of the ammunition depot he needed, as they had agreed to save their lives. The soldiers mark the location of the army depot on the map and ask to be allowed to leave. giving them at least some food. Hans says that he will only let the soldiers go if they leave all their weapons, and, what's more, he will now only give them 25% of the food he gave them initially. The military is shocked by this decision and asks why he is taking away their weapons and why he is giving them so little food to take with them. Hans says that this is the price for saving them and punishment for the impudence they showed when they came to the camp of ordinary people and thought that they would take food for free. The soldiers realize that in this situation they have no choice, and Hans had calculated everything too well, so they give all the weapons they have to the people from our main character's camp. Next, Hans talks to Jin and the cleaner, and now they understand what exactly the protagonist's plan was. Hans asks Yong Huan to increase vigilance on the borders of their territory so that no one, including a military man, enters the camp without our main character's knowledge. And Hans also says that he brought a doctor to the camp. After this, he calls a girl from the camp to him and tells her to cook something very tasty to eat and feed the doctor, and also to give her the opportunity to rest. The girl perceives Hans's instructions as a particularly important mission, and declares with full responsibility that she will cope with the task. Hans shows the camp to the doctor and says that very soon they will equip him with a medical facility in which he could work normally. The doctor thanks Hans for such kindness and says that he likes this place and will make a positive contribution to its development. A few minutes later, Hans leads a clearing party to make room for the military to retreat. He is met by a crowd of zombies, who are meanwhile finishing off the remains of one of the soldiers, whom they managed to bite first. Hans, keeping an impartial expression on his face, walks towards danger, preparing his pistol for battle. A precise shot to the head, and the first of the crowd of zombies falls to the ground, thereby attracting the attention of the rest of the crowd. We see that the zombies heard a loud sound, move away from the borders of the camp and go further behind Hans. The soldiers leave the camp and wonder where the monsters have gone, because an hour ago there were about 100 of them here. Jin says that he and his squad, on Hans's orders, will escort them to the truck to keep them safe. The road of zombie corpses tells us that Hans led the bulk of the crowd away, allowing the military group and Jin to pass. Jin deals with the rest of the zombie horde without much effort, and leads the group of soldiers to their destination. Approaching the car, Jin sees that all the zombies around it have already been killed, and the area has been cleared of monsters. Hans comes out from behind the car and says that they were walking too slowly, and he cleared the way to the car himself. Siri, as always, is pleasantly impressed by Hans's behavior, and talks about how strong her feelings are for him. The soldiers load the food donated to them into a car and prepare to leave for their camp. The leader of the squad of soldiers, Jin, thanks Hans for his assistance and hopes that this is not their last meeting. The soldiers leave and Siri says that she hasn't seen the cleaner for a long time and doesn't know where he went. Hans tells her to look at the roof of the truck as it drives away. We see that the cleaner has hidden on the roof of this car and is driving along with it unnoticed. Siri asks why this had to be done. Hans replies that this way they will know where this group of soldiers lives and whether they pose a threat to the camp, because if they are dangerous, then Hans will have to eliminate them. The cleaner on the roof of the car thinks that he will cope with the task assigned to him at any cost, since this mission is very important for the camp. Arriving at their camp, the soldiers begin to unload food supplies, and during their conversation we understand that the supplies are needed for the children they are guarding. However, at this moment we are shown that while the soldiers were not in the camp, someone attacked them and killed their comrades. We see that they died not from zombies, but from the atrocities of people, because one of the soldiers was brutally crucified on boards. The cleaner sees all this and understands that the situation here is very bad. He also discovers traces of motorcycles and realizes that this is all the work of the people they heard about earlier. From the inscription on the building's facade, the cleaner understands that the same gang was here as near the hospital. The janitor calls Hans on the radio and reports to him the information he has learned. Hans goes to check the walls of their shop and finds the same inscription written in blood. The main character understands that this gang of bastards marks places where people live in order to later return to them and mock people. Hans tells Yong Huan to strengthen security, set up observation posts, and prepare to repel enemy attacks. Hans is convinced that these bastards will attack them sooner or later, and he will have to defend this camp, even if it means eliminating the entire gang. Hans shows this inscription to the rest of the camp, and asks them not to tell other people about it for now. In his head, Hans thinks about the Sole Survivors Alliance, who in the future became the main problem for humanity and caused the death of hundreds of people, and that this gang may have some connection with the Alliance. Hans is talking to the newcomers to the camp, namely 3 guys and 1 girl. He notices that one of the newcomers, named Ralph, has a very powerful physical build and large muscles. Hans tells Ralph that he is to join a search party consisting of Jin, Siri, the janitor, and Hans himself, while the rest of the new recruits will be sent to the second camp at the hospital. Ralph says that the other newcomers are his relatives, and he is responsible for their lives, so he does not want to be separated from them. Hans says that it is a 15-minute walk from here to the hospital, and Ralph will be able to see them every day, and Ralph agrees to the protagonist's proposal. However, Hans asks Yonghwan to keep an eye on all the newcomers and report to him anything interesting. The next day, Hans visits the camp at the hospital and brings them food and new clothes, which the people happily accept. Hans also gives the new camp firearms that he took from the military, and ammunition for them. Tom says he thought Hans wouldn't come back and he's now pleasantly surprised. Next, Hans's search party studies the map on which the soldiers mark the location of the weapons depot, and says that they need to get to it. The squad members ask how many weapons they should take from there. To this, Hans replies that they will take absolutely all weapons from there, no matter what they may be. The squad members are not surprised by Hans's answer, but as usual they feel slightly uncomfortable when Hans makes such an expression. A few hours later, we see that Hans and his squad are beginning to survey the immediate area around the hospital in order to secure this new camp as much as possible. Hans finds canned food that someone has recently eaten, and realizes that someone has been watching the hospital camp all this time. Then Hans hears Sari's scream coming from another room. Entering inside, Hans sees the mafia boss who escaped from him a week ago pinned to the wall. Hans realizes that someone else found him and killed him, and now they are really in trouble. Near his two camps there is a gang of bastards on motorcycles that urgently needs to be eliminated. Later that night, Hans rests in the main camp, lying on the floor. Suddenly he hears strange sounds and immediately moves towards their source. As he goes down the stairs, he wonders what it could be. Perhaps bandits have infiltrated the camp. However, the source of the noise is a couple of young people who decided to retire from prying eyes in a secluded place. Hans becomes embarrassed and realizes that he has been overly vigilant lately and is about to leave. However, on his way, Yonghwan appears and asks what is going on. He also saw a young couple and became embarrassed. Hans says that it is better for them to leave the young couple alone and go away. Yonghwan says he didn't know Hans had a penchant for secretly watching other people kiss. For his stupid words, Yonghwan gets hit on the head, and our characters go down to their rooms. The next morning we see the new members of Hans' camp actively training and improving their physical fitness. All this takes place under the strict control of our main character. He says that training is over for today, and everyone should be ready to go on mission. Meanwhile, we are shown the events taking place in the soldiers' camp, namely, that a surviving child is found there. The soldiers were glad that the children remained alive, and that they could find out from them what had happened there in their absence. The children say that on that day, a gang of evil men on motorcycles appeared, killed the men, and then began to abuse the women, taking off their clothes. The cleaner reports everything he heard to Hans. Hans calls an emergency meeting to discuss the impending threat, and says that they need to prepare to fight the evil gang. People are asking how they will resist this gang of bastards. Hans replies that they will kill anyone who comes into the camp with bad intentions. The council members agree with Hans and say that they are waiting for instructions from Hans on how to proceed. This surprises our protagonist, because just recently these people were cowards, but today they are a close-knit team. Hans is given a piece of paper with a list of rules for his camp written on it. The man says that these rules were developed by Hans himself, and people wrote them down, and will follow him to the end. The remaining members of the camp enter the room and express words of support to Hans. Everyone says that they are waiting for instructions from him, because now Hans is their real leader and protector. The protagonist says that he will develop a plan to protect the two camps, since now every life is very important to him. At night, Hans draws up a defense plan and tries to take into account all the nuances, since there are two camps under his protection. Hans begins to get headaches from constant thoughts about dangers in human lives. He thinks there is a connection between these bastards and the Sole Survivors Alliance, which according to his calculations should already be increasing its strength. Suddenly Hans realizes that the bastards who painted the graffiti don't have their own camp, so they ride motorcycles, which means that either they're going to take over one of his camps, or they're going to leave the city and possibly join the Sole Survivors Alliance. At this moment, Sari comes to Hans and says that they need to go to dinner. Hans replies that he doesn't want to eat and is busy with work. Siri comes closer and says that Hans needs to rest more and eat food to have strength. Siri squeezes Hans's hand between her breasts and says that if he doesn't go eat, she will stay with him. After this, Hans realizes that he really needs to eat, otherwise Siri will pounce on him. While having dinner on the roof of a store, Hans hears strange sounds coming from the road. He looks through the night vision goggles to get a better look. The protagonist sees the headlights of motorcycles and realizes that the bandits are going to attack one of his camps, so he commands everyone over the radio to take positions. As we can see, the camp in the hospital prepared to repel the attack of the bandits. The main camp in the store has also taken up its positions and is awaiting the enemy's advance. They also blocked the underground passages to the store, setting up people and traps. Hans himself, along with Jin and Zhonghwan, took up a position between the hospital and the store in order to be there faster once we figured out which camp would be attacked first. Hans tells his comrades to kill the enemy without hesitation or regret, because they know what horrors this gang commits. Zhonghwan and Jin understood Hans's order and were ready to act. The silence is broken by the sound coming from the radio station. Hansu reports to the camp at the hospital that the gang has attacked them. Hans' squad moves towards the hospital to help their people. Luckily, Hans gave the order to open the door leading to the crowd of zombies that they did not finish off last time, and upon entering the hospital, the gang met zombies, not people. Hans's squad went around the bandits from behind, and the main character hits the first freak with a pinpoint shot. The bandit falls into the hospital room, and the others realize that they are trapped between zombies and Hans's squad. The main character's squad suppresses the remaining enemies with machine gun fire. After this, Zhonghwan closes the doors of the hospital, and the characters wonder why there were so few enemies here. Suddenly, Hans is told on the radio that the gang has attacked the main camp. Hans realizes that the attack on the hospital was just a distraction. Hans radios Siri, who is supposed to be on the roof of the store, but she doesn't answer. We see that by this time Sari has already been attacked. She lies on the ground covered in blood and can't do anything. There's a bastard from this gang sitting above her and telling her that he's going to have a good time with her now. He licks his lips, realizing that he is about to have a lot of fun and that there is no one to help her. Hans realizes that the bandits most likely managed to climb onto the roof of the building using special equipment. Fearing for the lives of his comrades, Hans and his squad move to the main camp to finish off these bastards once and for all. While walking down the street, an arrow flies past Hans's leg, but does not hit him. Hans manages to dodge a volley of arrows from an unknown location at the last moment. However, the arrow hits the leg of Zhonghwan, who is slower than the protagonist. At the moment when they shot at Zhonghwan, the main character managed to see where the shooter was. Hans dodges more arrows and looks for a safe place. Jean helped his friend get to the car and saved him for a while. Hans runs to the car where his friends are sitting under aimed crossbow fire. Hans realizes that the bandits have also taken up their positions and have specifically positioned themselves so that they can attack him. Fireworks are thrown out of the window towards Hans and his friends. A firework falls near Hans and begins to explode, making loud noises. A crowd of zombies hear this sound and begin to move towards the source, and at the same time towards our characters. Hans begins shooting back at the monsters and realizes that due to Zhonghwan's injury and poor position, they are in a very dire situation. Hans asks Jin if he can throw fireworks to the place where they are shooting from. Jin replies that he can do it. Hans counts to 3 and suddenly rushes forward, attracting attention, and giving Jin the opportunity to throw fireworks through the window. Next, we are shown events that took place half an hour earlier. On the roof of the store, Sari and Ralph stand in their positions. Siri says she heard some suspicious sound from another part of the wall. She goes to check on him because Ralph was afraid to go there. However, Ralph notices that the door to the roof is open, even though they closed it when they moved into position. Turning back, Sari sees that Ralph is lying unconscious, and there are 2 bandits standing behind him. One of them says that they are very lucky to have met such a beautiful girl with such a great figure. Siri realizes that she is in a very difficult situation, and she only has a few seconds to make a decision. The girl takes out a revolver with a sharp movement and aims it at her offenders. The bandits were shocked by the girl's behavior, because they didn't know that she had a gun. Siri's first shot misses, and the tattooed-faced bandit moves out of the line of fire. The second bandit runs towards the girl with a bat, but for him it turns out to be a mistake. With a precise shot to the chest, the girl stops the insolent man approaching her. However, for a second she loses sight of the tattooed bandit and he knocks her down. Siri lies on the floor and cannot move because the blow to her head was very strong for her. The bastard starts to pull the girl's clothes off, and we understand that something bad is about to happen. Siri begins to resist, but he puts a revolver in her mouth and says that if she does anything again, he will kill her. Siri spreads her legs in front of the bandit and says that he can do whatever he wants with her. The bandit is surprised by this, but continues to undress the girl. Siri hugs the bandit and makes it clear that she is going to kiss him now. From the girl's expression, we understand that this was her plan. With both hands, she grabs the bastard's head and presses her fingers on his eyes. At this moment, she pushes the bandit away from her with a blow of both legs. Rising to her feet, the girl takes out a knife and realizes that now she must decide to commit another murder. Suddenly she feels pain in her cheek and realizes that she has been shot. Luckily, the bullet only grazed her face slightly and she is alive. The blinded bandit shoots in all directions in the hope of hitting the girl. Siri suddenly rushes forward towards the bandit, wanting to finish him off. However, the bastard manages to grab her and stop our character's attack. He brings the revolver to the girl's head and pulls the trigger. but because he had been shooting before, he ran out of bullets. Having gathered her last strength into a single hole, the girl deals with her offender and puts an end to this battle. Never before had she been so decisive in her actions and confident. She looks at the defeated enemy and thinks that Hans taught her to be like this. At this time, the main character runs towards the bandit shooting from the window and gains time. Jin throws a firework towards the bandit and hits the window. However, at that moment, an arrow was already fired towards Hans, which flies at incredible speed. There is a split second left before the arrow hits Hans right in the head. However, time seems to stop around him, and Hans manages to dodge. The arrow misses the main character, and Jin notices this, not understanding how Hans managed to do this. The protagonist shouts at Jin to take Zhonghwan and go to the main camp. Jin follows Hans's orders and takes away the wounded Zhonghwan. At this time, Hans shoots the zombies and attracts the attention of the other monsters, giving his comrades the opportunity to escape. The bulk of the zombies actually run towards the main character. Jin deals with the rest of the zombie horde and heads to the main camp. Hans is in a state of shock from how he dodged the arrow, because as far as he understands, time really seemed to stop. His right hand is shaking and his inner instinct tells him that he can now predict danger. Sounds are heard from above and Hans comes to his senses, realizing that he only has to deal with the bandits. A minute later, a group of bandits comes down to kill Hans, but they don't see him. The main character cold-bloodedly shoots the bastards who came out. This is his revenge for all those whose lives they ruined. With the hand of a dead bandit, he closes the entrance doors to prevent zombies from breaking into the building. Hans slowly climbs the stairs and talks about the role he plays in the lives of the people in the camp. He realizes that there are real bastards behind this door, and if he doesn't kill them, they will destroy his camp. His hand trembles, warning him of danger. Suddenly, a zombie appears behind Hans, which our hero notices too late. The monster pounces on the protagonist's back and tries to bite through his armor. Hans knocks out all of the zombie's teeth with an elbow strike and it flies away. Turning back, the protagonist sees that zombies have broken through the door and a whole crowd is chasing him. He closes the second door in front of them, finding himself in the same room with the bandits. After this, Hans blocks the doors by wrapping the shelves. At this moment, they start shooting at Hans with a crossbow, but he manages to dodge. Hans starts shooting back and hits the first enemy. The main character's intuition tells him that the danger has not yet passed. Another bastard appears to the right of Hans. Hans throws a gun at him and hits him right in the head. The next moment, our character jumps up and kicks the bandit, but he blocks the attack and flies to the side. The bandit does not lose consciousness and gets up to continue fighting. Hans takes out his favorite knife and prepares for the next round of their battle. The bandit asks why Hans doesn't turn into a zombie, because he was just bitten and should become infected. We are shown that Hans's shoulder is actually covered in blood, but it is from zombies. Hans knows very well what it feels like to be bitten by a zombie, and knows that he is lucky this time. Hans asks the bandit how they knew about his movements. The bastard tells him that they found a radio station with the same frequency, and eavesdropped on their conversations. Hans blames himself for making such a mistake in transmitting information that almost cost everyone their lives. After this, Hans asks what exactly the bandits are doing in this city. The villain tells him that they are going to join the Alliance of Rural Survivors. What he hears sends Hans into a wild rage, and he loses control of himself. He strikes blow after blow at this man, leaving him no chance. He angrily beats his enemy and sits on top of him. Hans removes the bandit's mask and discovers the man's identity. In the future, he had already met him when he became the commander of the 4th Punitive Squad of the Rural Survivor Alliance. He was also known by the nickname the Bully. It now becomes clear to Hans that he has influenced events in the present and the future is beginning to change. He recalls that in the future, the Bully's gang dealt with the local mafia themselves, after which they left and joined the Alliance of Rural Survivors. Due to Hans's disruption of their plans this time, they were delayed in this city for several days, and now he has the opportunity to deprive the Alliance of a potential recruit. Hans recalls that in the future, the Bully, after joining the Alliance, became famous for his cruelty and craving for bullying people. The Bully killed everyone in a row, sparing neither girls nor children, and now he is in the hands of our main character, who, by killing him, can save thousands of lives. Hans doesn't hold back his emotions and continues to beat the bastard. The main character also remembers a situation from the future, when a bully threw one guy into a crowd of zombies and undressed his girlfriend in front of his eyes. These memories make Hans even more furious, and he reaches for the knife. However, the bully does not give up and hits our character with his head. After this, he grabs Hans by the head and slams him on the floor. However, it was too late, because Hans went into Avenger mode, feeling no pain. He knocks away the bully's hand and jumps to the side. The protagonist grabs the knife, but the bully starts running towards the window, realizing that he won't defeat Hans in an equal fight. The enemy jumps out the window in the hope of escaping punishment in the form of our main character. Hans thinks in his head that his mission today is to catch up and finish off the bastard. He jumps out the window after the bully. Hans sees where the bastard ran and starts chasing him. Along the way, Hans deals with all the creatures that stand in his way. Both guys run into the courtyards of residential buildings and are left alone with each other. Suddenly, a bully with a stick in his hands attacks Hans from around the corner. The bastard hits our main character on the head with a stick, but he doesn't even move from the blow. The bandit froze in horror, not understanding why Hans didn't even blink from his blow. With a deft twist of his hand, Hans grips the handle and begins to act. He stabs his bully with a knife while remaining calm and cool. We see that Hans has cut off the bastard's ear and he is screaming from the pain piercing his head. Hans slams his bully's head into the wall and he passes out unconscious. After this, Hans throws the bastard into the crowd of zombies chasing them, who have not eaten anything for a very long time. Hans watches as the monsters greedily take apart the bully's body and eat it. And after a few minutes, only memories remain of the bully. Meanwhile, Jin and the others climb onto the roof of the store and find Sari among the corpses of the attackers. She says that her life is not in danger, but Ralph still has not regained consciousness. We see that after a few hours the doctor had already provided everyone with the necessary medical care, especially Jong Hwan. Siri asks where Hans is now, since no one has seen him for a long time. Jin talks about what happened and says that he also hasn't seen Hans for a long time and doesn't know where he might be. Siri takes out a radio and tries to call Hans, but no one answers. Next, the doctor gives Siri an injection to stop possible blood poisoning. Night falls and Siri falls asleep due to stress and her fatigue. Jin thinks that Hans might be in danger somewhere and at the moment only he can help him. Realizing his and his fellow comrades' duty to Hans, Jin decides to go alone into the unknown and find his friend. At this moment, Hans, somewhere out there in the courtyards of residential buildings, is trying to escape alone from the bloodthirsty crowd of monsters so furiously trying to reach him. Being at a sufficient height, Hans assesses the number of monsters and understands that his current situation is very dire, and he has no plan on how to get out. We are shown how bad things are, and the scale of the problem really hits us. Hans is holding onto a thin pipe along the wall, which seems like it will soon give way and treacherously break. Hans holds onto the pipe with one hand and uses the other to cut off the hands of the zombies that reach out to grab him. Hans watches the sunrise and feels calm, and reflects that the second chance fate gave him was not in vain, and that he did enough to save many people, although he does not want to die. Suddenly Hans hears people screaming in a familiar voice. It was the voice of Kang Hyuk, who is the brother of Kang Kong, whose arm was cut off by Hans, and who died of blood poisoning a few weeks ago. Kang Hyuk did not come alone, but with a group of young people. He left a few weeks ago to bury his brother near his parents' house, and apparently he succeeded, and also managed to find new survivors. Hans thinks that fate has given him a third chance to do as much as possible for people, and minimize the consequences of the apocalypse. We see that some time has passed, and Hans begins to come to his senses. He lies in a room in the main camp, and Sari lies on her knees next to him. Hans came to his senses and began to rise up in bed. This is noticed by Sari, who fell asleep while waiting for him. The girl hugs Hans and thanks God that he is still alive. She says how much she missed him and worried about him, and Hans says that he did everything he could to get back to camp. The people crowded at the entrance to Hans's chamber to look at their leader and chief. There is a man standing at the entrance to the room and not letting anyone in, as he wants to keep Hans calm. A girl shouts from the crowd and says that she has prepared a delicious tomorrow for Hans. The man takes the delicious food and says that he will give it to Hans, but he will not let her inside. Hans remembers what happened and that he managed to kill the bully. Hans's closest friends enter the room and greet him. Hans asks how long he slept, as he feels refreshed and rested. The guys tell him that he slept for 2 days. The doctor says that Hans's condition is not in danger, and that no one died in the bandits' attack. Hans is very happy that all the camp members were saved and that everything went well. After this, Hans says that there is no time to relax, and it is time to get back to work. The people around him think what kind of monster Hans is, who even after such events cannot rest himself and let other people rest. Siri yells at Hans because he hasn't had enough rest and needs to gain strength to continue managing the camps. Hans recalls that the military camp had problems, and that it was urgent to resolve the issue of forming a camp for children and the military personnel who guarded them. However, he is reassured by the cleaner, who says that he brought the children and soldiers to their camp. He says that they are all safe now, and a third camp will be formed on the school grounds where they lived, which will belong to Hans's alliance. The man tells Hans that while he was sleeping they shared food and other resources with the soldiers and children, after which he wrote everything down, and Hans will be able to read all the information. Hans was pleasantly surprised that while he was away, the camp members were able to organize themselves and do everything right and work as a team. After this, Hans asks to call Kang Hyuk to him to ask him about how he survived while burying his brother. Kang Hyuk comes to Hans's room and tells him about the events that happened to him. He says that he buried his brother near his parents' house and met his 3 classmates there, with whom he had been friends before the apocalypse, and when he returned to the camp, they saw Hans in need of help and helped him. After talking with Kang Hyuk, Jin comes to Hans and says that he also has something to tell. Jin tells Hans that the soldiers returned with the janitor to the main camp and told him strange things about the janitor. The cleaner, returning to the camp, was covered in blood and had a very strange appearance. When the soldiers were asked what had happened, they fearfully told them that while returning to the main camp, they had met a small group of people on motorcycles who were members of the gang. At that moment, the cleaner, knowing what horrors that gang had committed, single-handedly dealt with those people in a fit of rage. According to the soldiers, the cleaner looked like a real devil, and his condition was worrying. Hans remembers the moment when a janitor dodged his shot at the mafia building and thinks that maybe he is not an ordinary person. Next, Jin asks Hans with a serious face how he managed to dodge that arrow on the night of the gang's attack. Jin says he watched it from the sidelines, and it seemed to him that Hans had slowed down time in an incredible way. Jin doesn't understand how an ordinary person could do this and asks to explain it. However, a second later, Jin taps Hans on the shoulder and says that he understands that these two are just very clever guys, and nothing more. Hans says words of gratitude. But in his head he thinks that in reality, that situation with the arrow was not simple, but something more mysterious for him. Hans calls the janitor into his room to ask how he managed to single-handedly repel the gang's attack on the military. The cleaner tells in his usual manner how he fought and defeated everyone without much effort. The cleaner says that now there are 3 camps in Hans's alliance, and they need to build a clear system to manage them. Hans is thinking about how he can manage the alliance, because there are so many people. Hans is developing the structure of his alliance. According to its structure, the most important one will be a search group of 16 people, which will include the best fighters, divided into 2 teams. The main camp will house 11 people permanently, the hospital camp will house 12 people, and the military camp will house 23 people. Hans realizes that there is no more time to waste, and he needs to get to work. He puts on his gear and prepares for a hard day. Hans says that now the search party will move forward with him to form a 4th temporary camp, which will serve as a transit point in various situations. Siri is again unhappy that Hans has not rested and has already started hard work. Hans says that today they will visit a place that he previously kept a big secret. The guys ask what this secret place is and how far it is. To this, Hans replies that they will see him very soon. Hans then escorts the soldiers back to their camp, which is located in the school. They discuss the terms of cooperation and how the issue of interaction will be resolved. The military says that they agree to join Hans's alliance, but if the leadership of their army appears, they will return back to the military structure. Thus, the guys agree to cooperate, and the soldiers leave for the camp, taking the radio station. Several hours later, a search party in 2 trucks sets out for the location Hans is leading them to. After landing on the street, Hans tells everyone to follow him. We get a view of Hans's hideout, and we realize that he is leading his search party to his own home. Hans tells everyone to be prepared for danger, as he personally set traps in this place. In particular, Hans says that he has dug holes for zombies all over the place. We also see that Hans has stretched out a fishing line in the area, onto which he has applied glass powder. Having dealt with the zombies in the area, the guys come to the courtyard of Hans' house. Everyone sees a huge expensive house and doesn't understand what they are doing here. Hans takes everyone inside and everyone is surprised, as the house is fully equipped with everything necessary. Inside the house there are huge supplies of various food and products. Hans also shows that he has hot water. Siri is the first to take a shower and is very happy that she can finally wash her face and bring her appearance to perfect condition. Hans is embarrassed because he is also pleased that the girl can tidy herself up. At this point, Hans notices that the janitor and new military member of the squad is looking for something on the laptop. The cleaner says they want to find out what kind of girls. Hans looks at the laptop. Hans realizes that these guys are just 2 idiots. However, at that moment, Jong Hwan comes up and says that he saw Hans watching 2 young men kissing in the store. Hans is furious at such stupidity and shouts at the 3 fools. Evening comes and everyone gathers together to have dinner and discuss business. There is fried meat and a lot of food on the table. People haven't seen such delicious food for a long time and are looking forward to the time when they can eat it all. Hans says that people should not deny themselves anything and eat as much as they want. Everyone thanks Hans for such kindness. An hour later, we see everyone having a good and calm time together. The girls finally tidy themselves up, wash themselves, and do their hair. Siri finds a mobile phone and takes a video and asks Hans to say a few words on camera. Hans turns around and announces that he actually has something to say to everyone in his camp. Hans stands in the middle of the room and begins to speak, and everyone freezes in attention. Hans thanks everyone who works for the benefit of the Alliance and makes a positive contribution. Everyone starts listening closely to what Hans says. Even his closest comrades in arms listen to the main character. Hans says that this room contains the bravest and most courageous people from all three camps, who risk their lives every day for the good of others, and they will be rewarded. One of the men in the squad asks what award Hans is talking about. The main character states that everyone who is in the search party and risks their lives will have priority for the Alliance members, eat the best food, and the rest of the people should listen to them. Hans says this is a new rule for all three camps in the Alliance. In his head, Hans thinks that until he knows they can all be trusted completely, he won't tell anyone about his second hideout, which is outside the city. Next, Hans is asked how he was able to prepare so well for the apocalypse, collect so much food, weapons, and master combat skills. Hans replies that he is a messenger of God, who has already lived through all these horrors and died in the future. But God brought him back to prevent the apocalypse. All people are completely surprised by what they hear. However, Hans says he was joking and everyone exhales from the tension. Hans asks Siri to show this video to all the other camps later. After this, the main character asks everyone to have a good rest, since tomorrow they will go on a mission where they must pick up ammunition from a military warehouse. Hans himself goes to sleep alone. The next morning, Hans's squad begins preparing for the mission. Hans calls all three camps on the radio and asks them to report to him on the situation. Hans is informed over the radio that all three camps are normal and that no incidents have occurred overnight. The squad arrives at an army ammunition depot and through binoculars sees that there are a lot of zombies there. Hans says that the number of zombies near the warehouse is too high and it looks like there was once a zombie wave here. He says that the army unit that was based here was defeated by a wave of zombies and apparently no one could survive in such a situation. After observing, Hans draws a diagram and asks everyone to copy it into their notebooks. Hans makes a plan where the squad will split into 3 groups, and he and the first group will go to the warehouse to get some ammo. The second group will go to the barracks to get ammo and supplies, and the third group will cover them. A few minutes later, Hans's first group enters the army warehouse, and the protagonist breaks down the door. Going inside, the soldier tells him that this warehouse is very large, since it used to contain ammunition for several army units. Hans is glad that they are so lucky, as the number of weapons here is colossal. Hans recalls that in the future he lived in earlier, he was also part of an army group until it broke up. The first group has finished getting the necessary supplies, and they are going to rest while the others finish. Hans and the soldier sit down and talk, during which Hans reveals that before the apocalypse he served in a special forces unit in the army. Then Hans is called on the radio and told that there is a problem. Hans' group arrives at the second group, which was taking ammunition from the barracks. They show him that there are a large number of zombies near the barracks, through which they will not be able to break through. Hans throws a grenade into the air. The grenade explodes on the ground, making an explosive sound. The zombies hear the sound and react to it as usual and move towards the noise. Hans says that the approach to the barracks is now clear and they can pass. Approaching the barracks, they open the doors and smell an incredible stench. Everyone is amazed at what they see inside the barracks. They see 3 soldiers who look like zombies. Coming closer, they see that these are not zombies, but simply starving soldiers. Hans asks what happened here. The soldiers say that a wave of zombies has arrived, and they are trapped here. Hans wants to open the doors in the barracks and asks what is behind them. The soldier asks not to open the door because there is a toilet there. However, Hans decides to see what is behind that door and opens it. A zombie soldier attacks him. Hans stops him with a well-aimed pistol shot. Hans then points his gun at the surviving soldiers and says that he realized that they were eating their comrade out of hunger. However, Hansa is stopped by Kong Hyuk and asked not to kill the surviving soldiers. Hans says that these are no longer simple people, but cannibals, and they will not be able to live without tasting human flesh. Kang Hyuk asks to give these people a chance and still not kill them. Hans knocks down Kang Hyuk so that he won't interfere with him doing what he has planned. Kang Hyuk falls to the ground and 3 shots ring out in the air. We see that Hans did what he had to do. Kang Hyuk asks Hans why he did this. Hans replies that it was the only choice, even if it was difficult. Hans says that this world requires determination and fearlessness, and if Kang Hyuk does not want to become part of the new world, then he should leave the camp. Everyone froze when Hans spoke and did not dare interrupt him. Hans said that as a leader, he bears the burden of responsibility for the lives of all the people in the camp, and that if he makes a decision, the people must trust him. Hans calls everyone to leave the barracks, as it is no longer safe to stay here. Then Hans is called over the radio by the cover group. He is informed that the zombies have begun to behave differently, moving faster and more aggressively. Hans hears the familiar roar of a monster coming from the street. He realizes that there is a wave of zombies near the warehouse, and the guys are now in great danger. Hans also realizes that the zombie wave was there all this time, but was in a waiting mode until it saw Hans's search party. A wave of zombies, consisting of aggressive and fast monsters, begins to approach the barracks where Hans and his two groups were located. Hans shouts for everyone to retreat inside the barracks and close the doors. Everyone manages to run inside before the zombies catch up with them. However, the door does not close, and the guys can hardly hold back the onslaught of several dozen zombies. Siri asks what people should do now in such danger. Hans begins to wonder which mutant is controlling this wave of zombies, and he is horrified by the fact that he remembers what sound he just heard. In his view, this wave of zombies could be controlled by one of the strongest mutants he saw in the future. The guys close the doors, but it becomes more and more difficult. Hans calls in a cover group and asks them to distract the zombie horde. The janitor accepts Hans's order and says that they will do everything possible to save their friends. The janitor, Jean, and Ralph move out according to the outlined plan. Meanwhile, a crowd of hungry zombie soldiers is breaking into the barracks. One of them breaks through. He runs straight towards Hans. With one movement of his hand, Hans stops this monster. Then more zombies start crawling into the barracks, and Hans fights against them. Hans says to put on masks for everyone immediately. Meanwhile, on the street, Jin's group begins throwing grenades into the crowd of zombies surrounding the barracks. Explosions are heard, and the crowd of zombies' attention is diverted from the barracks. Hans says that face masks are necessary, because after explosions, there are zombie remains in the air, and you can get infected through your mouth. Hansi knocks down the doors to the barracks and tells everyone that this moment is the last chance to survive. Hans leads everyone into a fight for life against a hungry horde of zombies. Eager to tear everyone apart and devour every last bone, Hans bursts into the crowd of the living dead, and with sharp movements of his blade instantly ends their existence. Confidently, and with particular precision, he eliminates one furious zombie after another, leaving them no chance. The newcomers of Hans's search party watch in surprise as the main character fights. They froze and watched as Hans single-handedly exterminated dozens of furious monsters, and only one word came to mind. This word is art, and it is as art that they see the fighting style of the main character. When Hans finished his round, there was not a single zombie left around him. Only their blood was visible on the mask on his face. The rest of the squad approached Hans and awaited his further instructions. Suddenly Hans hears a sound coming from his right and he turns his head. From the red smoke, which was colored by the remains of zombie blood flying in the air, he saw some kind of silhouette. Hans removes his mask to get a better look at the impending danger. It was another crowd of monsters from the zombie wave, which are distinguished by their special speed and characteristic red eyes. There were 100 or more of them, approaching our main characters with every second. However, the crowd of enemies is stopped by Hans' cover group, who open fire on them. It was the janitor and Jin who promised to cover the main character and his squad. Next, Hans and his squad take the weapons that were in the cart near them, and also open fire from machine guns at the zombies. Hans notices that the sniper that the military gave him in the squad shoots very well, and his percentage of hitting the target is even higher than his own. Hans thinks that this soldier will be a good member of his search party, who can be trusted after this fight. Suddenly, the newcomer that Kang Hyuk brought to the camp falls to the ground. We see that he has very severe injuries to his face and he cannot get up. Hans, everyone be prepared for an air attack, as it looks like a special mutant has appeared. The janitor dodges another aerial attack and doesn't understand what kind of mutant can throw other objects. He sees that something like a grenade of organic origin was thrown at him. Suddenly, Hans looks up at the roof of a nearby building and sees a dark, huge silhouette. He realizes with horror that he is looking at one of the most powerful mutated zombies he has ever encountered. We see that it is a huge zombie with dark green armored skin and yellow eyes. Hans says his name in his head with fear, David. David is a special mutated zombie that leads a wave of zombies and directs them. Until now, all Hans knows about him is that he is a long-range fighter, and no one has ever survived an encounter with him. This mutant throws organic grenades that it produces from its mouth. Suddenly, David throws another grenade towards our characters. Hans shouts to all the people that they need to dodge such attacks and not try to reflect them. The cleaner continues to dodge David's attacks and waits for Hans's plan. Hans starts shooting at David with a machine gun. We are shown that regular bullets from a machine gun penetrate David's armored skin and do no harm to him. David is very angry that Hans shot him, and now our characters will have a hard time. Hans shouts for everyone to retreat to cover, while he himself tries to buy time for his comrades to retreat. Hans is left to fight alone against the terrible monster, and tries to come up with a plan in his head on how he and the others can survive this difficult battle. David continues to throw his grenades, but now he is targeting the main character. Hans dodges these attacks but realizes that he can't do this for long. Hans yells at the janitor that the two of them need to retreat to discuss their next plan of action. Meanwhile, the janitor repels attacks from the other flank of the second wave of zombies, and realizes that he really needs to retreat. David becomes very angry and is going to finish off our characters. Hans realizes that now is the time to run away, and begins to move towards the weapons warehouse. The janitor joins the main character, and together they run away to the rest of the retreating people. Taking refuge in the building with the others, the characters have a few minutes to discuss their plan of action. Kang Hyuk provides medical assistance to his injured comrade. Siri asks Hans what he knows about such zombies and what they should do next. This question puts Hans in a very awkward position, and he begins to talk about what he knows about David. Hans says that David is the only type of mutant who can summon other mutants. Everyone froze in shock from what they heard, and waited for an explanation from the main character. Hans says that David can summon a second type of mutant, namely Goliath, a huge giant who can destroy any fence. According to Hans, he never saw people who fought against these two mutants survive. Then Jean asks Hans a very logical question about how to defeat these mutants. To this, the main character replies that no one can defeat them, and that anyone who intends to fight them will only face death. Hans says that due to the wave of zombies, and the appearance of two special mutants at the same time, they will not have enough people to repel their attacks and survive. Then Jin asks a second, no less logical question to Hans, namely, how he himself managed to survive if he had seen them before. At this, Hans sadly lowers his head and recalls the events of the past. He says that the only reason he survived the one time he met this mutant is because he ran away from him. Hans then remembers in his head how in the future his comrade taught him martial arts and subsequently stayed to fight against such a mutant. However, as expected, his friend was bitten by a zombie and turned into a monster himself, which is why no one has a single chance to survive in such a situation. After his thoughts, Hans asks if there are any people among the people who would risk their lives to give the others time to escape. However, no one agrees to risk their life to save others. Then Hans calls his best fighters and says that they will try to defeat David and Goliath, but they can all die today. Hans says that Jean will go with him, and they work together to take on David. After this, Hans divides the rest of the people into several groups. He tells the sniper soldier and the cleaner to attack Goliath, who should appear soon. He tells Kang Hyuk and his friends to provide cover for the previous two groups from the regular zombies. The main character tasked everyone else with supplying ammunition and providing assistance to those people who would be injured during the battle. Hans warns Jin that they will both likely die fighting David, but other people may survive. Jin replies that he will follow Hans even if they both die at the end of their mission. Meanwhile, David is waiting for his victims, whom he wants to continue hunting. We are shown a door handle which Hans opens and everyone freezes, as at that moment, an incredible battle is about to begin. The door opens and a huge crowd of bloodthirsty, furious zombies runs into the room, wanting to tear our characters to pieces. Hans comes face to face with the danger looming over them, and realizes that now is truly the most dangerous moment of his life. They start shooting at the crowd of zombies, opening fire on them from all the machine guns that were here in the warehouse. Hans and the others are trying to buy enough time for the pushback group to start acting. Hans orders the operation to exit the warehouse to begin. We see that people, on the instructions of the main character, have built special shields to push out the zombies and leave the building. Jin's group begins to push the crowd of zombies out and open a path to the exit. Hans sees that his plan is starting to work, and people are able to leave the building to fight in the open. After a few minutes, almost everyone comes out of the warehouse and begins to push the crowd of zombies further and further away, giving them room to maneuver. Hans understands that his plan is working for now, but in just a few minutes, he will have to fight against one of the most powerful mutants on Earth. We see that David has been waiting on the roof all this time in the hope that he will be able to hunt people. A crowd of zombies approaches our characters and is about to attack them. However, they are eliminated by an explosion from a grenade thrown by the cover group. By this time, the cleaner and the others had managed to take their positions and cover Hans. They then clear their position of zombies to allow Hans to fight. The cleaner shouts to Hans that now he can stop being distracted by simple zombies and focus on destroying the most important thing. The janitor understands that this will be an incredibly difficult mission, since everyone is facing such a threat for the first time in their lives. Suddenly a zombie flies towards the cleaner, and we realize that the very Goliath that Hans was talking about has appeared. The cleaner looks towards the fence and thinks that today is going to be a really tough day. He sees a huge red monster that attacks zombies, and stands behind the fence of a military warehouse. The janitor can't wait to see this mutant up close, so he starts running towards him. The cleaning team is surprised by this decision, because they themselves are very scared. The cleaner jumps towards a concrete wall and pushes off the ground with great force. Like a ninja, he runs along the wall because he needs to climb to the highest point. He grabs the edge of the wall and climbs up. Everyone is shocked at how the cleaner just climbed over a 10-meter wall and was able to get to the top. Having climbed to the top, the cleaner realizes what huge problems they have and thinks that they need to test Goliath's strength. He takes a hand grenade and is about to throw it into this crowd of monsters. An explosion and everything is plunged into fog and the remains of zombies. When the fog clears, the cleaner is glad that Goliath is not as strong as David, and that he can still be defeated. We see that Goliath's head is damaged due to the explosion, but he is still able to fight. Suddenly, the janitor is upset that he saw something behind Goliath. It turns out that Goliath is not alone in the crowd of zombies, as there are about 5 more of the same huge monsters with him. The janitor realizes that he needs to buy as much time as possible for Hans to defeat his most powerful enemy. He starts shooting at the wounded Goliath in the hopes of finishing him off at least. At that moment, another zombie thrown by Goliath flies towards him. The janitor dodges him and thinks that this fight is unfair, and that he has the most difficult mission as usual. The cleaner calls the sniper to come up to his wall. The sniper climbs up the rope, taking his favorite rifle with him. The soldier sees that the mission will indeed be very difficult, since the slightest mistake could cause both of them to die. The janitor asks the sniper to shoot Goliath's legs, while he provides protection to the soldier. We see that the sniper really shoots very accurately and manages to wound Goliath. However, another abandoned zombie flies towards the sniper and the soldier thinks that it is the end for both of them. The cleaner grabs a flying zombie in midair and deftly turns it in the other direction. He throws it back at Goliath, telling him to choke on the piece of shit. The sniper is shocked by how brave and dexterous the cleaner turned out to be, and understands that it was not in vain that Hans trusted him. The janitor says he will protect the sniper and ensure that he can shoot Goliath. Meanwhile, Sari's group provides ammunition and weapons to those who are pushing back the zombies outside. According to Hans's instructions, they must quickly pass on new ammunition, so that the men can ensure that he can fight David. Sari says that it is getting very hot in the room and starts to undress. All the guys start looking at Sari because she has a very beautiful figure. Sari says that if they don't work well and stare at her, she will tell Hans everything. People quickly get to work because they are afraid of Hans. Next, we are shown the work of a group engaged in containing a crowd of zombies. Suddenly, one of them runs out of ammo and needs to go to the cart for more. He comes to the cart with cartridges, but there is no one near it. He also notices that the wire with which the man wounded in the face was tied is torn. Suddenly, an infected monster jumps on him from above, as he had been hiding nearby all this time. Sari hears suspicious sounds outside and goes to check it out. We are shown that the guy has been captured and they are already starting to eat him. Sari runs out into the street and sees this picture and understands that she needs to act. She kills the mutant, but it is too late and he manages to bite the guy. The guy begins to transform into a new monster. Since under the conditions of a zombie wave, the transformation occurs in a matter of minutes. The sound of a gunshot is heard in the air and we see drops of blood. The transforming guy's hand falls to the ground dead. We are shown Sari, who took it upon herself to stop the boy's suffering and prevent him from turning into a monster. At this time, Hans and Jean fight against David together using improvised means. David fights from a distance and does not allow anyone to get closer to him. Our guys hid behind a truck and are waiting in this position. They come up with a plan where Jean will distract David while Hans plants a powerful anti-tank bomb. Another organic grenade flies towards our characters. Jin reflects this attack with his shield, but it is destroyed. All that remains for Jean is to dodge the attacks of the special mutant and buy time for Hans. We are shown a powerful anti-tank bomb that is glued to the food cabinets. Hans set a special trap inside the building in order to lure a special mutant, David, into it. He calls Jean on the radio and says that he has managed to get ready, and now they need to act according to the plan. We see that these bombs are activated by pressing special mechanisms. Jin throws a hand grenade to create an explosion and distract David so that Hans can escape the building unnoticed. The main character leaves the building unnoticed and will now fight on his own. He tries to see through the smoke where David has gone, but he doesn't see him. At this moment, another organic bomb flies towards Hans. Hans dodges her and runs to the side. Hans realizes that David is not an ordinary zombie, and that he can think through his attacks and combat tactics. David prepares another organic grenade to throw at Hans. However, at that very moment, a bullet from a machine gun hits his mouth. The color of his eyes changes to orange and the monster becomes enraged. It was Hans who shot him in the mouth, and now he thinks that most likely David was hit by such a stupid shot for the first time in his stupid life. David becomes enraged and is going to attack our main character and take revenge on him. Hans has a premonition that now he needs to prepare for close combat with this monster. David jumps into the air and approaches Hans to attack him in close combat. Hans dodges this attack, which he had foreseen. However, while dodging the monster's attack, Hans manages to leave a hand fragmentation grenade in its place. David notices that there is a hand grenade left in the place where Hans ran away from, but it is too late for him. There is an explosion, and the monster's armored body is crushed by the powerful charge of the grenade. At that moment, Hans runs out of the smoke, realizing that he has 1 second to deliver his final blow. The monster froze from the damage and stood in one place, unable to move. Hans jumps out of the smoke and is about to shoot him in the head. To Hans's surprise, David has shrunk significantly in size after the explosion, but he manages to point the barrel of his machine gun at the monster's mouth. Hans pulls the trigger in hopes of ending this monster once and for all. However, David bites through Hans' machine gun with his teeth, preventing him from firing. Hans' machine gun explodes in his hands, and now he is left without a weapon. Immediately after this, David strikes back at Hans and pushes him away. Hans kicks the mutated monster's body in hopes of weakening it. However, Hans's foot feels that David's body feels like metal, and he won't be able to defeat him in close combat. David starts attacking Hans and he retreats. There is a truly incredible battle to the death between these two guys. The monster's eyes become increasingly red, indicating that he is becoming even more angry. Suddenly Hans hears a shot near him and the falling zombie. It was Jin, covering his friend with a machine gun. The zombie's body falls right next to Hans, and he realizes that Jin just saved him. David doesn't miss the opportunity and attacks Hans, who is distracted at that moment. Hans manages to block the attack with his knives. The monster pushes Hans against the wall, preventing our hero from taking a favorable position and calculating his next move. Hans realizes with horror how much weaker he is than David, and understands that in close combat, he will die within a few minutes. We are shown Jin's hand lifting a huge sledgehammer from the ground. David is hit in the head with a sledgehammer, which Jin delivered with all his strength. Despite the fact that Jin is very strong and muscular, he was unable to even move this monster. David is not interested in the Jin who hit him, and he decides to deal with him with one blow. David hits Jin with his hand and he flies back tens of meters from the blow. We see that Jin receives very heavy damage from the blow. At the same time, he flies far back and falls into some building. Jin is unable to move due to pain and injuries. Half of the zombies crawl towards him, still wanting human flesh. Jin notices this zombie, but it is too late for him. The zombie bites Jin on his left arm and he is unable to dodge it. Hans is worried about Jin, but he can't help him because the distance is too great, and he continues to fight with David. We are shown that the zombie bit off 2 fingers on Jin's hand. David launches his next blow at Hans, but he manages to dodge it. Hans realizes that if he doesn't defeat this monster, all members of his camp will die today. We are shown a confrontation between 2 of the strongest representatives of their species, and a real fight to the death. The monster begins to breathe deeply and angrily, and we understand that he is going to finish off Hans because he is tired of playing with him. Hans senses danger and decides to dodge and distract this monster. David swings both hands at Hans and attacks him. Hans jumps to the side and has the opportunity to carry out his plan. He runs inside the building where he had recently prepared a surprise for David. The monster breaks down walls and runs after the main character, destroying everything in its path. At this time, Jin dealt with the zombie that attacked him. Jin realizes that if he doesn't do something now, in a few minutes he will turn into a zombie. Meanwhile, Hans runs around the room and tries to hide from David. David finds him and proceeds to destroy the entire building around him. Hans notices the detonator he hid and realizes that this is his last chance to fix the situation. Hans jumps on the detonator in the hopes of pressing it in time and setting off the bomb. We see that at this moment David is right next to the cabinets on which Hans had attached the bomb a few minutes ago. Hans reaches for the detonator and presses it. An explosion of enormous force resounded in the air and was supposed to finish off the monster once and for all. However, we see David's shining eyes in the cloud of smoke and understand that he is not dead. At the last moment, David notices the restless Hans, who by this time was already standing opposite him. With a sharp movement of his hand, Hans pierces David's right eye, depriving him of the ability to see with that eye. At the same time, Hans throws a hand grenade into his mouth. Afterwards, Hans kicks the monster, pushing it away from him. The explosion causes the monster's body to swell, and it seems that he is about to receive fatal damage. Just now, Hans acted without a clear plan, solely on his reactions and fighting instincts. At this time, we are shown the medications and everything necessary for the amputation. We see Jin about to amputate his arm to prevent further infection. He realizes that several minutes have passed, and he will have to cut off the entire hand. Jin feels very sorry for his hand, but he understands that this is the only way to remain human in this situation. A sharp cry of pain is heard near the truck in which Jin was sitting, and we realize that he has cut off his own hand. Meanwhile, we are shown a monster that has received very serious injuries but is still conscious. Hans realizes that he must now put an end to this battle. He takes another fragmentation grenade and is about to repeat his move. However, at this moment the monster's eye lights up bright red, and we realize that he has entered the final stage of his rage. In half a second, David closes the distance between himself and Hans, and the latter doesn't even have time to follow him. The next moment, David appears behind the main character and Hans doesn't even have time to react. David tears off a piece of Hans's shoulder in the hopes of infecting the main character and thus ending his life. Hans does not lose his composure and grabs a hand grenade. He puts a grenade into David's mouth. After this, Hans, with the last of his strength, hits David with an uppercut to his head. From Hans's strong blow, David, already weakened and diminished, is lifted into the air. The explosion of a fragmentation grenade tears David's body into small pieces. Hans stands in one place, covered in a green haze from the explosion. He smiles because he is the first man on Earth to defeat David and kill him. Realizing that the zombie wave will now end and his people are safe, Hans collapses. He lies on the floor and cannot get up because he is too tired after the battle. Hans thinks that in a few minutes he will turn into a mutant and hopes that his comrades have enough strength to kill him. As Hans accepts his death, he reflects on what he has done for people and whether he did the right thing. He remembers the faces of his close comrades and understands that he did not die in vain and saved their lives. If he hadn't sacrificed himself, everyone else would have died, Hans thought, and his body weakened and his mind faded. Before Hans's eyes appeared a beautiful girl with white skin and white hair, who stretched out her hands towards our main character. Hans opened his eyes, which were not infected with the virus, and we understand that he regained consciousness. Hans rose in the same room where he fell dead. His right shoulder still hurt as much as before, which is why Hans remembers the events that happened in a few seconds. He looks at the time and sees that more than 2 hours have passed since he passed out. Hans goes to the mirror and examines his body for infected and rotten areas. He realizes that he has not turned into a zombie, and that he does not have any infection in his body. Hans puts on his battle suit and ponders how he managed to survive. He also remembers the moment when he was bitten by a zombie during a previous fight with a gang of bastards, and he also did not get infected. Hans thinks he has some kind of immunity to the virus, and heads to the car where he last saw Jin. In the car, he finds bloody equipment and bandages. Inside the truck, he finds an unconscious Jin, who cut off his own hand and subsequently bandaged it. Hans is surprised by Jin's determination and understands that this man is incredibly strong in spirit since he was able to solve the problem of infection on his own. Meanwhile, the rest of the group deals with the zombie corpses. We see that the wave of zombies weakened after David's defeat, and people easily dealt with them. Hans brings Jin to the others to find out how they are doing and to provide medical assistance to his comrade. Hans is informed that all zombies have been eliminated, and the territory of the military warehouse has been completely cleared. The main character calls the janitor on the radio and asks how they dealt with Goliath. The cleaner replies that it was a very difficult task, but thanks to Hans's instructions and clear, well-coordinated work, they succeeded. We are shown how huge the Goliath was that the cleaning group fought. Then Hans calls John Huang on the radio to bring the doctor as quickly as possible. Hans explains to John Huang that there is a motorcycle in his hideout, which he must use to deliver the doctor as quickly as possible. Night falls and we see that the entire group has reached Hans's hideout. All tired people sleep on the floor and replenish their strength. We are shown syringes and drained blood, and we understand that Hans's comrades shared their blood with Jin so that he could recover. We are shown Jin with his arm amputated and that he is still alive and conscious. The doctor tells Hans that thanks to the speed with which he was brought here on a motorcycle, and the people who shared their blood with him, Jin will recover. Hans is also bandaged as he suffered significant injuries after the battle with David. He comes to the room where they have stored the received cartridges and weapons and understands that this is enough. Enough to counter any of the world's threats in the apocalypse. These supplies should also be enough to counter the Sole Survivors Alliance. Hans removes the bandage and looks at his wound and sees that it is almost healed. Hans cannot yet explain even to himself why he did not become a zombie, and decides that he will not tell anyone anything about what happened and will keep it a secret. The morning comes a few days after the events described. Siri wakes up and we see that she clearly lacks sleep and wants to sleep much more. Also, a cleaner wakes up next to her and also complains about lack of sleep. Siri is surprised that the cleaner sleeps in the same room with her, since when she went to bed he was not in the room. To which the cleaner replies that he came later because he likes this room. We see that Hans's search party is about to move to a new camp, which will be a staging area for the elite search party. We see that the camp is a multi-story, expensive, and stylish building. Everyone was very pleasantly surprised at what nice apartments Hans offered as a camp. The building has over 10 rooms where girls and boys can live, as well as storage rooms and water. Hans says that in this camp men will live 4 to a room, and girls 3 to a room. Hans himself will live separately in his own room. Evening comes and Hans returns to his hideout to finish the move. While Hans was discussing the move with people, a doctor approached him and said that Jean had regained consciousness. Hans immediately ran to Jin's room because he was worried about his life. Having opened the doors, Hans calmed down, because now his comrade's life was not in danger. Jin was sitting on his bed, fully conscious and looking better. Hans asked how Jin was doing and how he was feeling. Jin replied that he felt fine and wanted a rematch of the battle with that huge monster. Hans says that he is sorry that Jin lost his arm in that difficult fight. The main character also takes responsibility for what happened. Jin replies that he holds no grudge against Hans, and that he will continue to follow him, as everyone owes their lives to our main character. Jin says that although he now has one arm missing, he has already figured out how to use it to his advantage. A doctor comes into the room with some drawings in his hands. The thing is that the doctor has already started developing a special prosthesis for Jin, and now he is told about it. Jin says that he doesn't need a regular prosthesis, he just needs a combat prosthesis. The doctor replies that it will be very difficult to manufacture, and that it will take several months of training for Jin before he can return to the search party. The doctor says that a combat prosthesis will interfere with Jin's daily tasks, and that it is better to abandon the idea. Hans orders the doctor to design the combat prosthesis exactly the way Jin wants it, because he deserves it. The doctor agrees and understands that he has a lot of work ahead of him. 2 months pass after the events just described. We see 2 people running down the street. They run into the created barrier and stop. The janitor tells the 2 people in the special device to put down their weapons and come forward to be examined and questioned. However, the 2 strangers say that they are not going to leave their weapons here and will still do as they please. The cleaner replies that if they do not obey his orders, they will both die. At this, one of the guys takes out a gun and starts shooting at the cleaner, and the second stranger starts climbing onto the fence. Suddenly, the sound of a sniper rifle shot is heard in the air, and one of the strangers falls dead. We see that the second stranger is also already under the sights of a sniper rifle, but he is not going to give up and opens return fire with his pistol. A second shot is heard in the air, and the sniper reports a precise hit on target for the second time. We see that this is a member of Hans's search party, who as expected has become a real sniper and a valuable member of the group. He has a specially equipped long-range sniper rifle that Hans got for him a few weeks ago. Then a motorcycle with 2 people on it approaches the cleaner. We see that it is Siri and Zhonghuan who have arrived, saying that there are less than 2 hours left until the general meeting of the camp leaders. Next, we are shown the eastern border of the Hans Camp Alliance, and that the border expansion is currently taking place there. Hans also takes an active part in the battle and expansion of territory. He had just completed another mission to clear the area of the remaining zombies. We are told that Hans' alliance now consists of 5 camps, namely, a camp at the hospital, a camp at the school with the military, a camp in the store, a camp for the search party, and a new camp in the northern part of the city. A motorcycle with familiar characters also arrives to see Hans. Siri is unhappy that Hans is not answering her on the radio, and has forgotten about the scheduled meeting again. Zhonghuan greets Hans rather reservedly and coldly. The main character thinks that Zhonghuan still holds a grudge against him, because Hans appointed the janitor as the head of the first reconnaissance squad of the search party, and appointed Kang Hyuk as the head of the second reconnaissance squad. Suddenly, one zombie breaks through the barrier and runs towards our characters. He quickly approaches Hans's back, who notices him quite late due to him being in the middle of talking to his comrades. At this moment, a huge, strong blade crashes into the zombie's head. We see the facial features of a familiar character who says that Hans is losing his fighting skills due to paperwork. Our heroes were delighted when they saw who had just killed the zombie. It was Jin, who now had a metal combat prosthesis with a blade instead of his left hand. Jin says he's still getting used to the prosthesis, but he really likes it. Next, we are shown the meeting place of the 5 camp leaders, who have gathered to hold a planning council. Hans walks down a long corridor, and we see guards, and understand that over the past 2 months, his alliance has developed a lot. Hans enters the room where the next meeting of the leaders will take place. Everyone got up from their chairs when Hans entered the room. Our main character commands everyone to take their places. He sits down on the chair himself and thanks everyone for waiting. Hans declares the next meeting open and suggests starting with the pressing issues of the alliance's life. The camp leader at the store says that there are documents on Hans's desk, according to which they have prepared questions that require Hans to resolve. Hans starts reading, and the first question on the document is about renaming Hans's camp alliance. As the camp leader explains to Hans in the store, someone needs to come up with a quality and interesting name for the alliance, so that they won't be embarrassed to tell it to newly discovered survivors. Hans makes an instant decision and orders all 5 camps to collect proposals for a name for the alliance. As a reward for whoever comes up with the best name, Hans says he will give away a cool beer that he recently discovered with his search party. Everyone was very pleasantly surprised by this decision, because the beer he discovered was very rare and incredibly tasty. Hans appoints the cleaner, who is now the head of the first reconnaissance detachment of Hans's search party, to be responsible for resolving this issue. Hans is then troubled by the next issue brought up for discussion. Namely, the head of the hospital camp proposes to allow people to move freely between camps in a safe area. The head of the hospital camp explains this by saying that the area between the 5 camps has long been cleared of zombies, and people will really like it if they can freely walk around the city. However, Hans replies that the head of the hospital camp forgets about such a phenomenon as a zombie wave, which occurs when more than 20 people gather in one place. Tom, the head of the hospital camp, says that it is not known for certain what exactly causes the phenomenon known as the zombie wave, and that it is possible to take risks in order to give people freedom of movement. Hans replies that he is the one making all the decisions in this council based on his experience, and Tom has never fought a wave of zombies, so he does not know what he is talking about. After which Hans warns Tom not to argue with him anymore. Tom lowers his head and realizes that he must agree with Hans and gives in. Hans warns Tom that if he argues with him again, he will remove him from his position as camp commander. After these words, the head of the northern camp begins to worry greatly and tremble with fear. He remembers how Hans once caught the previous head of the northern camp stealing food. Having caught him at the crime scene, Hans killed him. Hans then proceeds to listen to the following questions. The head of the military camp says that they are running out of drinking water, and that this problem needs to be solved. Hans replies that after the expansion work is completed, they will extract water from a nearby reservoir. Until that happens, all other camps must share drinking water with them. Everyone is surprised by this decision, and does not understand where Hans is going to get water from. To this, Hans replies that there is a river with silvery water near their camps, and that if they work together, they will be able to build a mechanism that will supply this water to all the camps. Next, Hans is asked about the need to distribute food supplies to all camps in equal proportions. Hans understands that at the moment almost all food products are concentrated in one place. It is in the camp that the food and grocery warehouse is located, and Hans has complete personal control over the food supply. He understands that if the heads of the camps gain independence from each other, then real hostility will begin. Therefore, Hans replies that there will be no distribution of food, and that everything will remain as before. He says that by receiving food, the camp leaders will gain independence from Hans, and he cannot allow this. Hans states that he is their only hope for survival, and all power will belong to him alone without reservations, including because none of the leaders risk their lives like he does. Therefore, they will follow his orders. Night falls, and we are shown the camp of Hans's search party, which is based in a cool, stylish building. We see that Hans is actually doing paperwork as the head of the entire alliance. The janitor takes Hans's documents and starts laughing at the protagonist's notes. According to the cleaner, Hans began to pay too much attention to paperwork and completely forgot who he really was. The janitor says that Hans needs to stop tolerating the camp leader's ridiculous behavior and just take them along on the mission. Comrade Hansa argues for this proposal by saying that the other heads of alliances are sitting in their offices and have forgotten what real danger is, and they need to be reminded of this. Hans thinks that the cleaner's proposal is quite interesting, and he should think about it, and perhaps do so. Then the janitor turns on the radio and shows Hans that he recently heard an ad from some girls. The janitor turns on the recording of this announcement, and we hear the voice of a girl who says that the girls have founded a special camp to help women, and they call on everyone to come to a place near the station, while having a minimum amount of weapons and a white flag with them. Hans begins to remember the familiar voice and wonder if this announcement is a decoy, or if it is really as the voice says. Suddenly Hans remembers the voice from the radio and the events during which he heard it. It was the girl Chongmi, with whom Hans worked before the apocalypse, and whom the main character helped at the beginning of our story. Hans is amazed that this young girl managed to survive in such terrible conditions. The cleaner asks Hans what they will do next, and whether they will respond to this announcement. Hans replies that he will not risk the lives of his men to test a possible trap and bait. After this, Hans clearly shows the cleaner the place where the radio invites him to come, and says that going there would be tantamount to suicide. Hans then asks the janitor to help him sort out the remaining documents. Morning comes and we see a camp near the store. Siri and Zhonghuan arrive there and greet the local security. They bring fresh news from the other camps to the residents of this camp, which is now printed in a small newspaper. Residents always look forward to news and love to read about new and exciting events. Next, Siri and Zhonghuan head to the northern camp to also deliver newspapers. We see that the northern camp, which was the last to join Hans's alliance, is still poorly equipped. Siri gives newspapers to its residents, but one girl stops her. This girl says that she has some bad news for Siri, and she needs the help of the alliance leadership. We are then shown that a few hours later, Hans holds an emergency meeting with his elite search party, where he announces that the reconnaissance team led by Kang Hyuk has been ambushed. Jin asks how this happened and how Hans managed to find out about it. Hans says that a few hours ago, 2 people from Kang Hyuk's squad ran into the camp and told about the squad. According to the 2 guys, they were looking for survivors with Kang Hyuk and found a new religious camp. But the others were captured, and the 2 of them managed to escape. Jean is nervous, as the two escapees could have been followed and now the enemies will find out where Hans's camp is based. To this, Hans replies that he and other people searched the area and found no evidence of surveillance on the escaped Alliance members. Now Jin asks what to do in such a situation. The main character explains that their enemies are now an unusual gang of robbers, but rabid fanatics, and the leader of their gang is called the Messiah. Everyone is surprised by such a name of the leader and understands that most likely this time their enemies are real madmen. The cleaner does not understand the general surprise and asks why Hans is so excited. To this, the main character replies that groups of survivors who form a religious camp tend to become a very powerful negative community. He says that such people, blindly following their master, will kill and die for him, so it is very difficult to fight against them. The janitor then asks if Hans has a plan to free the captured Kang Hyuk and the others. To this, our main character replies that we need to assemble the entire composition of his elite search group. Hans says that they will free their comrades at any cost, and after that they will cruelly punish their offenders. Hans then suggests starting the mission and asks if anyone has any questions. To this, Siri raises her hand and says that they have a problem. Siri states that in the morning, a girl living in the northern camp told her about a very delicate issue. According to the girl, one of the members of Hans's search party pestered her and insisted on intimate relations in exchange for food. Siri says that this is a very serious case that requires Hans's attention. The main character is very angry and thinks that not a single day can pass peacefully in his alliance. Hans is furious at this news, and the first thing he wants to do is punish the offender. However, then he remembers that the guy that girl was talking about is, in his opinion, a normal man. He recalls that the guy trained hard for months to get into Hans's squad and showed real courage and integrity. Hans says he will solve this problem, but for now we can't be sure that the girl is not deceiving them. After this, Hans's elite search party moves to the place where Kang Hyuk and his party were captured. One of the squad members asks Hans why they are going this way. To this, Hans replies that by going along this road, they will remain unnoticed by enemy reconnaissance. Hans looks around the area and notices something. A cleaner comes up to him. A truly terrifying picture opens up for the two of them, namely a crowd of thousands of zombies who used to be ordinary people and lived in this city. Hans looks down silently and muses that it will take years to clear this city of monsters. Meanwhile, we are shown Kang Hyuk, who is being held captive. We see that 3 more people from his squad are captured along with him. An incredibly terrifying face approaches Hyuk and is ready to tear him to pieces. We see that the people who captured Kang Hyuk's squad tied zombies near them, so that the people could not escape. Kang Hyuk faces the danger and hopes that Hans will save them this time too. Hans then recalls how they were captured. Namely, they heard the sounds of prayer coming from the church. When they approached her, a monk opened the door for them. The monk said that this place was holy and Kang Hyuk's squad could enter it and be purified. People started laughing at this, but Kang Hyuk decided to go inside and check. The monk invited everyone inside and told them to leave their weapons at the entrance, as this was a holy place. Next, our characters were fed delicious food. On the surface, this camp seemed ordinary and there were happy people in it. However, Kang Hyuk had a bad feeling, and he understood that not everything was so smooth here. Next, Kang Hyuk asked the monk where people who undergo initiation go and where they are located. At this, the monk laughed and became more like some kind of devil. He said that all who undergo enlightenment go to heaven and no longer live in this world. At this moment, the head of this camp, whose name is Messiah, enters the church. Everyone kneels before him and begins to pray. The Messiah takes his place in the church hall. He tells everyone to sit down, and now another initiation ceremony will take place. The Messiah says that 2 girls have entered the camp and will soon finish their education. Kang Hyuk decides to explore the entire church building and asks how to get to the toilet. Next, Kang Hyuk begins to inspect the church building and sees that the passage to the upper floors is closed, and there are guards there. Kang Hyuk decides to use the elevator tunnel. He crawls to the top floor to get all the answers he is looking for. Having climbed to the top floor, Kang Hyuk remains unnoticed. Suddenly, he heard some strange sound coming from the street. He looked out the window and saw zombies outside eating a man. Kang Hyuk realized that someone had just been thrown out of the church window. He understands which room this could have been done from and is going to go there. Entering the room, he saw 2 men who were going to play with a young and beautiful girl. The men said that they had not had such a slender and attractive girl for a long time, and now they would play with her all day long. Kang Hyuk grabbed the first bat he could find and knocked out both men. Meanwhile, Hans burned to the bones the entire crowd of zombies that was below the bridge. Now we are shown again Kang Hyuk, who is being held captive by a religious sect. He is greeted by the leader of this sect, nicknamed the Messiah, and he asks where Kang Hyuk's camp is and how many girls are there. Hyuk spits in the face of this scoundrel and says that he will not say a word about his camp. The Messiah wipes away Hyuk's drool and says that in that case, he has prepared a little surprise for him. Namely, he approached the girl and told Hyuk that if he didn't tell him anything, he would undress this girl in front of his eyes and hurt her. Hyuk says that the Messiah is actually just a common bastard and pervert, and that he will definitely be punished. To this, the head of the sect answers him that no one can harm him, not even the stupid and small camp of Hyuk. At that moment, the Messiah was approached by his security guard, who said that their church had just been attacked. The guard explained that they did not have time to see how many people were there and what weapons they had. The Messiah was very surprised at how quickly the Hyuk camp members found him. He tells Hyuk to wait for him here, because now he will go and easily deal with the people who attacked him. Walking down the corridor, the Messiah sees that many of his people died during the attack on the church. The head of the sect understands that he has 4 hostages, and that now he will first kill the attackers, and then finish off the captives. The Messiah opens the doors to the church hall. A terrible picture appears before him. All his subordinates are on their knees with their hands behind their backs. His guards were killed and their weapons taken. The Messiah does not understand who and how could do this to his people in such a short time. The silence in the hall was broken by a clear question from a man in armor with red hair, who asked which of these people was the real Messiah. The sect leader ordered Hansu and his men to lay down their arms, or he would kill Kang Hyuk. A shot was fired, and the sect leader's guard, who had pointed a gun at Kang Hyuk, fell dead. The Messiah didn't even have time to come to his senses before his hostage was left without control. In front of him stood a young man with red hair, and a light smoke was coming out of his pistol from the shot he had just fired. The Messiah thought that at this moment he should retreat and run away and hide. The head of the sect begins to run away, but he is stopped by 2 precise shots from a pistol. Hans tells the rest of the men to free Hyuk and check the remaining rooms. The main character also reproaches Kang Hyuk for his frivolity in putting the camp at risk by not reporting to him about the discovery of a new camp. Kang Hyuk realizes his mistake and says that he will accept any punishment. Now Hans's attention is drawn to the head of a religious sect. The first thing Hans asks him is why he is called the Messiah. To this, the madman replies that he is a messenger of God and he is invulnerable. Hans grabs the head of the sect by the clothes and says that now he will personally check how invulnerable he is. The head of the sect raises his hand and shows Hans that it is covered in scars. Hans is surprised by this and thinks in his head that perhaps the Messiah has the same gift of healing as he does. The main character rips off the clothes of the Messiah and exposes his body. All the parishioners froze and began to pray at what they saw. Before us stands the Messiah, covered in scars and cuts, and we see that they have all healed on his body. All the sect members present fell to their knees and began to say prayers. Hans remains calm and unsurprised, asking if the Messiah is immune to zombie healing. The head of the sect replies that he is a god and is immune to any bites and damage. Hans abruptly grabs the hand of the Messiah, who has already tired him out with his pompous speeches. In cold blood and without hesitation, Hans cuts off several fingers on the hand of the head of this religious sect. Everyone screams in horror at this, because up until this moment they considered the Messiah invulnerable. The Messiah screams in pain and begins to cry. Hans says that now he will ask the Messiah questions, and if he does not answer them, the main character will beat him. The Messiah shouts that he must be spoken to with great respect because he is God. Hans punches Messiah in the face and asks where the rest of Kang Hyuk's comrades are. The Messiah says that he is in great pain, and before he can answer, Hans must promise that he will not kill him. Hans says that he will not kill the Messiah if he cooperates. Hans hits Messiah again, because he didn't answer his question about where his people are. Hans says that the Messiah is just a pathetic bastard and a swindler who deceived people, and now it's time to pay for his sins. The Messiah tells Hans that his men are hidden in a storage room a few floors up the stairs. Hans orders Yonghwan to find and free his comrades. Yonghwan sets out to find the remaining 3 people who were held captive by the Messiah. Next, the main character asks the head of the sect what he was going to do if Hans had not come to his church. The head of the sect tells him that they would sneak into Hans's camps and steal girls and food. Hans beats the stupid sect leader for such words and says that he has no idea who he is dealing with, and how powerful the alliance of camps Hans has. The main character asks what the Messiah did before the apocalypse. The Messiah admits that before the zombie apocalypse he was in prison and serving a sentence for fraud on an especially large scale. Hans tells the head of the sect that he is just a piece of shit and a liar to him. All the people heard the confession of the head of the sect that he is a fraud and a deceiver, and understands that they wasted their time praying with him. Hans says that now is the time to take responsibility for your actions. A cleaner enters the room carrying 1 live zombie. Hans is asked what he is going to do with all this now. The head of the sect begs not to kill him, and says that Hans promised it. Hans replies that he will not kill the head of the sect with his own hands, but will only check if the Messiah is immune to zombie bites. The next moment, Hans releases the zombie and then pounces and bites the head of the sect. After this, Hans kills the zombie and leaves the head of the sect lying on the floor. Hans orders the janitor to post guards around the body of the cult leader and watch to see if he turns into a zombie. Hans then says that we need to think about what to do with the members of this religious sect taken hostage. He understands that most of the people in this sect are women who are of no particular value to him. Hans orders to search the entire church building, find the necessary resources, food, weapons, and bring them to the main hall. After this, Hans says that he will kill all the people who were in the religious sect. Kang Hyuk asks not to do this as these are just deceived people. He says that Hans should pardon them and spare them, and not kill them. Hans tells Hyuk that for putting the people of the Alliance at risk, he is removing him from his position as head of the 2nd Reconnaissance Squad. Hyuk accepts this punishment but asks Hans to spare the women. He says that they can be useful to the Alliance, and that other solutions to this problem need to be found. The girls are terrified and they are very scared because they see that Hans is a very serious and determined person, and they might die soon. Hans ponders what to do in this situation, because he cannot take girls into the Alliance, because in this way, he will put the rest of the people at risk. The main character thinks that he would not kill innocent people, and now he is just intimidating them and testing how they will behave. Hans also remembers how in the future, Kang Hyuk's brother died, sacrificing himself for the sake of the others. Hans says out loud Kang Kong's words, "Live and help others survive." Kang Hyuk asks what Hans just talked about. Hans's answer surprises him very much. The main character said that the words live and help others survive belong to Kang Hyuk's brother, and he values these words very much. So he will spare the girls and think about what to do with them. Siri knew that Hans would not kill the prisoners and understood that he was simply intimidating them. Hans orders the prisoners to be searched and all weapons taken away. But before that, he will ask them a few questions. He asks if there are any useful workers among the people, doctors, military personnel, teachers, or engineers. Hans says to raise your hand if you are any of the above. Suddenly one person raises his hand and stands up. He says that before the apocalypse he was a good artist. Siri takes this person for herself, because according to her, artists can draw maps, diagrams, and graphs, and this is a very useful skill. Hans and the others realize that this man will be absolutely useless to the elite search party. Then everyone starts searching the prisoners and two guys start getting nervous. Siri examines the girls and checks what they might have hidden under their clothes. Suddenly Hans shoots two guys. Siri screams in horror and asks why Hans did this. Hans replies that these two were spies and wanted to harm everyone else later. Hans found weapons hidden under their clothes. Hans then orders that a staging post be made in the church, as they will be staying here that night. The next morning, members of Hans's squad examine the resources they discovered in the church during the previous night. Hans says that they have received very good supplies of food of various kinds, and the mission can be considered a success. Hans says they will take all these resources with them and distribute them to his camps. Then Hans sees that the head of the sect who was infected through the bite of the monster did not turn into a zombie, but simply died. Hans announces to everyone that the first case of immunity to the zombie virus has just been recorded. Hans says that from this day on, if someone is bitten by a zombie, they will be placed in a special quarantine and not killed immediately. Hans calls one of the guys from his search party to him. He talks to him one-on-one and asks about the situation that the girl from the northern camp told about. Namely that this guy allegedly tried to persuade her to have sex in exchange for food. The guy denies these false accusations and says that this is slander, and he never did that. Hans wonders which of the two is lying. He understands that perhaps that girl from the northern camp deliberately deceived Sari, and someone started an intrigue. Hans tries to understand who is doing this and why, and he understands that there is a hidden meaning in this situation. During the day, everyone is getting ready to move on. Hans tells all the captives that he recently heard an announcement on the radio that a girls' camp had formed near the train station. He tells the captives that they will escort them there, and from that moment on the captives will live freely in this camp. Hans says that they have never met with representatives of this camp, and now will be the first contact. The radio said that the girls in that camp could live peacefully, and no one would touch them. The prisoners thank Hans for this decision, and for the fact that he saved their lives, and, in addition, will accompany them to the new camp. Hans orders the team to begin moving out on a new mission to escort the prisoners. The janitor understands Hans's plan, namely that the main character will thus send the captives on reconnaissance for a possible trap. And if it is not a trap, then the captives will be able to live there, and Hans will not have to worry about them. Everyone moved towards the place that the girl had spoken about on the radio. The cleaner approaches Hans and starts a conversation with him. He praises Hans for his cool plan and Hans's good calculation. The main character tells him that the cleaner is not stupid either and understood everything, and that is why he trusts him. Everyone came to the appointed place. Hans gives one of the girls a flare and says that if this all turns out to be a trap, the girl should shoot into the air and Hans's squad will come to the rescue. The girl, on behalf of all the captives, personally thanks Hans for what he does for them. Hans commands everyone over the radio to take their places. Hans's search party splits into several groups and begins to check the surrounding area. Hans finds a closed door and is about to go inside. Behind the door, Hans discovers traces of human habitation and realizes that this is all a trap and they are surrounded. Hans is tense, but he understands that he has his best men and weapons with him and they will be able to repel the enemy. Suddenly Hans hears someone's footsteps and hides. With a sharp blow to the face, Hans knocks down a man walking past. Then Hans immediately starts shooting into the darkness, as he notices several more silhouettes there. In response, they start shooting at Hans with a machine gun. Hans understands from the sound that at least 2 people were shooting at him. Hans takes aim and starts shooting at the enemy. He hits the first person and we see that it is a man in ammunition. Next, Hans shoots the second man, who is also wearing a bulletproof vest. Hans hides behind cover again. After waiting a few seconds, Hans examines the situation and realizes that there were only 3 attackers. Hans calls the second squad on the radio and orders them to report to him on the situation. Suddenly, Hans hears the sound of a motorcycle and sees a biker approaching him. Because of this, Hans shoots at the biker, but hits his helmet and body armor. Hans understands that the situation is not simple and his enemies have normal firearms. The biker swings a sharp axe at Hans. However, the main character manages to block the attack with his machine gun. Next, Hans takes out his favorite army knife. The main character attacks his enemy with a knife and pushes him aside. Hans takes a fighting stance and asks the enemy who he is. The man in the helmet says that he will ask the questions, not Hans. Turning back, Hans sees that Sari has been taken hostage and is being threatened with death. Hans and his group are in a very bad situation. Hans says that he doesn't need Sari, and they can take her for themselves. But in that case, he will kill everyone. Sari is offended by Hans for such words. Although in her head she understands that what he said is another of Hans's plans. The man in the helmet thinks that Hans is willing to risk everything just to kill them, and therefore needs to be careful. Suddenly, the cleaner calls Hans on the radio. He says that they just captured some old man who is the leader of the gang that surrounded them. The man in the helmet is completely surprised and realizes that while Hans was buying time, his second squad surrounded their camp and won. Kanas announces that he has won this battle before it even begins, and demands that they lay down their arms. The man holding Sari hostage says that they can't surrender just because the old man was captured. However, the second man throws off his helmet. He says that they surrender to Hans and ask not to kill the old man who is the head of their camp. Suddenly, Sari kicks the man in the red suit. The girl takes the gun from the man and tells him to apologize for the way he treated her. The man apologizes and understands that this girl is well trained and very strong, and that it is better not to joke with her. Hans praises Sari for her quick thinking and for fighting back. Sari remembers Hans's words about how he was willing to risk her life during the battle. Hans apologizes for such words and says that it was just a tactical move. Sari yells at him and says that if Hans does that again, she will kill him herself. Next, the prisoners are tied up and all weapons are taken away. Hans gets in touch on the radio and says that they will now come to the main detachment. Hans praises everyone for the work they did and for the fact that everyone acted according to plan. We see that a new camp has been captured, which has ammunition and weapons. But we still don't understand whether these guys are good or bad. Hans understands that now he has to deal with them and understand whether they are enemies or not. Next, we are shown the leader of this camp, whom everyone calls the Old Man, and Hans asks him who they are, why they advertised on the radio station, and whether all of this is a trap for girls. However, the Old Man says that he will not say a single word about his camp and sends Hans. Hans gets furious and takes out his favorite army knife and says that now will be the Old Man's last chance to answer his questions. Suddenly, a familiar voice of a girl comes from the radio station, addressing the Old Man as her father. Hans realizes that this is the voice of his former colleague Chongmi, and that she is the daughter of this Old Man. He takes the radio from the Old Man and is about to answer. Hans tells the radio station that he already misses Chongmi's voice and greets her. We are shown standing in another room, Chongmi, who recognizes Hans's voice and is incredibly surprised to hear the one who saved her at the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Hans greets Chongmi on the radio and is glad to hear her voice. The girl is completely confused, as she has not heard Hans's voice since he saved her life at the beginning of the apocalypse. The Old Man realizes that these two have known each other before and feels like a superfluous person. Hans radios Chongmi to meet and discuss their next plan of action and how they will resolve the conflict. At the same time, the main character orders not to let anyone go and to keep an eye on all the soldiers. Chongmi agrees to meet with Hans to talk. Hans tells the girl that she looks older and wiser than she did before, and he is surprised that she was able to survive. Chongmi, first of all, thanks Hans for the advice he gave her at the beginning of the apocalypse, and it was thanks to him that she was able to survive. Jin appears in front of the girl, who says that he is protecting Hans, and if the girl is planning something bad, he will personally finish her off. The girl says that there is no trap in this area, and that in fact she founded a camp for girls. Chongmi explains that the people with the guns with her are mercenaries, and the old man is their boss, and they are here to provide protection. Hans asks why these mercenaries attacked his squad first. The girl answers Hans that it was he who attacked her people first, and even killed 3 people, but no one caused him any harm. Hans realizes that he really did attack people first, and says that these were precautionary measures. Hans sees that just like at their first meeting, these people are real, well-equipped professionals, and he has no opportunity to think. Then the old man, Hans and Chongmi begin to talk together. The old man says that Hans killed 3 of his men, and now he owes him a debt. The old man then goes on to tell how his mercenary squad became part of this women's camp. The old man says that he and his men provide protection to the women in exchange for cooking and other services, with everyone cooperating on a voluntary basis. Hans is surprised by this state of affairs, and did not expect that friendly relations between several groups of surviving people are currently possible. According to Hans, people are now divided into 2 types. You are either weak and subordinate to the strong, or strong and subordinate to the weak. The old man also added that the women's camp had done something else important for his detachment. Namely, the old man says that Chongmi shared with them very important information, which Hans told the girl at the very beginning. Hans's advice about not gathering in groups of more than 20 people, as well as about the presence of a wave of zombies and the fact that there are mutated types of zombies in the world, turned out to be very true. According to the old man, by working together and helping each other, his unit, along with the Chongmi women's camp, were able to survive in this chaos. Hans realizes that all this time, by giving a few pieces of advice at the very beginning, he indirectly saved several dozen more lives. However, the old man adds that despite the fact that Hans and Chongmi are good friends, he will not forget about Hans's debt. The main character asks the old man how he wants to repay the debt, and whether he is going to kill 3 of Hans's men in return. Hans understands that if the old man wants revenge, he will have to liquidate his squad. With the elimination of the old man's detachment, the girls' camp will be left without protection, and this will create inconveniences. Hans' men ask him what to do with the captured mercenaries. Hans replies that he needs time to decide and answer the question. Hans goes off to inspect the women's camp and check if he is being deceived. Having entered the territory, Hans's squad clears it of zombies that came to the noise. The old man says that he is surprised by the combat training of Hans's detachment, and jokes that he would gladly take several of his men. Then the old man turns his attention to the cleaner, and remembers how he had just defeated his men. Namely, the cleaner threw a smoke grenade and, while everyone was confused, jumped on the old man and took him hostage. At this time, Hans's sniper eliminated several mercenaries, and thus Hans defeated the old man. The leader of the mercenary squad understands that Hans and his squad are not a simple gang, but very trained and organized people. Chongmi and Hans walk through the women's camp, and we see that the women there love and respect this girl. Hans is surprised that after all this time, the once weak Chongmi managed to create her own camp and survive. Hans asks why she created a camp specifically for women. To this, Chongmi replies that she was inspired to create the camp by the events she experienced while surviving alone. Next, our characters go inside the building where Hans is shown all the furnishings and introduced to the people. Suddenly, Hans notices Victoria among the rescued women and recognizes her. In the future that Hans experienced, this girl was the lover of the leader of the Soul Survivors squad and was a terrible killer. She was engaged in infiltrating the camps under the guise of a harmless girl, and then killing everyone. She also learned the necessary information inside other camps, and passed it on to the head of the Soul Survivor squad, whose name was Negan. Hans realizes that he has another chance to weaken Negan by killing this ugly woman. By this time, according to Hans's calculations, she had already managed to kill about 40 people, and now deserves punishment. Hans realizes that he needs to stay in this camp longer, as this is a great opportunity to eliminate this girl and finish off the Soul Survivors altogether. For now, for everyone around her, this girl is just a simple saved woman, and Hans decides not to tell anyone anything. Chongmi and the old man ask Hans what he will do next. Hans thinks that he needs to stay in this camp because Negan might come here with his squad of bastards. He understands that he cannot leave these people because if he leaves, they will all be dead. Hans considers his plan of action and states that he is ready to consider options for cooperation. Chongmi is glad to hear this and offers to discuss all the details. Hans then says that he wants to talk to the old man alone. When the two go into a private room, Hans says that he has a very interesting proposal for the mercenaries. The old man is very surprised by Hans's words, since he killed 3 of his men and is now trying to set his own terms. Hans says that there is a danger in this world that is much more serious than his squad and zombies. The old man listens to Hans's words and becomes interested. Hans tells the old man that in the city of Seoul, there is a squad of bastards led by Negan, and very soon they will attack everyone who is here and kill everyone in the most brutal way. The old man asks if there is any plan or thoughts on how to proceed. Hans suggests joining forces to fight those enemies together. The main character also adds that in case of victory, the mercenaries will take half of all the resources obtained in the battle, including weapons. The old man accepts Hans's offer, but warns him that he does not yet fully trust our main character and will treat his words with skepticism. The old man warns Hans that he will not allow harm to come to the women's camp, and that in case of danger, he will protect them, not Hans's squad. A few hours later, Hans announces that Hans's squad and the old man's squad are now working together and will confront the threat. The mercenaries express their distrust of Hans and say that they will not follow Hans's orders. However, the main character states that they will follow the orders of the old man and act at their own discretion. At night, when everyone was asleep, Hans and the janitor, who finally revealed that his name was Swift, go on a mission. Hans told Swift that this girl named Victoria is actually a spy for Negan's squad, and they are going to capture her. Swim prepared a special bag to cover Victoria with. However, Victoria takes out a knife and is about to attack Swift with it. It seemed like there was only 1 second left before the tragedy. Swift manages to grab Victoria and blocks her blow and covers her mouth. Hans hits Victoria and she loses consciousness. Hans is very happy with the prey that is now in his hands and understands that now he has every chance to destroy Negan. Hans and Swift kidnap Victoria and fake the situation so that everyone thinks that she simply ran away of her own free will. Our characters bring Victoria to the utility storage room and leave her there. Hans tells Swift to tie up this girl and not to relax, as she can attack at any moment. Swift ties up the spy and says that she is sleeping. Hans says not to believe Victoria and that she is not sleeping and is watching the two of them. And at that moment, the girl raises her head and calls Hans a bastard. Swift is surprised how the girl pretended to be asleep all this time, and Hans once again says that she is a terrible person. The girl asks our characters to let her go and promises that she will not tell anyone anything. Our guys answer that she will stay here until she tells everything she knows about Negan. Suddenly the girl starts to get hysterical and scream, and we realize that she is actually a villain. Hans says that he knows perfectly well who Victoria is and what her sins are, and that he will kill her without thinking if she does not cooperate. The girl understands that she will not deceive Hans and begins to ask Swift to kill Hans, and in return promises to do whatever he wants. Swift replies that although this girl is beautiful and he would not mind having fun with her, he believes everything Hans says and will not help Victoria. The girl understands that these two guys have figured her out, and she has no choice but to tell all the information. But she decides to remain silent. Hans says Victoria will be locked here until she starts talking. Hans locks the room where Victoria is and decides to come to her once a day. The next day, Hans orders everyone to increase vigilance and security in the surrounding area. Hans is being dissatisfied with the mercenaries because the old man is still being held hostage. Hans replies that the old man will stay with him until he understands that the mercenaries do not pose a threat to the main character's camp. The old man asks Hans to let him go, since they had agreed to cooperate. Hans replies that until the old man's mercenaries prove their loyalty, he cannot let the old man go. The old man expresses dissatisfaction but agrees with Hans. That evening, Hans comes to Victoria again to ask if she is ready to share information about Negan. However, the girl replies that she will not tell a single word about Negan. Hans says that if the girl continues to remain silent, she will die, and he doesn't care about it. Then Swift comes to Victoria and discovers that the girl is already unconscious. Swift thinks that Hans is being too cruel to this girl and decides to help her. Namely, he gives Victoria something to drink, and she understands that now is the last chance to tell the information she knows, or she will really die, and she asks Swift to call Hans. Victoria tells Hans that there is a small detachment of Negans near the camp, led by his deputy Taylor, and they are waiting for Victoria's signal to attack the camp. Hans decides to destroy this Negan squad and tells everyone about the information he received. He assembles a squad consisting of his men and mercenaries to set out on a mission to destroy Taylor and his men. In the evening, Hans and the mercenaries come to the place that Victoria indicated to them, where a small detachment of Suslian survivors should be located. Once inside, Hans deals with several people and remembers that Victoria said that there would be 8 people in this small detachment of Suslian survivors. When Hans's squad kills everyone they find, Hans counts the corpses and realizes that they have killed 7 people. Next, Hans and the rest of the people go to inspect the area. 2 mercenaries see that the doors leading into the room are closed. They start to open these doors and we see that there is a person standing behind it. At the last moment, Hans pushes Kang Hyuk away because he senses danger. From the opened door, the silhouette of a huge man with a machine gun in his hands is visible. He kills one mercenary in half a second. Hans understands that they are in a difficult situation, because it is extremely difficult to fight against a machine gun. We are shown Taylor, who is one of Negan's lieutenants, and we see that he is very powerful and determined. The next moment, he destroys another mercenary with his machine gun. Our characters are hiding behind a car and discussing a plan that will help them survive. Swift notices that a huge crowd of zombies is heading towards the noise of the machine gun shot. Hans also sees them and says that they are pinned down by zombies on one side and Taylor on the other, so they are at a dead end. In just a few seconds, a crowd of zombies will reach our main characters, and we don't know what will happen next. At this time, Hans' sniper is in the building opposite, and he is worried because he does not know what to do. He's trying to find a place from which he can comfortably shoot Taylor. The sniper finds a room from which he can perhaps climb out of a window into a comfortable position on the street. Opening the door, he sees that there is a window in the room through which he will get out. Jin, who is fighting zombies on the street, notices that the sniper has climbed out the window onto the street, but he still has no view of Taylor. The sniper yells at Jin to protect him from the zombies while he takes aim. Jin helps the sniper climb onto the roof of the building and says that he will protect him from zombies. We see that the sniper has taken up a position to shoot, but a huge crowd of zombies is rushing straight towards him, with only Jin in their path. The sniper trusts his life to Jin and doesn't even look at the zombies, because he has only one task, and he is almost ready. A precise sniper shot and the deadly bullet reaches Taylor's head. A big guy who fired about 1,000 bullets from a machine gun just died from a single bullet. Hans grabs Taylor's machine gun and begins shooting back at the horde of zombies. All characters line up and act as one team to escape from the zombies. Next, after dealing with the zombies, Hans discovers a long-range radio station with which Taylor transmitted information to Negan's headquarters. The detachment returns back to the women's camp, where the old man is already waiting for them. Hans sadly says that 2 more of the old man's men died on this mission. The old man says that Hans will give another reward for this. Hans praises the sniper for the work he has done and says that without him, nothing would have worked. The sniper was embarrassed by Hans's words and felt like a very important and worthy member of the group. Next, Hans and Swift go together with the long-range radio station they have obtained. Hans tells Swift that he wants to use this radio to lure Negan to this place to kill him. Swift understands that this is a very dangerous adventure, but this way, they will be able to finish off these bastards once and for all. Hans and Swift then discuss a plan to lure Negan to the camp. Hans understands that he will have to risk everything, but if he calculates everything, then he may suffer only minor losses. Hans suggests luring Negan to the main camp at the store in a few weeks, as this will give them time to prepare. Then Hans comes to Victoria with the radio station. He tells her to call Negan and let him know that everything is okay at the camp, and that she, with Taylor's help, destroyed the camp so that Negan doesn't come here yet. Victoria calls Negan and tells him exactly as Hans told her. The main character hopes that Negan will not understand anything, and thus he will gain time to prepare for the final battle. Victoria says that now that she has done everything as Hans said, he can let her go. Now we are shown Negan, the leader of a huge group of sole survivors. He realizes that Victoria, who was forced to call him, just called him. Negan sensed the tension in Victoria's voice and thus exposed Hans's plan. Negan calls his assistant to him and tells him that Victoria has been captured and needs to be rescued. The assistant suggested leaving Victoria in trouble, but Negan killed him with one blow for such words. Suddenly a call comes into Hans's radio station. Hans realizes that Negan has exposed his plan, and now a battle cannot be avoided in the very near future. However, Hans gives the phone to Victoria. Negan says on the radio that he will come to save Victoria in the shortest possible time, and that everything will be over soon. Suddenly, Hans takes over the radio and says that all Negan will gain in the coming days is death. Negan likes these words because he understands that now he will hunt for Hans, and it will be a lot of fun. Hans says that he will kill Victoria and feed her corpse to the zombies in order to anger Negan. Victoria hears Hans' words and realizes that the real monster is not her, but Hans. Negan tells Hans that he will come for Victoria in a few hours and kill everyone he meets nearby. Hans ends the radio communication and says that they have about 3 hours left before Negan's squad and himself arrive. Hans orders Swift to urgently notify everyone and gather people to send them to the shelter. Hans realizes that Negan is very angry and that a battle of unprecedented proportions is about to begin. Hans tells Victoria that she is staying here, and if he does not survive the battle, then she will die here alone. Victoria begs her to save her and not leave her alone in this room. Hans says that such a punishment is still too small for all her sins. A few minutes later, Hans gathered all the best men from his alliance and explained the plan of action for the upcoming threat. All people understand that the most serious battle of all time is coming, and they are ready for it. Hans gathers his closest friends and instructs them separately, as this is his most elite squad. Hans divides his people into 3 groups and gives each of them their own tasks, which are not yet clear to us. Hans asks to convey to everyone that it is better not to fall into Negan's hands alive, as he tortures his victims in the most cruel way. Hans remembers seeing Negan being incredibly cruel to people in the future, and he is still the same way now. Hans says that the main idea of the plan is to save people's lives and eliminate Negan. Swift asks what to do with the bandits. To this, Hans replies that they should kill everyone they meet from Negan's squad without hesitation. Hans also gives the command to gather all people from all alliances and place them in a shelter where there are food supplies. Zhonghua is surprised by this order and worries that a wave of zombies may form due to the large number of people. However, Hans replies that a zombie wave will not form in one day, and they will have time. Hans also told Zhonghua to convince everyone to go down to the shelter, and if someone doesn't want to, he should kill them. Hans explains this by saying that if someone does not want to go down to the shelter, Negan will find them and torture them to death until they tell him all the information. Therefore, it is extremely important to keep every single person in the shelter safe. Hans says that he and his group will take the necessary tactical position, and everyone needs to wait for this and not stick their heads out. Hyuk asks what to do about the military camp that is the farthest away. Hans tells Hyuk to warn the military camp of the impending danger, but not to involve it as there are many children there. Hans thanks Hyuk for taking care of other people all this time. Hyuk is surprised by Hans's words, and finally the main character praises him. Jin asks Hans about his secrets, because if everyone dies today, they deserve to know why Hans is so special and experienced. Hans tells everyone that he will tell all the secrets about himself to whoever can survive this battle. Jinwoo says that he likes these conditions and he will never die today, as he will be very interested in listening to Hans. Hans thanks everyone for participating in the mission and wishes them good luck. A moment later, our characters are racing down the road, hoping to get into position according to plan. Negan had also already set out with his squad with a great desire to kill everyone he met. A few minutes later, Zhonghua calls all the camps on the radio and says that according to Hans's instructions, everyone should report to the camp at the store. Zhonghua ran as fast as he could to convey the information. Excited people ask him what happened and why there is such a rush. Zhonghua shouts that there is no time left to explain to people and everyone must urgently go down to the shelter. The old man asks to explain why such instructions are being given. Zhonghua briefly explains that a great threat is approaching the camp, and the only chance to survive is to follow Hans's instructions. The head of the northern camp with the blunt haircut treats these words with distrust. Zhonghua tells him that he must obey and do as he is told. The head of the northern camp refuses to let his people down into the shelter. Zhonghua says that in that case Hans ordered to kill anyone who refuses to do it. The head of the northern camp becomes furious and yells at Yong and says that he should be respected. Someone points a revolver barrel at the face of this idiot. This is the head of the camp at the store, who says that either the head of the northern camp will order everyone to go down to the shelter, or he will shoot him. The head of the northern camp orders to take aim at him. Suddenly, the subordinates of the head of the northern camp take aim at people. Zhonghua realizes that the situation is out of control and that they are wasting time. The head of the northern camp refuses to give in to this dispute. Zhonghua says that there are thugs coming here who will kill anyone they see, and only Hans and his elite squad know how to stop them. Hearing this, the head of the northern camp reluctantly agrees to make concessions and go down to the shelter. The head of the camp in the store agrees to go with him in order to find all the inhabitants of the camps. Next, we see how other people do not want to go down to the shelter because they imagine themselves to be independent. The camp leaders begin to persuade them, and Yong thinks that due to the waste of time, there may be casualties. Zhonghua realizes that he cannot find one resident of the camp named Nancy. He asks everyone, but no one has seen her. Yong remembers where she might be and immediately heads there. He finds Nancy among the cats and dogs. Yong asks what Nancy is doing here while everyone is running for shelter. The girl replies that she feeds animals that she loves very much. Zhonghua falls in love with this sweet and charming girl, and realizes that he must save her from the impending threat. Meanwhile, Hans checks the deployed groups on the radio. Swift reports that they are in position. Also, the old man's group of mercenaries took their positions according to the plan. Hans urges everyone to work together, otherwise everyone might die. Hans hopes that all his orders were carried out, and that everything will go according to plan. A few minutes later, the lookout spots a group of Negan's squad. As expected, Negan divided his men into several squads, each led by his deputy. Hans had calculated Negan's decision, and that is why he divided his elite squad into several groups to eliminate everyone one by one. The first squad spotted is led by Negan's red-jacketed second-in-command, nicknamed Fat Stan. Hans notices a Fat Stan and realizes that it will be Negan's first deputy who will die today. Fat Stan stops near the building to search Victoria's supposed location with the group. Hans realizes that this is his chance to destroy the Fat Stan. He remembers that in the future, Fat Stan was distinguished by his particular cruelty and love for humiliating girls. Fat Stan has a bow with infected arrows, since Fat Stan is very bad at close combat. Hans gives the order to start executing the plan. The main character takes a position in one of the buildings where the first group of bandits arrives. According to Hans's plan, mines were hidden on the road that were supposed to explode after the group of enemies left the building. Hans was just about to be discovered by one of the enemies, but he got lucky. The bastards search the building but find nothing. Hans is happy for now that everything is going according to plan. Thick Stan's group moves on to continue driving. Hans leaves his place and prepares for the next part of the plan. He starts shooting at the group of Fat Stan and attracting attention to himself. At the moment when the group drove closer to him, Hans presses the detonator and the mines explode. At the moment when the enemies have lost their vigilance, Hans moves straight towards them. He commands to open fire on Thick Stan's group. The enemies are just now noticing that they have fallen into Hans's trap and are now surrounded by our characters. In just a few seconds, Hans's squad turns the group of bastards into a sieve. Fat Stan was also wounded by a shot from Hans, who deliberately did not want to kill him quickly. We see this fat, impudent face, and Hans tells him that he is going to die now. Hans tells Fat Stan that he came from the future to kill every member of the Soul Survivors Alliance and punish them for their sins, and Hans calls himself the Angel of Death. Fat Stan thinks that Hans has lost his mind and wastes no time in shooting him with his bow. However, due to the fact that Hans wounded him in the arm, the Fat Stan cannot even shoot normally, and his arrow falls to the ground. Hans orders to open fire on the Thick Stan, and the men pull the trigger without thinking. We see that Hans's group has managed to destroy the first group of enemies, and they are moving on to destroy every single one of them. Meanwhile, Swift took his position. He is not afraid, but on the contrary, he is eagerly awaiting the real battle to begin. Our sniper has also taken his position and is waiting for the enemy to appear. Suddenly, the next group of enemies comes into the sights of the sniper rifle. Hans radios everyone that there are 5 groups of enemies left, one of which is led by a man nicknamed the Hunter, and he has a pack of trained dogs. The second group is led by Negan's second-in-command, Samurai, who excels in close combat and has armor. The third group is led by a firearms enthusiast nicknamed Shorty. The Shorty always has a whole arsenal of ammunition with him, including a whole briefcase of fragmentation grenades. The fourth group is led by Negan's top deputy, Roxar, and the fifth most important group is led by Negan himself. Hans says on the radio that he is the one who must kill Nagano. Suddenly, the sniper notices a new group of enemies and reports it to Swift. Swift calls Jin and tells him to get ready. Jin says he has taken up his position and is waiting for the signal to blow everyone up with explosives. Swift sees that there is no Negan deputy with this group of enemies yet. According to Hans's plan, Swift and Jean will have to eliminate one of the squad leaders. Jean calls Swift and says that one of the previously planted mines has gone off, and several bastards have just been destroyed. Next, Jin climbs inside the truck and moves on. He notices that several bastards have entered the building and searches it. The sniper confirms this information and Swift goes inside the building after the bandits. A group of enemies are examining the building and hear some noise. Suddenly, one of them is attacked by Swift, who cuts off the hand in which the bandit was holding a hand grenade. Swift snatches the severed arm and throws it into the crowd of enemies. We see a huge explosion and realize that several bandits have just been destroyed. However, not everyone died in the explosion and they are going to find Hans. One of the bandits managed to see which room Swift ran into and they follow him. Suddenly, Swift jumps out of this room as if he could fly. As if a ghost, Swift finds himself face to face with his enemies. The next moment, he destroys the first bandit. And after just a few seconds, he finishes off everyone who survived the explosion. Swift jokes that he just warmed up well before meeting a more serious enemy. At this time, Negan and his strongest deputies arrived at the outer borders of Hans's alliance. He looks around the area and likes it very much. Negan says he wants to kill all the inhabitants of this alliance in order to transfer his people here, and his deputies like this idea. Meanwhile, we are shown Jin lying in the smoke among the boxes. The bandits approach these boxes and try to find our character with an iron fist. At that moment, Jin gets up and fires a whole clip towards the attackers, killing them all. Jin gets out of the truck to search the bodies of the dead. He notices that one of the bandits managed to slightly wound him. Suddenly, a bandit appears behind Jin and commands him to raise his hands up. However, the bandit was surprised by Jin's metal combat prosthesis and begins to examine it. Jin doesn't miss the opportunity and knocks down his offender. Jin wonders how stupid you have to be to look at a metal prosthesis during a battle. The radio station reports that the leader of this gang is a samurai who showed up nearby. Jin immediately sets out to find the samurai. We are shown that by this time the samurai had already managed to kill several people from the defense squad. He also took Ralph hostage and threatens to kill him. The samurai is found by Swift and Jean, who ask him not to kill Ralph. However, the samurai says that all of them are just pieces of meat for the Sole Survivors Alliance, and after these words, he kills Ralph. Jin gets angry and says that he will kill the bastard no matter what. He starts shooting towards the samurai with a pistol. However, as Han said, the samurai had strong armor and Jin was unable to shoot through it. The samurai slowly moves into the shadows and disappears. Swift says that he personally wants to kill the samurai, and it will be a matter of his honor. Swift is very angry, and we see that now it will be a very hot battle. At this time, the residents still cannot agree to Hans's order to go down to the shelter. The head of the camp in the store was still able to persuade everyone, but it took a lot of time. People go down to a shelter that is reliably protected. This shelter has huge doors that are very difficult to break through. People hear that above there is a fierce battle going on between Hans's troops and the invaders' troops. Ordinary people are frightened by this situation and fear that they are now driven into a corner. The camp leader tells everyone not to worry and to trust Hans and follow his plan. One of the people suggests doing it his own way. He suggests leaving the shelter and going outside to confront the attacking group of bandits together with Hans. The camp leader explains that they will only interfere with Hans's group and that they need to stay here. He says that if someone leaves the shelter and is caught, they will immediately find out where the others are hiding. The lieutenant replies that he is a soldier in the army and must protect people, not hide. A verbal altercation ensues between the two. The head of the camp in the hospital took the lieutenant's side and said that he also wants to get out of here. The head of the northern camp also says that he wants to leave the shelter, because if enemies come here, then everyone is doomed to death. He was surprised by this attitude of these people, since without Hans's presence they began to behave too insolently. The camp leader in the store calls Zhang Huan on the radio and asks what the situation is on the surface. Zhang Huan replies that there is heavy fighting on the streets with a huge gang of invaders, and everyone is forbidden to leave the shelter. These words are passed on to everyone who came to the shelter. The lieutenant still does not agree with this position and says that he will now leave the shelter. The head of the northern camp, the head of the hospital camp, and the lieutenant come out of the shelter. The camp leader at the store realizes that they are putting everyone in a very difficult position by doing this. Meanwhile, Swift is engaged in a brutal battle against the samurai. Despite having armor, the samurai moves very quickly and repels Swift's attacks. Our character does not understand where this man gets such strength from, because despite the presence of armor, his blows are incredibly strong, and his speed completely amazes him. Swift tries to come up with a plan to defeat the samurai right during the battle. Suddenly, Swift strikes the samurai in the leg with his axe and jumps to the side. We see that pills are pouring out of the samurai's pocket. Now Swift realized that the samurai uses steroids and drugs, and that is why he is so strong. Suddenly, Jin appears behind the samurai and kills the samurai with one blow to the back of the head. Jin says he's found this bastard's weak spot. The guys did an excellent job with the task. At this time, everyone in the shelter begins to become very nervous. The head of the camp does not let anyone out. Suddenly sounds are heard coming from the other side of the door. This is the head of the northern camp shouting, asking to open the door. But the head of the camp has forbidden anyone to open it. People disagree with this and ask to open the doors. People push him away and open doors. The wounded head of the northern camp enters the shelter. Now we understand that they went outside and were discovered, but they ran away. Following them, the head of the camp enters the hospital with a wounded comrade. A few seconds later, one of the enemies comes down into the shelter and says that it was not in vain that he followed the wounded. We understand that the shelter was exposed due to the carelessness of 3 idiots who went outside, and now everyone is in danger. Negan and his deputies are informed that people and supplies have been discovered in the warehouse. Negan is very happy about this, and is going to personally go down to them. Next, the enemies discuss how big and organized this alliance is, and that this is a big catch. Negan and his subordinates head to the hideout. Once inside, Negan's subordinates bring in the bodies of the killed. Negan greets all the people and says that he is glad to see them. He realizes that Hans is not among them and says that he has a surprise. Negan explains that one of the men from the safe house in military uniform killed 2 of his men. He shows the wounded lieutenant to all the people. The lieutenant spits in Negan's face, but Negan says that he will kill 2 people from the shelter in exchange for the 2 people killed by the lieutenant. He takes the rifle from the soldier and says that if the soldier must die by his own weapon. The next moment, Negan beats the poor soldier to death with a rifle. Now everyone understands how cruel, inhumane, and unpredictable the leader of the sole survivors is. Negan lines everyone up and makes them kneel, then asks who is the leader among them. Suddenly one of our characters stands up and points at her good friend Hans, and says that he is the boss here. Negan takes the head of the store's camp by the head, and is glad that thanks to the girl's betrayal, it was possible to identify the leader of these people so quickly. The head of the camp in the store is surprised that his people betrayed him so quickly, because he tried to save everyone, but they did not listen to him. Negan slams the camp leader's face into the floor. Next, Negan tells one of our characters to bring him the most beautiful girl so that he can mock her. Everyone was shocked by such words and froze in confusion. Suddenly, the head of the northern camp comes up with the idea that if he shows himself now, he will not be killed. He takes the girl's hand and gives it to Negan. Negan likes this girl and says that he would be happy to have fun with her tonight. Negan gives the order to search the entire area because they still haven't found Hans. Suddenly, an old man stands up and asks Negan for mercy for all people. Negan also punches the old man in the face for daring to speak. Negan says that all people are dogs to him, who will serve him until death, and he will enslave this camp. Then one of Negan's deputies comes down to the shelter and says that something interesting was discovered in the camp. Negan's deputy shows him Hans' notebook with horror. Negan reads what is written in it. He immediately orders that security be strengthened and that Hans be found at any cost. In the notebook, Negan discovers Hans's notes on all the names, roles, and weaknesses of the Sole Survivor Alliance, and Negan realizes that Hans is like an invisible force that has been watching him from the shadows all this time. Negan tells everyone to remain on full alert and wait for Hans's next move. Over the radio, Negan yells at Hans to show himself and not be a coward. Meanwhile, our main character is racing after eliminating another group of bandits. He understands that now he needs to show restraint and prudence, because his squad is weaker than Negan's squads. According to Hans's calculations, the people in the shelter will be able to hold out for a few more hours without him, since if the door is not opened, the enemies will not be able to get in. He understands that there is very little time left. Hans calls the chief of the mercenaries and offers to make another deal. After this, Hansu reports to Zhang Huan over the radio that he has noticed a new squad of invaders. Zhang Huan says that apparently this is one of Negan's deputies that Hans was talking about. Namely, it was a hunter with his men and a pack of dogs. We understand that the dogs smelled the scent of Zhang Huan and the girl who is next to him. The hunter says to search the nearby buildings and find those hiding, but his subordinate says that Negan ordered everyone to return to him. Zhang Huan understands that Hans will not have time to help him, and he needs to act on his own. There is a girl next to Yong whom he hid, and he feels responsible for her life. For the first time in his history, Zhang Huan decides to act alone. He looks out onto the street and sees that at that very moment, a conflict has arisen between the leader of the squad and his subordinate, and he understands that now is the moment. Yong shoots the revolver straight at the hunter. To Zhang's surprise, he hits the hunter in the head with the first shot, thus killing another of Negan's second-in-command. Next, Yong kills the second bandit. Finally, Zhang Huan was able to solve the problem on his own without Hans. Yong doesn't believe what happened, but he is very proud of himself. Meanwhile, Hans reaches the position he needs, but realizes that enemies have somehow gotten into the shelter. Negan calls Hans on the radio. Hans answers him, and a conversation begins between the main enemies. Negan asks Hans to come to him and says that he is surprised by Hans's qualities, and is ready to accept him into his alliance. However, to do this, Negan asks Hans to come and lick his boots, and then he will spare everyone. Hans replies that he won't do that. Instead, he'll shove those boots up Negan's ass. Negan became very angry, and said that if Hans did not come, then every hour he would kill one person. Hans replies that Negan can do whatever he wants, and it won't change that, since he's going to kill every single member of the Sole Survivor Alliance, and make Negan suffer and beg. Negan is furious at what Hans told him and goes down to the shelter. He angrily wants to kill all these Hans people. He gives the order to shoot everyone who is here. Negan's subordinates prepare to open fire on our characters. However, at this moment they are stopped by Negan's most important deputy. He gets furious that he is not allowed to kill people. Negan's deputy once again reminds us of Hans's notebook, and says that it describes such a phenomenon as a zombie wave. Negan is told that if he starts killing everyone and making noise, a huge wave of zombies will quickly come here, and they will not be able to get through it. If Negan kills everyone, he risks dying himself from the attack of a wave of zombies and powerful mutants that will come here. Negan decides not to kill people for now and continue searching for Hans. Negan's deputy is pleasantly surprised that the chief listened to him. We see that the old man is receiving medical care and he did not die. However, Negan decides to kill one of the people for show. He picks up the woman and lifts her to the roof of the building, from where he pushes her down. The woman falls to her death and is seen by members of Hans's squad, who are currently on surveillance. Kang Hyuk wants to go and kill this bastard, but Swift stops him and asks him not to disrupt the plan. Hans gives the order to everyone to stay in their places and not stick their heads out. Hans ponders what he should do considering that the people's shelter was found due to the carelessness of idiots. Suddenly, Zhang Huan gets in touch and says that he will bring the girl to rescue her. Hans is glad to hear his voice and realizes that Zhang Huan was able to survive. Our characters find each other and start talking. Yonghwan begins to tell the information he received from this girl and the northern camp. He says that the real leader of the northern camp is not the stupid man here, but the girl. It was she who had been coordinating the camp all this time, but she was turning everyone against Hans. She talked about how Hans's elite squad are evil people who cause harm. Hans thanks Yonghwan for getting this information. After this, Hans says that he will kill this girl for betrayal after the main battle is over. Next, our characters take up their tactical positions. An old man who is the leader of a squad of mercenaries comes on the radio. Hans asks for help and the necessary ammunition as the situation has worsened. The old man says that they have what Hans needs, and they will give it to him in exchange for a reward. Hans asks what additional compensation the old man needs. The old man asks Hans after the battle to allow the mercenaries to live in one of Hans's camps. The main character accepts these conditions, and they begin to discuss the plan. All of Hans's elite fighters have also come to him and are awaiting further instructions. We see that at night, Hans's group begins to implement the plan. Namely, they spill gasoline around the occupied camp. We see Jin in special gear with night vision equipment, and we understand that our characters have a plan. Jin blows up one of the buildings, and an operation to rescue the hostages begins. Next, the cleanup team approaches the shelter. Hans' group moves out and attacks the guards that were posted near the shelter. We see that our heroes manage to neutralize several enemies. Swift wastes no time and single-handedly deals with several enemies. While the bandits were distracted by Hans's group, Kang Hyuk finds the hostages. He opens the doors and shouts for everyone to run out. We see that people are successfully leaving the shelter. The old man tells Hans what happened here and that, contrary to his instructions, 3 idiots opened the doors of the shelter and gave away his location. Suddenly, Negan's deputy, nicknamed Shorty, appears on the horizon, throwing hand grenades. Hans manages to throw his comrades aside so that they don't get hurt. The grenades explode and partially tear apart the building. We see that Hans managed to save his comrades from death. At this time, Hans's second squad, led by Swift, managed to spill gasoline around all the buildings, and our long-haired character throws a lighter. We see how the entire camp building catches fire in seconds. The Shorty, who had a huge amount of ammunition with him, is the first to light up, but continues to shoot at Hans until his death. Hans is injured but manages to survive. Meanwhile, people continue to throw fire at the building where Negan was located. We see Negan killing his deputy with his own hands. At this moment, Negan is also on fire and is literally burning alive. However, Negan pours the blood of the murdered deputy on himself, thereby extinguishing the fire. We see that Negan is a real monster and the embodiment of the devil. Negan's confident gait is stopped by a blow to the face from Hans. Hans says that he has been waiting for this meeting for a long time, and now he will gladly take revenge on Negan for all his actions. Hans takes particular pleasure in beating up Negan. However, he does not give up and attacks the main character in response. But this is not enough to defeat Hans, because our character has already experienced too much to lose to a simple person. Hans beats up the burnt Negan and throws him to the ground. Hans is the angel of vengeance who returned from hell to take Negan's soul. Hans ends Negan's life with a single flick of his wrist. Finally it happened, and Hans took revenge for his comrades, and now his main mission is completed, and the main character finally feels a sense of peace. The next morning, Hans holds a general meeting of all the survivors. The head of the camp at the store asks Hans what to do with the traitors. Hans replies that he will not take them with him, and their fate will end here. The head of the camp at the store asks Hans what exactly to do with the 2 biggest traitors. The 2 betrayed the camp and tried to cooperate with Negan to save their own skins. Hans has not yet given an answer regarding those 2, but he orders everyone who disobeyed his orders during the enemy attack to be rounded up. Hans says that from now on they will survive on their own, without Hans' help. Yonghwan asks to spare the girl who did not go down to the shelter, as she was feeding the animals. Hans asks if Yonghwan is willing to vouch for her personally. Yong replies that he will be personally responsible for the actions of this girl, and Hans agrees. Then a man approaches Hans and asks him to also leave the head of the camp at the hospital. However, Hans asks the person who she is to offer Hans something. The main character orders that both of them be taken to a group that will survive on its own. Hans announces that everyone except the traitors will go with him to a safer and more secure place that he has prepared in advance. Hans is asked what will be done with food and water. Hans replies that they will take all the supplies and food with them, and the traitors will survive as best they can. The head of the camp at the store reminds Hans of the 2 biggest traitors. Hans asks the man what he thinks should be done with them, to which they respond that they must be executed. Hans approaches 2 idiots who caused 5 deaths. Hans says that he, as the most important one, recognizes these 2 people as traitors. However, they must be punished by the victim, that is, the head of the camp at the store himself. Thus Hans acted as a judge, not as an executioner. The head of the camp at the store targets 2 traitors. He wants to shoot, but his hand is shaking. He almost pulls the trigger of the revolver. However, he fails to shoot and lacks the determination and willpower to do so. Hans tells the old man and the mercenary chief that all these buildings now belong to him, and he can also take all the traders to train them. The old man likes this reward and is glad that he now has a huge camp and new people. However, the old man says that he doesn't need these 2 traders specifically. According to the old man, these 2 are cowards and will pose a threat to others for the rest of their lives. The old man says that unlike Hans, he is not as merciful. With his first shot, he kills the traitorous girl. The head of the northern camp begins to run away. However, the old man stops him with a second shot. The old man turns around and tells the new members of his squad that this will happen to anyone who betrays his mercenary squad. All the people are in shock and understand that now they will obey this person, and this will be their punishment. The old man thanks Hans for such a gift and asks what he will do next. Hans says that he and the people will go to the island that he prepared earlier, but the main character is counting on further cooperation. The old man agrees that he will maintain contact with Hans. The old man gives the order to gather all the traders together and prepare them for training. We see that now traders will be treated completely differently. They will be made into real men, and they will atone for their sins. The old man and Hans exchange information. Hans also gives the old man the explosives they found on Negan. Next, Hans passes on his knowledge of zombies and mutants written on paper, so that the old man can continue to protect his people and be more experienced. Hans thanks the old man for his cooperation and leaves to finish one more job. We are shown Victoria, who by this time has turned into a zombie. Hans didn't kill her and promised to return when it was all over, which he did. The main character suddenly sees cuts on Victoria's hand and realizes that all this time she was trying to get out and injured her hand, and the virus got into the wounds because the handcuffs were removed from the zombie. Hans didn't want to kill her, but fate itself decided what to do with this spy. Hans did not kill this zombie and leaves the transformed Victoria to rot forever in this room. He throws away the key to this room and joins his people. Later in the evening, all of Hans's men gathered on the roof of one of the buildings, where they formed a temporary base for one night. Jin makes a toast to those who died in this difficult battle. Everyone pours out alcohol as a sign of respect for the deceased. Then Hans gets up and says that he needs to tell something. The main character explains that he promised Jin after the battle that he would tell him his secrets. Hans says that he had already lived through 3 years of this apocalypse before, but died when humanity lost the war with the zombies and was reborn again. Everyone is shocked by how seriously Hans speaks. The main character continues his story and says that in the future he fought hundreds of times against zombies, mutants, and people. That is why he knows exactly the information about mutants, their strengths and weaknesses, as well as information about the alliance of soul survivors. Hans says that thanks to the experience he had gained earlier, he was able to help all these people survive. Hans says that since he killed Negan, he can no longer predict future events, since in the future, he was unable to kill him. Jin says that all this time he guessed that Hans was some kind of angel. Hans says that they will now go to his last prepared place for survivors. The main character says that just a few days before the apocalypse, he took out a huge loan and bought an island, which he completely prepared. Hans invites everyone to follow him to this island. We see that Siri is crying from what she heard. She understands that Hans is the only person who is experiencing all these horrors for the second time, and has been losing his loved ones for many years. Hans says that now they can finally go to his beautiful place. Suddenly, one of the squad approaches Zhong Huan and asks how he managed to single-handedly deal with the hunter's squad. Zhong Huan is very embarrassed by his fame. The thing is, this guy is a former journalist, and now he will record the whole story of what is happening to Hans and his people. He starts asking everyone about the funniest and most exciting stories that have happened to him before. Swift begins to tell how he single-handedly defeated Goliath and thus helped the entire camp survive. Everyone laughs at this because they remember that Swift was helped by other people, but the hardest work was done by Hans. Everyone is laughing and having fun, and can finally relax for at least one day. A journalist takes pictures of Hans's people. It turns out to be a very interesting and memorable photo. The next morning, Hans and his men gather their supplies and say goodbye to the mercenaries. Hans hands the old man a note indicating the frequency of the radio station they will use to communicate. Hans expresses sadness about the old man losing his men in battle. The old man says not to worry about it, as Hans gave him 20 men from whom he will make soldiers. All the other mercenaries are also not offended by Hans. Suddenly, Hans notices that Chongmi has approached him. The girl hints to Hans that she likes him. She asks to take her with you. However, Hans refuses her, as he understands that this camp needs a leader in the person of Chongmi, and that she is the one who can organize it and keep this camp decent. Hans leaves and says goodbye to everyone. Chongmi shouts after Hans that she hopes to see our main character again. Hans leaves with his group. A few hours later, we see Hans's squad clearing the area of zombies. Hans is thinking about how everyone will get to the island, and he wants to cut off all the roads that lead to it. He looks into the distance and we see a truly beautiful landscape. The journalist also photographs all of this and admires it. The journalist believes that he is thus writing a new history for humanity. Swift says that there is actually some sense to it. Meanwhile, the old man asks Hans what his plan is. Hans replies that before the apocalypse he bought an island and prepared boats to get to it. Hans explains that there are 2 roads leading to the island, which need to be blown up, making it impossible to reach the island on foot. The main character explains that this tactic will protect them from zombies. After the roads leading to the bridge are blown up, a reconnaissance group led by Hans will set out to clear the island, after which the rest of the people will sail to them. Hans also says that he has prepared something else. Namely, near this island there are 2 more small uninhabited islands, where he placed pigs, chickens, cows, and crops. The second group will have to pick up all these animals and bring them to the main island. The next stage of the plan is to capture the nearby airport. According to Hans, there is a huge warehouse at the airport with long-life food products. If all the points of the plan are fulfilled, then Hans' people will live in comfort on the island. All the people were very happy that Hans had such a plan, and for the first time in their lives, they had hope for a normal life. We see how a few hours later the first bridge explodes. Then Hans's squad blows up the second road, and from that moment on, the island can only be reached by boat. The journalist takes a photo of all this as a keepsake. Next, they show us some kind of church. We see zombies eating Hans's people. It turns out that this was all some girl's terrible dream. They show us this girl and she is very beautiful and we have not seen her before. The next morning, Hans and his squad began loading food supplies at the dock. Hans orders to search the pier and eliminate all zombies so that no one interferes with them. Yong Hwan goes to carry out Hans's order, and with him goes a cute girl named Kim. Our new couple walks in silence and both are embarrassed to talk. Jong Hwan decides to ask Kim why she followed him. The girl replies that she thinks Jong Hwan is a strong and nice guy. Jong Hwan did not expect such words and understands that there are feelings between him and Kim. We see that the girl is very beautiful and gentle, and these two could really become a good couple of lovers. Suddenly a zombie appears behind Yong. Jong easily deals with him. He notices that when this girl is not looking at him, he feels very confident. Yong goes inside the room to check it out. Now that he is alone, he no longer feels so confident. Suddenly he hears some sound and he gets very scared. He sees puppies lying on the floor and their dead mother next to them. Yong Hwan brings the puppy he found and shows it to Hans. He says he could be raised to be a watchdog. Hans thinks that there is no need for such worries and that the puppy will make noise. However, Swift convinces him and Hans allows him to keep the puppy. Hans then recruits a reconnaissance squad to clear the island. He says that there were only a small number of people living on the island, which means there should be few zombies there. Swift says that means they should be able to clear out the situation quickly. Jin invites Siri to come with them because it will be more fun. Siri agrees as she enjoys going on missions with Hans. The boat sails away, and Swift stands on its bow like a pirate from an old fairy tale. Hans teaches Jin how to sail a boat. The main character says that in time, Jong Hwan will become the one who will control the boat and transport people. Hans' group split into 2 squads. Swift and Jin will have to clear the main island from zombies. Hans and the others will head to the second island to pick up the pets. We see that Swift and Jin are happy that they have been given the mission of killing zombies, as it is much more fun than collecting pigs. Swift and Jin were met by a small group of zombies and now the characters will eliminate them. Meanwhile, Hans' group arrived at the second island. We see that in reality there are a lot of animals here and people have difficulty catching them. Swift and Jin finish killing zombies. They see that there is a road to the island, and everything is quite well equipped. The island is connected to 2 more small islands by a small road. But due to the fact that the characters previously blew up the road to the main island, it can only be reached by boat, and then you can move between the small islands and around them by car or motorcycle. Jong Hwan will go to explore the area in the middle of the island. Swift and Jin will continue to explore the island on the sides. Jong Hwan is surprised and feels like he is part of an invincible trinity. The characters look around and each go in their own direction. And only now does Jong Hwan realize that he has gotten the hardest part, exploring the forest. Meanwhile, at the island's pier, Hans and the others begin to unload food supplies. Suddenly, John comes running to Hans and says that he has discovered something. These were the corpses of peasants who had been killed not by zombies, but by other people. Hans talks to the old man, and they come to the conclusion that the island's security needs to be strengthened, as there is still some danger. Hans thinks that there may be bandits near the island, or that they visited this island much earlier. Next, Hans looks at the fields that the locals have sown, and he understands that there will indeed be a big harvest. However, the main character and the old man realize that more people are needed to cultivate such large fields if they want to harvest the entire crop. Hans says it's time to finish clearing the island. He says that there used to be a peasant settlement on the island and many of their houses remain. Hans orders to split into groups and clear out the houses, after which everyone will be able to choose their own house. Hans warns everyone not to let their guard down. After this, everyone goes to complete the cleanup of the island. For Hans, there is a separate equipped building, which he has chosen as his home and headquarters. There is also a mountain near this house from which the approaches to the island are clearly visible. Suddenly Hans is found by Seri, who says that she found something. Seri says that what she saw cannot be explained. We see that Seri leads Hans to giant footprints of some mutant, and we understand that some super mutant lives near the island. A few days later, we see that our characters are already settling into life on the island, and Seri is fishing underwater. She manages to catch some fish and realizes that there are a lot of them near the island. Meanwhile, Hans does not relax and continues his training. Seri comes to him, who is very beautiful in this suit and looks simply incredible. She asks Hans to go with her to take the fish to the dining room. Hans goes with Seri, who says that she really likes the island. Hans thinks about how to organize life on the island to make it as safe as possible. Suddenly Hans notices something off to the side. These are new traces of the mutant that is moving through the monster's territory. Hans realizes that this is an incredibly huge monster in size, and he cannot yet determine its species. Next, Hans and Seri come to the island's dining room. They bring fish and ask the cooks to cook it. The chefs take it as a big compliment that they will be cooking for Hans. Half an hour later, the dinner was ready. The girl asks Hans if he liked the dinner. Hans says the chef's boyfriend and girlfriend look great together. The guy starts saying that this is not true. However, Hans said that he had long noticed that these two were in love with each other, and he was not against married couples forming on the island. The cooks were very happy and now understand that they can be open about their love affairs. Meanwhile, Hans and his elite squad, along with the puppy, head to the pier to pick up the last of the food supplies they left there. Hans also trains another person to steer the boat so that in his absence there will be someone to do it. Our characters also blow up the last part of the road and bridge leading to the island. Hans announces on the radio that the island can now only be reached by boat. After this, our characters go to pick up the last of the food supplies they were unable to take away a few days ago, but find that they are missing. The characters see that there are tire tracks from a car on the ground. Hans tells the group that there was a whole group of survivors here consisting of several people, and now they must find them, kill them, and take their food supplies back. Our characters wonder what kind of people could have taken their food supplies. Hans says that judging by the number of tracks, there could be a lot of people in the group of survivors who robbed them. Meanwhile, Swift found many different funny things on the pier. Hans suggests that the group split up and start looking for the people who robbed them. To do this, you will have to search the pier area and surrounding areas. Hans looks at the map and notes several places where the bandits might live. He commands everyone to take their places and move forward in their cars. When Hans's group arrives, they begin to explore the first residential area near the pier. They notice a small group of zombies, who may have also sensed the group of human survivors. Hans discovers a building near which there are the fewest zombies and concludes that since the area has been cleared of infected, it means there may be survivors here. Next, Hans and his group discover the corpses of the killed zombies, and the main character concludes that someone was distracting the zombies with empty cans of food, and then killing them from a distance. Hans notices a dark silhouette in the window of a multi-story residential building. Hans says we need to split up and search this building. Swift says he finally has a fun job. Hans' squad sets out to search for survivors. Our characters encounter several zombies on the stairs to the building. Hans says that this means that there aren't many people living here, since they couldn't even deal with the zombies in the building. Suddenly on the radio station, Zhang Huan says that he has found one person. Hans bursts into the apartment indicated by Yang and prepares to engage in battle. However, Hans sees that it is just a little girl who has pointed her bow at his people. Apparently she managed to hit Yang when he showed frivolity and carelessness. Siri says that they are not evil people and will not harm this girl. The girl said that her name is Mia, and she is not little, as she is 20 years old. Siri asks Mia to lower her bow and says that if they wanted to kill her, they would have done it a long time ago. Zhang Huan complains that Mia managed to hit him with a piece of brick. Mia says that everyone must leave her apartment or she will shoot people with a bow. Swift jokes that Mia has the same character as Hans. At that moment, Siri knocks the bow out of Mia's hands. Siri says this bow is not a toy for children. However, Siri later finds the girl's passport and is indeed convinced that she is 20 years old. Hans's men offer to let her come with them and that she will be safe. But Mia says that she is able to take care of herself and that she does not need anyone. Hans says that in that case they will leave her and go away. Siri asks Hans to stay and convince Mia to come with them, but Hans says that everyone must leave and leave the girl, and that is an order. Everyone understands that if Hans speaks in such a tone, then they need to listen to him. Hans's squad leaves the apartment of the discovered girl and abandons her. Mia sees that these people really didn't harm her and didn't even take her food. She asks to wait for her and talk to her. Hans turns around and asks the girl what she wants to talk about and that she kicked everyone out herself. The girl asks to take her with you. We see that she really wants this, and she will soon cry from loneliness. The girl asks Hans if his squad is really good people. Hans replies that she herself should have already realized whether they are good or bad. Swift tells the girl not to worry and not to pay attention to Grozny and Hans, since he is their leader, and he always shows seriousness. The girl cries and begs Hans and his men to take her with them. Swift knew that Mia would cry because Hans was speaking too harshly. Mia says that she's been living alone for several months and will soon go crazy from loneliness. Hans approaches Mia and asks one question. Hans asks if this girl has ever killed people. Mia is shocked by this question and feels uncomfortable. The girl replies that she has already killed several bad people who wanted to harm her. Swift is fooling around and scaring this sweet girl even more. Hans says that in that case the girl must promise that she will try to be useful to his camp and protect him. The girl promises this to Hans and says that she is ready to go with them. Hans's squad welcomes their new member and the girl is told to pack her things. Hans warns her that he always keeps an eye on newcomers. Hans asks the girl why she was alone all this time and did not leave her apartment. The girl says that her brother left the apartment several months ago, but never returned, and all this time she was waiting for him. The girl also says that all this time she survived by throwing empty cans from the balcony, shooting zombies with a bow, and then going down and looking for food. Hans said that he understood this from the very beginning, and explains that Mia will be safe with him and his people. Next, our characters arrive at the pier. Hans asks the new girl if she has seen any group of people near her house. Mia says that a few days ago an army convoy drove past her house, which was fully armed. Mia says she didn't see where they went next. Hans muses that they shouldn't look for these military men, as no one knows if they are good or bad, and fighting a fully equipped group of military men could cause problems for some. Hans orders everyone to gather in order to sail back to the island. All the people return to the boat and depart for their new camp. We are shown the headquarters of Hans' new camp. His good friend and old man comes to him. Hans is informed that engineers and mechanics have almost finished developing a long-range radio station so that the main character can maintain contact with the mercenaries and their camp. We are shown that the long-range radio station is almost ready, but it still needs time. Kang Hyuk then reports to Hans that he noticed a fire on the shore of a nearby island. Indeed, Hans looked through his binoculars at the recently extinguished fire. They understand that the enemy will not be able to get to them because of the rocks. But our characters should check who lives on the neighboring island. Hans assembles a reconnaissance team, and they set out to search. Our characters descend to the land like pirates, and prepare to move quietly. Meanwhile, we are shown the church that we have already seen, and in particular when the girl saw a terrible dream about the death of our characters. Hans' group has taken up position, and is awaiting the signal to act. Suddenly the door opens in the church. A young guy comes out of it, who apparently just woke up. The guy starts to warm up, and Hans' group watches him. Suddenly the guy notices something in the bushes. He runs inside the church. A moment later, all the people from this church come out into the street and we recognize that sweet girl nun. The nun asks the boy if he thought he saw someone. The nun shouts towards the bushes for the people hiding there to come out. Literally a second later, this group of people was surrounded by Hans's reconnaissance squad. The nun introduces herself and says that her name is Lena. Lena greets all the people who have come to visit and turns to Hans and calls him by name. Everyone pointed their guns at Lena, as Hans did not give his name. The main character points a gun at Lena and asks how she knows his name. Lena replies that she knows a lot about Hans and his people. Hans immediately grabs Lena by the head and holds his army knife to it. Lena explains that she sometimes sees dreams that reflect events that come true. So, she predicted the coming of the apocalypse, mutants, and the death of humanity. In her dreams, she also saw Jin and all the other members of Hans's squad. The girl says she knew that Hans and the others would come to her today. Lena also reveals that a great danger is looming, one that exceeds all the troubles that Hans and his group have experienced. Hans asks why he should trust this girl. Lena replies that she has been living here since the beginning of the apocalypse, and has been waiting for Hans and the whole group to come, as she predicted it. Hans looks at Lena and understands that the girl is speaking seriously and not joking, and besides, she came out without a weapon. Hans understands that a miracle of rebirth once happened to him, and this girl may well have the gift of foresight. Hans asks what danger the girl just spoke of. Lena replies that in her dreams she saw how she and Hans fought against a huge number of monsters and mutants, and she also saw that Hans and his friends died in that battle. Then the girl introduced her friends, namely her bodyguard named Alex, who is proficient in martial arts. Also in her group is a huge woman named Nancy, who has big muscles. There is also a helicopter pilot and an engineer. The girl invites Hans to look at the church. Hans tells Lena that he wants to make sure that what she says is true. He, along with Jin and Swift, goes inside the church. The main character sees huge supplies of food with a long shelf life and realizes that the girl was preparing for the apocalypse as if she knew it would come. Swift tells Hans that he believes this girl's words. Jin adds that since Hans once managed to be reborn, then the nun's gift of foresight may actually work. Hans comes out into the street and says that he is ready to accept these people into his main camp. However, one of the conditions will be that one person must join Hans's elite search party, which always takes on the most difficult tasks. To his surprise, Alex and Nancy show a sincere desire to join Hans's elite squad. A few hours later, Hans finishes his full inspection of the church and goes outside. He sees that the engineer and Swift have already found a common language and are having fun together. Meanwhile, Alex and Nancy trained with each other and argued over who would join Hans's elite squad. Alex says that he won the fight, so he will be the one to fight in Hans's search party. Alex then approaches Young Hwan and asks if Hans is worthy of having Lena in his group. Alex says he perceives Hans as a weak leader for now. Young Hwan takes this as an insult, as no one is worthy of questioning Hans's authority and abilities. Suddenly, Alex's head drops from the pressure of the man's hand. It's Swift who tells Alex that Alex has just joined Hans's camp, so he should treat him with respect. Alex is furious at how calm and confident Swift is acting and challenges him to a duel. Swift asks Hans for permission to duel. The main character allows them to train with each other, but not to cause any special harm. Swift takes off his outerwear and prepares for a duel. Alex gets even more furious at how calm and confident Swift is acting. Swift says that if he wins the duel, Alex will have to behave with restraint and obey Hans's orders. Swift challenges Alex to throw the first punch. Alex rushes towards Swift and swings his fist. Alex hits very quickly, but Swift dodges all the attacks and he never hits him. Seasoned in hundreds of serious battles, Swift does not even strain himself in the battle with Alex, and behaves very frivolously. Alex shouts that Swift can only dodge and can't strike because he's weak. The next moment, Swift swings his fist and we can see from his face that Alex is about to be hurt. Alex closes his eyes in anticipation of Swift's punch to his face. However, when he opens his eyes, he sees that Swift was not going to hit him, but was simply joking with him. This infuriates Alex, as Swift does not perceive the duel as a real fight. Alex throws a kick, but Swift blocks it. At this point, Alex hits his head, but this blow against Swift was also ineffective. Alex jumps to the side and thinks about what blow to strike next. However, at that moment when he raised his eyes, Swift was already opposite him. One light touch from Swift and Alex is sent into a casual flight a distance of 10 meters. Alex hits his head against a tree and thus loses the duel. Swift hopes he didn't kill Alex, as he only wanted to push him away. Alex understands that for now, his difference in strength is too huge, and Hans's squad is truly invincible. Hans is escorted further around the island, and they are going to show him something. This is a working helicopter that can accommodate 6 passengers and is ready to fly and fully fueled. Hans is very happy because the helicopter can deliver people to any point, and this is a very valuable resource. The helicopter pilot says that he knows how to fly it very well, and is ready to carry out any orders from Hans. The main character reflects on the fact that this group of people is truly a very valuable find, and that he simply has to accept them. Hans tells Lena to gather her and her people's resources, as he is accepting them into his camp. A few hours later, we see Lena and her people sailing with Hans to the main island. Hans asks Lena to tell him more about her dreams. Lena says that she had one dream in which Hans and she got married. Siri, who is sitting nearby, listens to all these words. Hans says that this dream is not destined to come true, since he is the leader of a large camp of survivors, and he does not have time for this. Siri is sad when she hears Hans's words because she loves him and wants to build a relationship with him. Lena then tells that Hans has a battle ahead of him in which he will be very sad and sorrowful. According to the nun, Hans has no idea what sadness awaits him ahead. Hans does not understand why he would be so saddened by some battle in the future, and prepares for the worst. Next, our characters arrive at the pier to the main camp. Hans is informed that the long-range radio station is fully operational and working. Hans asks to be given the opportunity to try to contact his allies. The main character calls a mercenary camp. An old man answers him and says that he is glad to hear from his friend with red hair. The old man says that during Hans's absence, their camp was attacked by a mutant that Hans described in his notebook, and thanks to the information Hans gave them, they easily defeated it. Hans is glad to hear that his knowledge has helped people survive again. Evening falls, and Hans announces a meeting of his elite search party. Hans says he received information that everyone was in danger. The newcomers don't understand anything and ask Hans what he means. Then Hans talks about the traces of a mutant he discovered, which is of enormous size. Hans says that he has never met such a mutant before, and does not know its characteristics. and he also does not know whether it flies through the air or swims in water. One thing is absolutely clear to everyone. This mutant can appear on the island at any second, and everyone must be ready for it. Hans says that a special patrol needs to be organized along the island to monitor the situation. Suddenly, Hans is told that the observation post has reported danger. Hans runs up the mountain from where the entire area around the camp is visible. Our characters see a huge warship. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, because until now they believed that the army had long been destroyed either by monsters or bandits. We see that this ship is very huge, and accordingly there could be a large number of people on it. Hans notices the powerful weaponry on the ship, and realizes that this ship has enough firearms to destroy the camp. Hans orders everyone to take their tactical positions and prepare to meet the military. The main character did not expect such a development of events, and one can only guess with what intentions the ship arrived here. Early in the morning, an announcement is made from the ship that the army is about to descend to the shore. Hans and the rest of the men have not slept, and are waiting and keeping a close eye on the ship. We see that literally in a few minutes, dozens of trained sailors are descending onto the island. After them, the sea captain exits the ship. Hans and his elite squad go to meet him. Hans thinks that now during the conversation he will understand why the Navy came here. But Hans really does not want to fight them. The main character notices huge guns and a large number of people on the ship. He sees that the sailors are armed with the best rifles. The captain is waiting for Hans to come to him. Hans approaches the captain and says that he welcomes him to his island. The captain asks where ordinary civilians get such weapons. Hans realizes that the captain is very arrogant, and he doesn't like the fact that Hans's men are armed. Hans says that he is in order to welcome the sea army to his island, and they need weapons to protect themselves from the threat. The captain replies that now Hans does not need to fear a threat, because a huge army has arrived on the island, which is armed. The captain says that Hans and his men must surrender their weapons to him. Hans tries to speak calmly, and replies that they will remove the weapons while the military is on the island. The captain said that his fleet was on a special important mission, and they would stay on the island for a few days to rest. The captain keeps looking at Hans's armed men and continues to express concern about the presence of weapons. Hans says that they will hide the weapons, but will not give them up, and this will be one of the conditions under which he will let the military onto the island. In his head, Hans thinks that if the military starts causing him problems or tries to take the island away, he will kill them all without hesitation. Hans leaves and tells the captain that he can only station his men on the island for a few days. Several hours pass and Hans continues to watch the sailors. He counts at least 100 sailors and sees what a huge amount of weapons they have. Hans orders Swift to keep an eye on everyone and not take his eyes off them. Hans looks at the ship and thinks that it would be nice to have such a huge means of transportation on water. Next, Hans comes to the dining room where his people are having lunch. The sailors greet him and say that they also want to eat. All the people are unhappy with what they heard, as they get this food in brutal battles with bandits and zombies. The military demands that Hans go to cooperate with them, since they are an active army. The cooks are shocked by what they hear, because they will have to feed about 100 people. Hans realizes that if he feeds these sailors for several days, they will use up a lot of food supplies. The main character realizes that he has enough food for his camp, but there are too many sailors. We are shown one of the junior soldiers running towards the canteen. He turns to the senior sergeant and reports that the captain has ordered a separate table for 4 people to be prepared. The sergeant begins to worry because the captain's orders must be carried out immediately. He begs Hans to feed the soldiers and his superiors. Everyone starts to get nervous. In addition, the military asks people to leave the canteen so that the soldiers can sit down. Hans allows the soldiers to be fed. However, in his head he is already making a plan to destroy this army if they do anything bad on his island. We see that after half an hour the soldiers are already having lunch and they really like the food. Siri came to Hans and expressed her dissatisfaction with him for allowing the soldiers to be fed. We also see that the captain and his assistants are having lunch and he likes everything. Hans is not sharing his thoughts with anyone yet, and continues to analyze the situation. The captain and his assistants come to Hans and Sari's headquarters. The captain praises Hans's organized camp and staff, and says that Hans is a good leader since he was able to organize everything so well in such chaos. The captain also added that this place would make an excellent army headquarters. Siri expresses dissatisfaction because this is an island of civilians, and they are not going to give it to anyone. However, Hans stops Siri and asks her to shut up. After this, the captain says that he noticed a supply of alcohol on the first floor of the dining room, and suggests that everyone drink together. Hans accepts this offer. He asks Sari to arrange a table for 12 people. Siri runs away in offense and runs to set the table. Hans leaves and says that in half an hour they can come to the dining room. A few minutes later, Hans's closest comrades and the entire administration of this navy were already sitting at the same table. The captain thanked them for the opportunity to eat well and drink alcohol. Hans's comrades are sitting in tension, because they don't like these military men. The captain says his navy is on a special mission, but they are running low on provisions. The captain proposes to start cooperation with Hans Island. Namely, he says that he will make a headquarters out of Hans Island, in which Hans's people will be engaged in obtaining food and serving the army, and in exchange they will receive protection. Hans sums up the captain's words and asks that the captain wants to take the island and supplies for himself, and in exchange he will protect all the people. The head of the navy shouts approvingly that Hans understood him correctly. However, Hans replies that neither he, nor his people, nor his island need anyone's protection. He says that the camp is well organized under the command of the main character, and does not require the intervention of the army. Hans added that the lunch and dinner he fed the soldiers was more of an expression of gratitude for the fact that the army fought the zombies until the very end, until it was destroyed. In this way, Hans honored the memory of the fallen soldiers, and no longer intends to cooperate with the army in any way. Hans says that after the captain and his subordinates finish eating, they must leave the island. The captain starts to get angry, and we see that he did not expect such an answer. All of Hans's comrades begin to stand up to leave. However, the captain slams his fist on the table. He says that he does not ask Hans's permission, since he, being the head of the navy, is now the most important one here. Hans asks why the captain thinks he is the most important. The captain replies that, according to the laws of martial law, the army is the most important organ in the state. Therefore, only the captain will decide what and how will happen on this island. Hans replies that the army has long since disappeared, and no laws work anymore, and only force is now the most important factor. The captain shouts that for disobeying his orders, he will execute Hans on the spot. To this, the main character replies that in that case the captain himself should be executed for such words. We see that the captain has not heard anyone speak to him like that for a long time, and Hans's self-confidence infuriates him. Hans tells the captain to gather his men and get off the island while he is being treated well. The captain finally starts screaming, and it seems like the situation is about to get out of control. Suddenly, Seri runs into the room and says that something happened outside. We see Swift lying on the ground in the street, screaming that the military is going to kill him now. There is an angry sailor standing next to Swift, who shouts that he will now continue beating Swift. The captain asks what's going on here. He is informed that his subordinate sailor drank a lot of alcohol and quarreled with a local resident named Swift, after which the seamen beat him up. This soldier begins to be held by other sailors, and they smell a strong smell of alcohol on him. Hans looks at Swift and understands what his plan is. All this time, Swift pretended to be beaten in order to aggravate the situation around the military and make them look bad. Swift continues to lie on the ground and scream about how painfully the soldiers beat him. Hans says that the soldiers have already started causing problems, and therefore they must get off the island. The captain listens to what Hans says. The main character openly states that he is giving the military until the evening to leave the island. The captain's assistant starts yelling at Hans and demanding more respect. Suddenly, screams are also heard from the other side. Hans goes to check what happened there. Kang Hyuk says that this soldier entered the house where the girl was. From the words of this girl, it follows that the sea entered her house and began to pester her. The sailor says that he just wanted to get to know the girl a little and climbed into bed with her. People start shouting at the soldiers to leave their island immediately. Hans says that he is the leader of this camp and listens to his people, so the military must leave the island immediately. The main character addresses the administration of this navy and tells them that they are a bunch of parasites who are useless on this island. We see that the situation is getting very tense, and it seems that Hans wants to anger the military. The captain says that this little boy with red hair is too cheeky and takes liberties. Hans is waiting for someone to try to shut him up. Hans continues to get into trouble and speaks in a deliberately brazen manner. Namely, Hans says that these military men are real cowards who have been hiding on the ship from zombies all this time. As expected, a gun is pointed at Hans' head. This is exactly what the main character was trying to achieve. He snatches the pistol from the captain's assistant's hands. With his first shot, Hans kills the captain's assistant who threatened him. With the second shot, he shoots the captain through the head. With the remaining shots, he kills the remaining assistants of the captain. Hans then gives the order to destroy all the soldiers who, after a hearty and filling lunch, have lost their vigilance. Jean and Swift instantly deal with the soldiers standing in rows. Within seconds, Hans finds himself surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. Hans gives the order to find and destroy every single sailor. The main character became convinced that this navy was nothing but a bunch of cowards, rapists, parasites, and scoundrels. Hans's elimination squad is sent out to carry out a mission to clear the ship. Meanwhile, the sniper had already cleared the pier of sailors. Alex and the rest of the group who lived in the church did not kill the sailors, but took them hostage. Seeing this, Hans orders to finish off everyone who remains alive. Kang Hyuk, as usual, tries to dissuade Hans from killing the others. However, Hans no longer yells at Kang Hyuk like he used to. but instead praises him for being vigilant and helping Hans recognize the danger in the Navy when he stole the girl from them. Kang Hyuk realizes that this fleet was actually made up of scoundrels and marauders, and that Hans is essentially right. The main character explains to Kang Hyuk that in this world where cruelty reigns, one must make the right choice in time. As Hans speaks, we see one of the soldiers reaching for a rifle to kill our characters. Hans ends his words by saying that Kang Hyuk has already made enough mistakes, and it is time to change and become stronger. The next second Hans fires. Hans killed the last surviving naval officer. Thus, Hans's camp had just captured an entire long-distance warship. Hans praises everyone for their excellent and fast work. Swift asks what they will do with this huge ship now. Hans replies that they will find a use for him when needed. Hans and his comrades go to inspect their new gift of fate. We know that before the apocalypse, Hans served in a special forces unit in the army, so he understands the ship's weapons. Hans finds powerful long-range missiles and says that they will be useful in the future. Hans jokes that their camp is now so powerful that they are even ready to take over a small country. A few hours later, people begin to clear the streets of corpses. Among these people is also Alex, who does not like Hans's management methods. However, he understands that despite the fact that Hans is cruel, he was able to save the lives of hundreds of people and organize the most developed camp. The main character has surrounded himself with the strongest and most powerful warriors who blindly follow him and will give their lives for him. Alex realizes with horror that even an entire army is no obstacle for Hans and his elite squad. Alex expresses his dissatisfaction with what happened to Hans. Hans says that if Alex and his people don't like something, they can leave the camp. The main character reminds that it was the nun Lena and the others who asked to join Hans, and not the other way around. Hans says that Alex and his people are not being held here by force, and they can leave at any time. Next we are shown a girl named Mia, and that she is a little upset about what happened. Hans comes up to her and says that Mia showed herself to be very brave, and he is proud of her. Finally, the main character says that if Mia continues to try, he will take her into his elite group. Hans finds arrows fired from Mia's bow, and realizes that she killed at least 4 people in this fight, which means she is strong and determined. Siri comes to see Hans and says that there is another problem. Hans is shown another group of sailors who have been taken prisoner. Hans is wondering what to do with them. He says that he will now ask one question that will decide the fate of all the others. Hans asks if the sailors can join him, but the sailors say nothing except prayers for mercy. The main character understands that this bunch of cowards will be of no use and decides to kill them. He is stopped by Alex, who asks Hans to come up with another solution. Hans says that there is no point in him leaving these sailors alive. The main character knows that if these people are left alive, they will want to avenge their comrades and kill several of Hans's people before they themselves are destroyed. Hans says that the main task is to ensure the safety of the people who live in the camp, as he is confident that his camp is the future of the world. Hans points his gun at the forehead of one of the soldiers. However, the next second Hans says to prepare the boat. He explains that he will throw these sailors far away from here and allow them to survive as they wish. Hans takes only one Swift with him. The main character delivers a group of captured sailors to the pier on a boat. Arriving at her, Hans and Swift lower the sailors down to the pier. Hans then takes out a pistol and points it at the captured sailors. However, the next moment Swift pulled out a gun and shot them all. Swift explained that he knew from the very beginning that Hans would not leave these people alive, and that is why Swift himself had just shot them. Swift says that being a leader is a big responsibility and a heavy burden, and so he, as Hans's comrade, will also do the dirty work. Hans reflects on who he has become and the difficult decisions he has to make. Now Hans does not perceive himself as a good person. He sees himself as a resurrected angel of death, who gives life to some and takes life from others. We are shown another dream of Noon Lena. In her dream, Lena finds herself in some kind of palace. A huge monster with a snake's head appears in front of her. This monster of high-rises is the size of a multi-story building. The monster spits out some kind of lump with something floundering inside. From this lump emerges a mutant, which Hans calls a locust. A man appears next to the girl. This man starts bleeding from his eyes. He falls to the ground and the girl wants to help him, but she can't do anything because it's just a dream. She leans over to the man and tries to ask him how he feels. The man raises his head and we see that he is turning into a monster. A second later, this man became a zombie and attacks the girl. Lena wakes up in a cold sweat. With horror, the girl begins to understand where the first monsters actually came from. Morning comes and our beautiful island wakes up. During the day, Lena immediately tells everyone about her dream. One of those present says he has a theory. According to a book he once read, in ancient Egyptian mythology, there was a deity with the head of a snake, and perhaps the first mutants were created by the gods. Hans says that all this sounds too funny, and that we need to focus on more important issues. However, the girl wants to say something else. The nun says that by killing the Navy, Hans has reduced the life of the human population by another 100 people, and this is unacceptable. Hans says it was a necessary measure to keep everyone alive. Swift also enters the verbal altercation and comes to Hans's defense. However, Hans asks Swift to remain silent and give the girl a chance to speak. Lena continues her thoughts and says that the main goal should be the preservation of the human species, and not the survival of Hans's camp. She says that in her dreams, she saw how humanity was ultimately destroyed by the most terrible and ferocious mutants that no one had ever seen before. Hans thinks about Lena's words and realizes that there is some meaning in her words. He recalls how the zombie apocalypse began and comes to the conclusion that to this day, it is not known for certain where the first zombies came from. The girl also adds that she still sees in her dreams how Hans and his people die. A kind of mosaic begins to form in Hans's head, and he begins to build a theory that the entire apocalypse is controlled by a force still unknown to him. Hans is no longer sure of anything and does not yet understand who can answer all his questions. Hans asks when his death will occur in Lena's dreams. She replies that she saw all the people die after the harvest. After a few days, we see how active the training is. Yonghwan asks why Hans trains everyone so hard. Hans replies that the most difficult test that the nun speaks of awaits our heroes, and they must be prepared for it. Yonghwan believes Hans' words and puts in all his efforts in training. Hans watches the training camp and remembers his last conversation with Lena. She said that before the most terrible battle, our characters will face a test with a new kind of mutant shark. Then a girl runs up to Hans and says that an old man from a mercenary squad has made contact. Hans is happy to talk to his old friend. The old man says that a new camp of bastards has formed nearby, occupying the territory of Negan's alliance. The old man says that the name of their leader is Sean. According to the old man, Sean's camp is the remnants of Negan's empire, and so far it hasn't caused any particular problems. But the old man decided to warn Hans. Hans says that he knows Sean, as he has met him before. The main character recalls the events of the future he lived, and his friend named Sean. It was Sean who trained Hans and taught him hand-to-hand combat. But Sean later betrayed Hans and died from a zombie bite. Evening is coming. We see that new traces of the mutant have appeared on the camp beach. We are shown a huge carcass with fins walking across the island. The mutant notices a house with a light on. We are also shown a huge crowd of zombies and we don't yet know where it is. Next we see Zhonghwan, who is awakened by his dog barking. Zhonghwan calms the dog down, but he also hears some strange sounds coming from the street. He broadcasts information over the radio that he is going to go out and check out the strange sounds on the street. Zhonghwan puts on his gear and takes his weapon and goes outside. Friend, he notices something strange in the dark. He can't believe his eyes because of what he just saw. A huge monster with red eyes and a shark's mouth looked at him from the darkness. Zhonghwan immediately starts shooting at him with a rifle. However, the mutant doesn't even pay attention to him and runs towards the house. Yong runs as fast as he can to his home, screaming for his girlfriend to save herself. The mutant destroys Zhonghwan's house in a matter of seconds. The character froze and thought that this was all a bad dream. Suddenly, Zhonghwan sees a picture that is simply terrifying to the depths of his soul. The mutant devours Zhonghwan's girlfriend and she screams in pain. A few seconds later, the girl dies in front of Zhonghwan's eyes and in the monster's mouth. It seemed that at that moment the meaning of life was lost for Yong. With great rage, Zhonghwan begins to shoot at the monster. The monster notices our character and approaches him. A huge mouth hangs over Yong and looks at him. Our character understands that he is powerless against such a mutant and can do nothing. The monster's mouth opens and in a second, Yong's life will end just like his girlfriend's. A few minutes later, Swift and the others come running to the scene, unable to believe what they see. All that was left of Yong was his legs. Everyone understands that at this moment a monster is wandering around the camp. Hans is having a hard time coping with the loss of his close friend. The main character also notices a zombie who used to be Hans's girlfriend. Hans kills her because he has no other choice. Hans remembers what a good person Yonghwan was, and realizes that Lena's predictions are starting to come true. He remembers meeting Yong, who was just a kind fat man back then. During the time he spent with Hans, Yong became a truly brave warrior. Swift tells Hans not to lose hope and that everyone else will support him. Swift asks Hans to pull himself together and come up with a new plan, as it is still possible to save everyone in the camp. Suddenly, one of the people asks a question about whether if there is a mutant of such a high level, then a wave of zombies will come after him. Hans realizes with horror that this is true, but the wave of zombies cannot reach the island. Suddenly, Hans remembers the events of the future he experienced, in which a group of people were saved on a ship, but everyone there turned into zombies. Hans suggests that this ship could have been sailing the ocean all this time, and eventually it approached the island. That is why the mutant began to visit this island, as a wave of zombies is approaching. Hans's subordinates ask what should be done now. The main character says that he wants to climb up the electrical tower and survey the area. While he is gone, Hans orders the people to be placed in a bunker and an elite squad to patrol the island in groups. Next, Hans and Sari go to the tower. Hans climbs to the very top of this tower. Siri asks if Hans sees anything. However, Hans replies that the island is covered in thick fog and has poor visibility. Hans tries to examine the surrounding area, but he is unable to do so. Meanwhile, Swift reports that the people have been hidden in the bunker and the defense group has been deployed. Hans is glad that most people will be safe. Suddenly, a mutant of enormous size runs out towards the tower. People start shooting at him, but the bullets do not penetrate his thick skin. The mutant runs after Sari and wants to eat her. In the mutant's eye, we see a reflection of Hans flying towards him. He falls down rapidly and has already prepared his combat bayonet. Hans plunges his bayonet into the mutant's eye and pierces it, and we see how huge the monster is in size. That Hans looks like an insect in comparison. Hans falls from the monster to the ground. He gets up and gives the command to everyone to open fire on the monster and shoot at the eyes. Hans's subordinates begin to fire with all the weapons they have. We see that due to the damage to the eye, the monster loses its composure. Hans prepares to throw a grenade into the monster's mouth. However, the monster slams its tail onto the ground, causing a huge cloud of dust to rise. In the resulting cloud of dust, the mutant manages to escape into the dense forest. Hans passes the information on to all the other people. Next, Hans decides to examine the area from a helicopter. He comes to the helicopter pilot and says that he needs to go up and inspect the shores of the island. The pilot turns on the helicopter and the blades begin to spin. The helicopter takes off and flies over the island. Hans tries to see the island's shore through his night vision goggles. He notices a ship that has already sailed quite close to the island. Hans realizes that this is most likely the same ship he spoke about earlier. Indeed, this ship is filled with zombies who can already smell the approaching smell of human flesh. Hans decides to destroy the ship before it reaches the island. He starts to spray gasoline from the air, which flows onto the ship. We see that gasoline is spreading over the entire surface of the ship. Hans realizes that all that remains now is to set this ship on fire. Hans ties Mia to the helicopter so she feels safe and can concentrate on the shot. Hans tells the girl that she will succeed and he believes in her. These words make the girl feel calm and embarrassed. Hans lights one of Mia's arrows. The girl takes aim and is about to shoot a bow. We see an arrow flying over the ship and realize that there are thousands of zombies on it. The arrow hits one zombie and it catches fire. Within a second, the ship is completely on fire. Thousands of zombies are burning in this hellish fire. However, the ship continues to sail and does not sink. At this time, the radio station reports that a huge mutant has just escaped near the bunker. Siri says that there is no more time and we need to go back. Hans hopes that the ship will sink and begins to think about how to stop it. Now Hans begins to think that he made a mistake, and that he should have gone down to the ship and turned the ship's wheel. However, a moment later, Hans hears explosions. We see that the fire on the ship has reached the fuel tanks. Mia is glad that they succeeded after all. A ship with thousands of zombies sinks into the ocean. Hans broadcasts over the radio that he is already returning to the bunker to finish off the mutant. At this time, people are already standing in full readiness, waiting to fight back the monster. Swift sees a mutant standing in the distance and doesn't understand why he doesn't attack them. The mutant seemed to be waiting for someone and froze. Swift tells Jean that without Hans, they are the only hope for the camp, as they are the only two other than Hans who have fought against mutants of such a high level. Suddenly the mutant goes to the bunker and people open fire on him with all weapons. They can't penetrate the mutant's skin and only make him more angry. The monster moves towards the defense post at great speed. Swift prepares to engage in close combat with this huge and terrible monster. The next second, the monster destroys the protective barriers. Swift thinks this is his chance to attack the monster. He runs closer and wants to hit the monster in the leg. Swift swings his axe and hits the monster with all his might. Our character gets hit, but doesn't understand whether he caused any damage. Looking closer, Swift saw that the blade of his axe had broken on the skin of this monster. Swift understands that now the mutant will counterattack, but he will not have time to dodge. Swift is covered by Jean with a metal shield. Swift says that the situation is too complicated, and that they need to keep their distance, as the mutants can turn people into zombies if they touch them. Jin is well aware of the risks he is taking, but says that if anyone other than Hans can fight this monster, it is he and Swift. We understand that now there will be a confrontation between our two favorite characters from Hans' gang against the mutant. The monster makes its first quick paw attack. Jin hides behind the shield, but manages to notice that the monster is simultaneously attacking with its tail. Jin doesn't manage to dodge this attack and the monster wounds him. The next moment, the monster attacks Jin with its second paw, and he realizes that he won't have time to escape. At this moment, Swift pushes him away so that the monster does not kill him. However, the monster hits Swift and injures him as well. Our characters fall together to the side. The monster is furious and wants to kill these two brave men. Suddenly, other people start shooting into the monster's mouth. Hans's elite group begins to cover their comrades and suppress the monster with firepower. Swift doesn't waste a moment and throws a hand grenade towards the monster. The monster's mouth slams shut and the grenade ends up inside it. The grenade explodes in the monster's mouth. The mutant receives significant damage but does not die, but only retreats for a few minutes. Jean and Swift realize that if a mutant of that level injured them, they would both turn into zombies in a few minutes. However, Jin says that now they don't have to worry about their lives since they will die anyway. Swift agrees with Jin's position and says that now they can start fighting at full strength. Jin orders all the people, even Hans's elite group, to go down to the shelter and hide. The sniper says he can't leave the two of them and wants to fight the monster. Kang Hyuk begins to lead all the people inside the bunker. Swift goes to meet the monster, realizing that now he will die in battle, protecting his people. The sniper refuses to go down into the bunker and hide. Jin praises the sniper for his bravery but says it's too late. Suddenly the monster starts running towards the sniper. Swift and Jean realize that they won't have time to reach their friend. Kang Hyuk also didn't chicken out and started shooting at the monster. The mutant jumps on the sniper and is about to eat him. The sniper understands that he has nowhere to run from such a huge monster, and now he will die. Suddenly, Hans's bike crashes into the monster's head and we see our character with red hair. Hans falls to the ground. The monster takes further damage from a blow of such force. Hans doesn't waste a moment and throws a grenade into the monster's mouth. The grenade explodes in the monster's head. The monster does not die, but we see that it has become much weaker. Hans is about to finish off the huge beast and rushes towards it. The monster manages to notice Hans and decides to escape from the battlefield. The mutant runs away from Hans at high speed on his 6 legs. The main character understands that the mutant will remain on the island and must be found and finished off. Swift tells Hans that he is late. The guys tell the main character that during the battle, a mutant wounded them, which means they are infected with a virus and will turn into zombies. Hans thinks that today is a terrible dream, and he cannot survive the loss of his 2 most devoted friends. Swift and Jean say that they do not regret what they did, and that it was a great honor for them to be in Hans's squad. The main character thanks Swift and Jin for everything they have done for Hans in the camp. Hans says that he will avenge their lives and kill the monster at any cost. Swift says she doesn't feel any changes in her body yet. Suddenly Hans remembers that they have been seeing cases of immunity more and more often. Hans asks how much time has passed since the infection. Swift says that about 20 minutes have already passed. Hans knows that turning into a monster begins with an increase in body temperature and sweat. Hans touches Swift's forehead but does not feel that his body temperature has increased or that he has any other symptoms. The main character orders that a doctor be called here immediately. An hour passes and we see that both guys still haven't turned into zombies. Hans is happy about this, and states the fact that Swift and Jin have developed immunity to the virus due to the large number of battles. Swift says that this is incredibly cool news, because now he is not afraid of monster bites. However, Jin stands there all sad and is not happy about it. Suddenly, Jin screams that he cut off his own hand the last time he was bitten by a zombie. Jin says that if he had known earlier that he had immunity, he would not have cut off his hand. The morning of the next day arrives. Hans and Jean are back together in the same squad. The main character says that he still has a premonition of the presence of a monster on the island. Jin says that in that case we need to find and eliminate the threat. While Hans and the others are hunting the monster, all the people will be in the bunker. Of course, people don't like to sit there, but these are safety measures. Swift says that the monster needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible, as this situation is making life difficult for the camp. Hans, Swift and Jean gather together to discuss a plan to eliminate the mutant. Hans says that either Swift or Jin must stay with the humans to provide them with protection. Jin says that he will go with Hans to kill the monster, as he wants to avenge his hand, which he cut off. Hans is surprised by this because Jin lost his arm in a fight with David, not with a shark. Moreover, Jin cut off his own hand and no one tore it off, so we can say that it was his initiative. Swift says that Hans and Jean can go look for the monster, and he will stay to protect the people. A few minutes later, Hans and Jean were already racing along the forest road in search of traces of the monster. Because of the noise of the motorcycle, the mutant quickly sensed Hans and Jin. A mutant attacks from behind the bushes and rushes towards our characters. Hans increases his speed because they want to lure the monster into a trap. The main character sees a warship and realizes that he needs to act. He commands Jin to jump off his motorcycle and distract the monster. Jin jumps off his motorcycle and prepares to confront the monster. We see that although the monster is wounded, it remains quite strong and fast. The mutant begins to attack Jean. Our iron-fisted character dodges the monster's attacks and attracts its attention. Meanwhile, Hans reaches the ship and sits down at the missile guidance device. Hans shouts into the radio to Jin that he is ready. Jin blocks another attack from the monster and begins to act. He throws a smoke grenade towards the monster. While the monster is blind, he runs towards a previously prepared car. Jin gets into the car and drives it towards the cliff. Jin sees in the rearview mirror that the monster is running after him. At this time, Hans begins to aim a powerful missile at the monster. For a normal hit, Hans will only have 1 moment to shoot. Jin drives his car at full speed towards the cliff. Incredibly, Jin flies at full speed onto the cliff and falls off the cliff. A monster jumps after him and immediately falls under the sight of Hans's rocket. The main character shoots and hopes it works. The rocket flies at high speed straight towards the monster. The mutant notices the missile, but it is too late. The rocket tears the monster into small pieces and puts an end to this battle that lasted 2 days. Hans rides his motorcycle to the ocean to find Jin. The main character dives into the water but cannot find his friend. Suddenly, Jin emerges from the water behind Hans. Hans notices him and goes to help. Hans pulls the wounded Jin out of the water. Our characters collapse on the beach and rest after an incredible battle. A few hours later, the heroes bury their fallen friends and comrades. The girls are crying because of grief. The boys silently remember and honor the memory of the heroes. Someone puts daisies on Zhonghwan's grave. This is Hans, for whom Zhonghwan was a true friend from the very beginning. He remembers how Zhonghwan tried his best to help other people in the camp. Hans perceived Zhonghwan as a future squad leader, a good husband for that girl, and simply a nice person. Now Hans understands that, according to Lena's predictions, the last and most difficult battle of their entire lives awaits them. Hans can only guess what enormous danger awaits him ahead. Next, our heroes begin to clear the beach of zombies, as several dozen monsters remained in the water after the ship sank. Hans was also present at the cleanup along with his comrades. The zombie corpses were immediately burned. Siri comes to Hans and says that she found something. Our characters go to the place indicated by the girl. We see that on the grave of Zhonghwan lies his puppy, who has come to love his owner very much. Siri asks Hans if he can let someone look after this puppy. She says that she can take care of him herself and be responsible for him. Hans allows the puppy to be kept, but only if it does not cause any inconvenience. Several days pass since the events described. We see that people are starting to harvest. According to Lena's predictions, great danger will befall our characters after the harvest. We are shown Lena who prays for people's lives. Hans comes to her to talk. Hans tells Lena that she is planning a new mission in which they will go to a huge supply depot. Lena gives her blessing to this mission, and says that she is glad that Hans thinks about all people. Suddenly, Sari bursts into the room, who, as we see, is very jealous of Hans. The main character asks what she wanted. However, Siri replies that she just wanted to see what these two were doing here. Hans finally warns Lena that he will also take her people on his mission, and if they die, it will not be his responsibility. Next, Hans goes to Swift and Jin, who are training hard. Hans says he's going to start a new mission. Jin doesn't even ask where they're going, but only asks how much time they have to get ready. However, Hans says that this time he is only taking newbies with him to test them in action and train them in real battles. Hans thanks the two for being loyal and always following Hans, but the newcomers need to be given a chance to prove themselves. Swift reveals that Kang Hyuk also comes to train every day and asks Jin and Swift to make him stronger. According to Swift, Kang Hyuk set himself the goal of becoming strong in close combat. Hans understands that Kang Hyuk is a very good and kind person who would make an excellent leader of some camp in the future. Hans decides to visit Kang Hyuk. Indeed, Kang Hyuk trains hard. Hans gives Kang Hyuk some advice on how to properly stab with a knife. Kang Hyuk thanks Hans and says that he will train even harder. Kang explains that when he learned that Swift and Jin had immunity from the virus, the difference between their strength and his became simply huge, so he needs to put in more effort. Hans goes down to Kang Hyuk and tells him not to think about it. The main character explains that there are things in this world that they cannot influence, such as the development of immunity in people. Hans says that Kang Hyuk has his own strength of a different nature, which lies in his sincere desire to protect all people. Hans realizes that Kang Hyuk would make a great leader. Next, Hans goes to meet the helicopter pilot. Hans asks him to tell him more about Lena. The pilot says that he has known this girl for a long time, and that her gift of foresight first manifested itself when she was a child. At the age of 6, she predicted a plane crash and the death of her parents. Suddenly, Hans is called on the radio. He is told that an incredible threat has arisen that no one can cope with. Hans comes to the camp and the nun says that she saw a dream in which everything exploded. She explains that in her dream, she saw how a nearby nuclear power plant exploded, and an area for thousands of kilometers was exposed to radiation. Everyone present begins to think and understand that in reality, no one is looking after nuclear power plants, and the radiation there is left unattended. The engineer begins to panic as he realizes that Lin's words are most likely true. Hans asks the engineer to give more details. The engineer says that there really is a nuclear power plant with powerful radioactive elements about 100 kilometers from the island. Since the apocalypse began, no one has been servicing this station. So approximately this month, it should run out of coolant and everything will explode. People are asking what the consequences of this explosion will be. The engineer replies that the area for thousands of kilometers will be exposed to radiation, and all living creatures will die, even zombies. Hans starts to smile hysterically. Hans exhales and thinks in his head how tired he is of all these problems that never end. Problems with bastards are replaced by mutants, which are replaced by problems with food, water, conflicts, and now the danger of a radioactive explosion. Hans asks to show the explosion radius on the map. The engineer says he can show it. An engineer draws the radius of a radioactive explosion on a map. According to his calculations, Australia and the islands around it will be safe. The engineer also says that they will not be able to prevent the explosion, because this requires serious knowledge. Moreover, it is also impossible to reach the safe zone by fishing boat, since the distance is too great. However, Hans suddenly says that he has a solution to this problem. Luckily for everyone, he recently conquered a huge ship that has enough room for everyone. However, the question that arises for everyone is how to control the ship and where to get fuel. The helicopter pilot says that thanks to his technological advances, it is not that difficult to control the ship and he knows some skills. But he needs to get more information. Hans says to all people that from this day on, all missions are cancelled, and now they have two main tasks. Firstly, it is to find fuel for the ship, and secondly, it is to find instructions for the helicopter pilot on how to operate a military ship. Hans also adds that from now on, he will only think about protecting his people, not strangers. He tells the nun that his main task is not to save all of humanity, but to save specific people. Swift really likes the events that are happening, and he is already waiting for everyone to sail on a huge cool ship. The pilot says that he can help with the first task, namely finding the right type of fuel for the ship. Luckily for everyone, there is an oil refinery at the pier near the island, which has a warehouse with the required type of fuel. Then Hans says that all that remains is to find where the instructions for controlling the ship will be. The engineer says that such an instruction will be kept in a library of classified documents in the city of Seoul. Then Hans announces to everyone to begin the operation to find fuel and instructions. That same day, Hans's group arrives at the pier to obtain the required type of fuel. Thanks to the fact that they have a helicopter, they are able to quickly destroy the zombies located there. At the same time, zombies and members of Hans's squad are killed on the ground. In just a few minutes, the area was cleared. People take on the task of transporting the required type of fuel. The engineer says that according to his calculations, the fuel in the warehouse will be sufficient. We see that the characters discover tens of tons of the necessary fuel. It takes a whole day for people to load it and send it to the island. All the people were tired, but they coped with the task. Next, Hans and his elite group head to the camp of women and mercenaries. He is met by an old man who says he is glad to see him. Hans is also glad to see his old friend and asks how things are going. The old man says that over the past time he has trained several of Hans's men, and now they have become real soldiers. Hans says there is serious information that needs to be discussed. The characters go inside the building to talk, and Hans notices the man who used to be the head of the hospital camp. After several months of training, he became a real soldier and atoned for his sins of betrayal. However, the old man still keeps an eye on him and continues to train him. Hans tells the old man that he has a new deal to make for him. The old man asks Hans to tell him more details. Hans asks the old man to accompany him to the city of Seoul and provide protection. In return, Hans promises to tell information that will help the old man and his people survive, as incredible danger is approaching. The old man was surprised by such a conversation, and until this moment did not know about the danger. However, the old man rejects Hans's offer. Hans says that if the old man does not agree, he and his people will die. The leader of the mercenary squad feels that Hans is speaking more seriously than ever. The main character states that very soon a disaster will happen that no one can influence, and everyone will die within a zone of thousands of kilometers. The old man understands that Hans is talking about some kind of natural or man-made phenomenon, and all this is really true. Hans offers the old man one last time to agree to a deal. The old man accepts Hans's terms and says that the mercenaries will take him to the city of Seoul. Next, we are shown the headquarters of a mercenary squad. The old man's deputy enters his office. The old man orders to gather the best people for a mission in the city of Seoul. A few hours later, the old man tells them a plan on how they should penetrate this city. The thing is that now in the city of Seoul there are a lot of different bandits, and the most evil of them is Sean's gang. They settled in a huge stadium. This stadium was once used by the military, and therefore there are many weapons and equipment left there. The military was wiped out in the middle of the apocalypse, and Sean took their place. The old man says that after Hans killed Negan, Sean gathered the remnants of all the camps and subjugated them. The old man also tells one of the most important rules for visiting Seoul. It is forbidden to shoot in this city, because there are millions of zombies there, and if there is noise, they will destroy everyone. Hans and the mercenaries set out. On the way they stop at a camp with which the old man maintains friendly relations. The old man says that they will ask for silent means of transportation in this camp. Hans and his men enter the camp. They see that the camp is in extremely difficult conditions, and people are starving. Hans realizes that these people are in trouble because of the huge number of zombies and bandits. Our characters are greeted by the head of this camp, namely a girl named Maria. Maria says that she hasn't seen the old man for a long time and is glad to see him. Suddenly, a little girl runs into the room and runs towards the old man. We see that the old man loves her very much and misses her. Meanwhile, Maria tells us that Sean's gang is operating in Seoul and sets its own rules. According to Maria, Sean has taken over the remnants of Negan's empire and is creating an even larger camp. Maria says that Sean also came here and asked to join Maria's camp, but she refused him. Hans remembers that Sean was Hans's friend in the future he experienced. Hans also remembers the rest of Sean's squad, and as far as he knows they weren't all bad, but they could have changed by that time. Finally, Maria asks Hans to promise that he will return to her, since she liked him very much. Hans replies that if fate allows, they will meet again. Next, we are shown that Maria gave them electric scooters. Hans' elite squad now looks like a group of children, but they move silently. The sniper reports that there are a large number of zombies on the right flank. Hans decides to change direction. He commands everyone to turn right. Suddenly, Hans encounters a crowd of thousands of zombies on his way. He understands that they will not defeat them in close combat, and a new plan is needed. Hans tells everyone to climb onto the roof of a nearby building. Everyone goes up to the roof of the building. From here, Hans sees a terrible sight. This city is completely overrun with zombies and reeks of rotten blood. Hans says that we will have to find a way with the least amount of zombies and break through with a fight. People are surprised by this plan because they think they might not be able to cope with it. Hans says that with the right formation and tactics they can break through. A few minutes later, our characters go down and are about to break through a crowd of zombies. Hans's squad includes long-range shooters. Hans arranges his men in such a way that the battle will be as effective as possible. The first thing to attack is the shooters. Then the zombies get closer and the vanguard enters the battle. People are worried that there are too many zombies and they won't be able to cope. However, Hans says that everything will work out. A crowd of zombies approached Hans and his men. Swift and Jin enter the battle. Two adventurers fight with full force, as no zombie bites can scare them now. Hans notices that some people are starting to get tired, so he moves them inside the group. Hans also begins to actively fight. He shows what it means to be a true professional in exterminating zombies. Hans orders everyone to go down to the subway. Our characters descend into the tunnel. First up are Jin and Hans, who clear the way. This incredible trio never left anyone a single chance. Hans says people can rest for a few minutes. Hans's subordinates ask him about Sean. Jin also adds and clarifies whether Sean was in the future that Hans experienced. Hans tells everyone that he knew Sean personally, but in the future he betrayed Hans and died. Now the main character does not know what Sean has become in this world, and admits that he could have become a bastard. Hans says that if he has to kill Sean, he will. Then our characters descend even deeper. Hans remembers the first day he met Swift when they first killed the mutant locust. Hans also remembered that Swift said that he came to that building because he was looking for something important. But Swift even now does not say what it was. Hans says that Swift can continue to keep his secrets, but he would be very interested to know. Then our heroes continue walking along the tunnel. Suddenly angry zombies appear from the darkness. Siri gets very scared and screams. We see that these zombies are stuck in a subway car. At that very moment, Hans notices a mutant whom he calls a locust. Most of Hans's people have never seen such a mutant and are scared. Hans says that they don't have much time to deal with this mutant, and they need to deal with him as quickly as possible. Hans throws his knife at the mutant's head. It hits him right in the head. However, the monster does not die and continues to crawl on the ceiling, and people begin to shoot at it. They hit the mutant, and Hans realizes that the monster is about to attack. Hans prepared to repel the monster's attack. However, the monster is intercepted by Jin, who knocks him to the ground with one blow. Then Hans, Swift, and Jin beat the monster and nothing remains of it. The newcomers from Hans's squad are shocked by what they see. Hans asks the newbies if they've pissed their pants. Next, our characters go upstairs. The squad comes to a bridge that leads to the main part of the city. Night falls, and our guys have been resting all this time since Hans ordered not to stick their heads out for now. Hans knew that it was best to cross the huge bridge at night to avoid any fighting, since their main task was to find instructions for the ship. Hans's squad encounters a barrier. The main character understands that if someone blocked the bridge, then there is definitely an observation point here. Suddenly one of the newcomers cut his hand on something. The newbie starts looking for a bandage to treat the wound and turns on the flashlight. The next second after he turned on the flashlight, a bullet hits his head. Hans realizes that he was right, and they were being followed all this time. Hans shouts for everyone to duck and hide. The main character splits his squad in order to eliminate the shooters. Jin and a group of people break through the wire and move on. Meanwhile, Hans observes the place from where he was shot. He sees that there are about 5 people there in total. Hans manages to neutralize one of them. A sniper also provides cover. The enemies start shooting at Hans and the others. Hans decides to attract attention to himself while Jin and the others break inside. Hans manages to run to Jin and orders him to kill everyone in the building. Jin goes inside the building and kills 2 people. Jin inspects the area and makes sure that the area is clean. He and another guy are going to pass this information on to Hans. Suddenly, a huge silhouette of a pumped-up military man appears behind the guy. The soldier knocks the guy out with one blow. Jin turns around and sees all this. Jin immediately starts shooting at him with a pistol. Despite his enormous size, the big guy dodges quite quickly. The soldier pins Jin against the wall and is about to strangle him. Jin pulls out his blade and prepares to deliver a devastating attack. However, our character only manages to push the enemy away. Jin kicks, but the soldier manages to grab his leg and block the blow. The soldier throws Jin 10 meters forward. Our favorite character falls into a crowd of hungry zombies. A soldier stands on the edge of a precipice and sees zombies attacking him. Next, the soldier ties up the captured guy from Hans's detachment. He reports to someone on the radio that he was attacked. Suddenly the soldier stops speaking and experiences excruciating pain. In the last seconds of his life, the soldier tries to understand who could have killed him. Behind the soldier stands Jin, who pierces him with his blade. You shouldn't underestimate a man with enormous willpower and immunity to zombie bites. Meanwhile, Sean and his subordinates are about to attack Hans's detachment, since the military man managed to warn them. Meanwhile, Hans and the others begin to clean up the corpses of the defeated enemies. Jin and his comrade, whom he saved from being kidnapped by that huge military man, come down to the hall. Hans notices bite marks on Jin's body and asks if he's okay, and Jin replies that he is. Hans shows Jin that they captured one of the squad members who attacked them. Our guys also put the body of a guy from Hans's squad to rest. The main character remembers that he was a great guy who worked as a cook in the camp, and he had a beautiful girlfriend. Hans mourns the loss and asks Jin what happened. Jin says that they were attacked by a man in military uniform who had tremendous strength and high fighting skills. Hans remembers this military man because he knew him in a past life, but concludes that in this world the military man changed and became a bad person. Hans also examines the remaining wounded, and cannot accept the fact that the mission to obtain the instructions is turning into a fight to the death. The other guys are also grieving for the deceased, and are at a loss. Hans sits alone and thinks about what to do, because all responsibility, including for people's lives, as always, lies only with him. Sean's voice comes from the radio station, asking if anyone can hear him. Hans picks up the radio. The main character answers to Sean, who is the leader of the camp that attacked them. Sean asks if there are any survivors among his squad and orders Hans to release the prisoner. Hans replies that they will not release the prisoner while his people are under attack. Sean asks Hans why they came to his territory and what they want there. Hans replies that he and his men are looking for the information they need, and they are not going to attack anyone or steal anything. All the people from Hans's squad watch the negotiations and listen carefully to the main character's answers. Sean offers to meet Hans and discuss possible solutions to the conflict, as Sean does not want to lose his people in battles with Hans. Hans agrees to meet and accepts the offer. All the people are shocked that Hans is now going to talk to the leader of the camp that attacked them. Hans transmits to the radio station that he will come to the room at the entrance to this building in 20 minutes. All of Hans's friends begin to dissuade him from this plan as it is too risky. Sari, Swift, and Jin tell Hans that he is the most valuable person of all, and they cannot risk him. Hans says he won't go there alone, and he has a plan. The main character explains that he will try to convince Sean to let Hans and the others into the city, and if not, Hans's squad will kill every single one of them. Hans tells everyone to take tactical positions near the entrance to the building, and that if the negotiations go well, he will press the button on the radio station once, and if everything does not go according to plan, Hans will press the button twice. Hans also asks Swift to brief the mercenaries and ask for their help in this difficult situation. We see that our characters have already taken up positions and are waiting for Hans' command. Meanwhile, Hans and his friend from his past life meet at the designated location. Sean says he's surprised that Hans actually showed up alone for this meeting. Hans replies that this was the only way to resolve the conflict peacefully. Sean asks why Hans and his squad attacked Sean's men. However, Hans tells him that he did not attack anyone, and that they simply decided to go inside the city. Sean says it doesn't matter because everyone in the area knows this is his camp area. Sean explains that any intrusion into his territory is tantamount to an attack, which means that Hans attacked first. Sean gets a can of lemonade for himself and Hans. Hans asks to let him go further into the city and avoid a fight. Sean starts to get angry and clutches the can of lemonade. He says that Hans and his men killed 5 members of Sean's squad, so Sean won't let them go just like that. Hans realizes that the negotiations are at an impasse and takes out his pistol. However, Sean says he didn't just suggest meeting for no reason. Sean expresses gratitude for Hans killing a bastard like Negan and says that it is a great honor to meet Hans. Hans then says that he wants to tell the truth, which is very difficult to believe. Hans says that he has already lived 3 years of the apocalypse in the future, and was acquainted with Sean, and was in the same squad. The main character tells how he died in the future, and was reborn 6 months before the apocalypse. Sean can't believe it and thinks that Hans is lying and trying to distract his attention. However, Hans begins to say things that only a true friend of Sean's could know. Namely, Hans talks about Sean's younger sister. Then he lists the names of all Sean's friends and his past life. Hans tells how he and Sean fought on the same team in the future, but were defeated. Sean is confused and doesn't know what to think, because everything Hans said matches reality down to the last detail. Hans says that no matter how much he tries to deny reality, the reality is that Hans is an old friend of Sean's, who has returned to the past to change everything. A few minutes pass, and there is only silence in the room as Sean processes everything Hans said. Suddenly, Sean says that in that case he is glad to see his old friend. Hans is surprised, and can't believe that Sean believed Hans's words. Sean extends his hand to Hans as a sign of friendship. Hans says he is very glad that they managed to reach an agreement and avoid casualties. Next, Hans asks how the members of Sean's squad, whom Hans knew in his past life, are doing. Sean replies that most of the people Hans named died fighting Negan. Sean mourns his comrades because they were good people. Sean asks if Hans was tough enough when he killed Negan. To this, the main character replies that he cut Negan into small pieces and scattered them throughout the camp. Sean thanks Hans again for finishing off Negan and thus eliminating the main problem. Next, our characters begin negotiations regarding how Hans and his men will enter the city. Sean says that there is a split in his camp, and not everyone perceives him as an absolute authority, so he needs to consult with someone else. Hans says that Sean can invite his advisor here so that the decision to let Hans and his men through will look objective and correct to Sean's squad members. Sean thinks about Hans's proposal and realizes that he is right, after which Sean calls his advisor on the radio. Hans says on his radio that negotiations are going well so far, and that another person will be entering the room now. Hans is very surprised by who entered the room. This is Hans's former boss from the job he worked at during the zombie apocalypse. The main character remembers their last meeting when it all started. Hans asks what this idiot is doing here. The man also despises Hans as a person, because before the apocalypse they were enemies. Hans told the man to shut his mouth, as he had to speak with respect to the leader of one of the largest survivor camps. The man says that he will never make concessions to Hans, and that he must be killed as a traitor. The man also begins to tell that Hans was fired from work right before the apocalypse for absenteeism, so he cannot be relied on. This idiot doesn't even realize that Hans didn't go to work because he was preparing for the zombie apocalypse. The man continues to accuse Hans of being a coward, and that there will be no peace agreement. Hans presses the radio twice, thus signaling his squad to take action. Both men are surprised by what Hans just did. The main character replies that a year and a half ago, when the zombie apocalypse began, he warned his former boss that if he touched him, he would kill him. Sean still doesn't understand what Hans is talking about. The main character punches this stupid man in the stomach and knocks him out with one blow. Then Hans takes out his pistol and fulfills his once-made promise with one shot. Sean screams because he doesn't understand what's going on, because they just almost came to an agreement and made a peace deal. Hans tells Sean not to move. The main character explains that now in this world, Sean has no authority in his camp, and if his advisor allows himself to talk like that, then the rest of the camp will not support Sean's idea to let Hans and his people through. Thus, Hans understood in 1 minute that these negotiations would not lead to a peaceful agreement, and that he needed to act right now. Meanwhile, we are shown events that took place a few minutes ago. Jin tells Swift that he found a bulletproof cabinet and brought it here to use as a shield in case of danger. Swift says this is the stupidest idea he's heard in months. We see that our characters are ready, at Hans's signal, to tear to pieces anyone who is going to harm him. Suddenly, Swift hears 2 clicks on the radio, which means that Hans has given the signal to act. Swift commands all units to begin eliminating the enemy. This signal is also received by all the others and another battle begins. Jin drags the bulletproof cabinet forward, providing protection. The enemies notice him and realize that Hans's squad was here all this time. The first enemy has been neutralized, and the cabinet moves forward. The enemies start shooting at the cabinet, but its defenses actually work, and Jin turns out to be not so stupid. Swift hides behind the cabinet and shoots enemies one by one. Next, Jin throws a hand grenade into the crowd of enemies. We see that the throw was very effective, and Jin destroys an entire squad. Next, we are shown the enemies who are on the street. Their liquidation was undertaken by mercenary old men. The mercenaries report that they have discovered the main forces of the enemy. They begin to clear out all the enemies they find. The leader of the mercenaries, an old man, also joins the battle. He picks up his favorite heavy machine gun and puts an end to this short battle. Thus, in literally 5 minutes the confrontation ends, and everyone gathers together. The old man asks where Hans is and why everyone is waiting for him, and Swift tells him that he is talking to the leader of the squad they just destroyed. The old man can't stand it and knocks down the door because Hans has become too conceited about himself. Hans asks the old man if he knows that doors have a handle that allows them to be opened without kicking. The old man expresses his dissatisfaction with the fact that Hans always has to be waited for. Hans asks how the mission went. The old man replies that all the enemies were destroyed to the last one, and among Hans's men there is only one wounded. Sean can't believe his ears and that his entire combat squad was wiped out in minutes. The main character explains to Sean that Hans's camp and his extermination squad are the most developed and friendly community that currently exists, and that he knew from the very beginning that if they couldn't come to an agreement, then he and his people would simply destroy everyone. Hans asks to give him another 5 minutes to talk to Sean, who by this time has already been tied up. The old man leaves and gives Hans time to talk to Sean, but he gets angry. Sean still can't get over what he heard, and he realizes with horror that Hans really is the leader of one of the most powerful camps on Earth. Hans tells Sean that he is sorry that his people died, but in the current situation there was no other choice. Sean says that the real scumbags just died, not his real friends, because he didn't want to attack Hans in the first place, so he hid the normal people in the shelter. Hans realizes that Sean is a good person because he cares about his people, and so invites him and the others to join his group. Sean is surprised again because just now they were enemies, and now Hans is proposing joint cooperation. Sean agrees because he understands that after the destruction of the combat group, his camp has no chance of surviving in this huge city. Hans asks where the rest of Sean's friends are. Sean replies that all his closest friends and good people are hidden in the shelter, and he will take them with him as well. Hans says that Sean must promise him not to cause trouble and to be useful to the camp. Sean agrees, and we understand that Hans's elite squad will now become even stronger when Sean's people join him. Sean asks to give him half an hour to go get the rest of the people, and Hans agrees. We see that everyone is waiting to see how Hans' negotiations will end. The door opens and we see that Hans has removed the rope from Sean and says that he and his comrades will now be part of the team. Everyone is surprised by Hans's decision, but no one dares to contradict him. Sean leaves the room and everyone watches him. Sean picks up the bloody rifle. Everyone immediately became worried and pointed their weapons at him. However, Hans orders everyone to lower their rifles and not shoot. Sean picks up the rifle and slings it over his shoulder. Afterwards, he asks everyone if Hans always talks so much with his enemies. Everyone looks at Sean and realizes that he is now their new friend. Swift hugs Sean and says that he will quickly get used to their company and will be a great member of the team. Mia also approaches Shaw and asks if there were girls among his squad. Sean replies that there were no girls in his squad. Then Mia asks if he likes any of the girls from Hans's squad. Sean was confused, but replied that all these girls were very beautiful, and he liked them. Hans then tells everyone to gather downstairs. We see that after half an hour, Sean brought all his friends to Hans's squad. The main character remembers half of these people, because he had previously known them in a past life, and he understands that they can be trusted. Suddenly, Mia approaches one person and starts crying. Mia finally found her brother, whom she hadn't seen for several months. After this, Hans tells Sean that they need to get into the library with secret documents to find the instructions for controlling the ship. Sean says with horror that he had already been in that area and saw a terrible monster with a snake's head there. Sean describes the monster as a huge mutant with a snake's head and red eyes, as well as gray skin. Hans is surprised by this because the description of the monster matches the dream that Lena saw, and thus her prediction may come true. Sean tells how he and his squad of people visited that place a few months ago, and something strange happened. Namely, his people began to turn into zombies on their own without any bites. Sean had to kill his comrades because there was no other choice. Sean tells how he saw the transformation with his own eyes. His friend stood alone in the room, and there were no mutants near him. A few seconds later, his friend began to mutate on his own, and Sean concluded that this monster was turning people into zombies from a distance. In one of the rooms, Sean discovered the Hydra he had spoken about. The muscular military man was also with him. Sean said that he managed to kill the monster because it did not move at all, and did not even defend itself. Hans realizes that Hydra, as it turns out, is not a combat mutant, but something like a female that reproduces new mutants. Hans tells Sean that since he was not infected through the air, he is immune. Sean is surprised by such words and has never heard anything about immunity before. Hans says that if a person fights mutants for years, he gains immunity and is not afraid of zombie bites. At the moment, he knows for sure that he, Swift, Jean, Sean, and the huge military man have immunity. Also immune were Negan and the Messiah they killed. After this, our heroes come to the city administration building, through which you can get to the library. Sean says that there are a lot of zombies inside the building and they won't get through it, and they will all die. However, Swift and Jean say that Sean is underestimating Hans's fighting force. A few minutes later we see Sean's surprised face. He watches, frozen, as the three of them destroy hundreds of zombies in a row. Sean thinks that Hans was born to do this, and truly has an incredible gift for destruction. Sean realizes that this man has gathered the best people around him, and now has the strongest fighting force in the area. Then the heroes come to the library. The entrance doors are locked, and Hans is thinking about how to get inside. Sean says he can climb onto the roof and unlock the emergency exit. Sean begins to climb up, as he has done so many times before. Thus our heroes find themselves inside the library. Hans' men begin to collect all the ship control instructions they can find. Suddenly, an engineer approaches Hans, who had previously said that he knew several books that described the Hydra, and that they also contained similar events that Lena saw in her dreams. Hans asks what he wants, and the boy replies that he wants to go alone to another section of the library to find these books. According to the guy, these books may contain answers to many questions. And then Hans lets him go, but warns him that he must return to the camp before the ship sails. Next, we are shown that Hans's squad and the others return to the camp where they took electric scooters, and where Maria was listed as the leader. We see that this camp was attacked and Chongmi was killed. Hans mourns her because she was a good girl and saved women. The old man and Hans talk about avenging her. Hans realizes that there is no time to waste now. The main character tells the old man that very soon a nuclear power plant will explode nearby and everyone will die, including those who killed Chongmi. Hans tells the old man that there is little time left and invites him to come with him to the ship. The old man considers Hans's proposal, but cannot accept the fact that they will not kill Chongmi's attackers. The old man looks at the members of his squad and realizes that he is also responsible for their lives. Hans tells the old man that together they will form an incredibly strong community across the ocean and build a new world. The old man agrees to Hans's proposal, but sets one condition. The old man asks to create a position for him in the future world, which will consist of training soldiers, and Hans agrees to this. An old man enters his camp and orders everyone to gather, and his deputy asks why. The old man replies that they are all going on a journey. Hans orders to search the coastline and find a boat to sail directly from here to the camp. We see that after a day all our characters return to the pier. Hans's men find a boat and realize that they can sail directly from Seoul. Hans contacts his camp and tells them that the mission was successful and calls for a second boat to come to this shore. Hans realizes that his camp is now incredibly strong, as it consists of powerful units. Now the old man and his mercenaries have also joined Hans's camp. Sean and his friends, who are distinguished by their strong combat training, also joined the squad. The next day, Hans's deputy swims to their shore and greets them. He is very surprised that among the mercenaries there is his former colleague, who betrayed him during Negan's attack. This man once held the position of head of the camp at the hospital. However, the old man explains to him that now this new man has become an obedient soldier and is now engaged in atoning for his sins. This calms him down and he understands that the old man can really educate people and change them. Our characters all head to Hans' camp, which is based on the island. The old man and Sean look at Hans's camp and can't believe their eyes. There are farms with domestic animals on the island. There are also fields that are sown with rye and wheat. Sean is convinced that Hans has succeeded in building a new small world, in which everyone works together, and for the benefit of each other. Then the old man and Sean see a huge warship and understand what Hans has been talking about all this time. Hans's detachment arrived and was greeted by Lena and the rest of the people who had been waiting for him. Hans announces to everyone to speed up preparations for departure and do everything necessary. Suddenly a girl approaches Hans and asks about the fate of her boyfriend. Siri gives this girl an item that is wrapped in cloth. This is the wedding ring that our characters took from the hand of the girl's dead boyfriend. Hans says that her boyfriend died a real hero's death. The girl falls to the ground and cannot believe her ears. Sean feels responsible for the guy's death, but Hans calms him down. Everyone starts to support the girl who is crying because of the loss of her boyfriend. Hans' assistant says that the girl is pregnant from the dead guy. Everyone is surprised by this. This will be the first child to be born after the apocalypse. Evening is coming. Everyone gathers for a meeting to discuss a plan to sail away on a ship. The old man says that they will be able to load most of the livestock onto the ship, but not all of them will fit, and therefore it is worth eating some of the supplies and animals in the next few days. The senior engineer explains that with the help of the instructions he received, he will be able to understand the ship's engine and other nuances of control. All people begin to study the instructions and characteristics of the ship. Night falls, and Hans tells everyone to go and rest, as everyone will be working hard for the next few days. In the morning, people begin loading things and resources onto the warship. Hans checks how the preparations for departure are going, and the engineers tell him that the preparations will take 3 days. Hans realizes that there are 3 days left, but the guy who went to the library for his books still hasn't returned. We are shown the library that the man went to. We see that the guy finds the very book he was looking for. He opens it and begins to read and is shocked by what he sees. This book contains answers to all questions and fully explains where zombies came from and what is happening now. The guy can't contain his emotions about who is behind this zombie apocalypse. Meanwhile, on the island, people are celebrating the fact that in 2 days they will be heading overseas. The girls prepare delicious food and snacks, since some of the supplies cannot be taken on board the ship anyway because they will spoil. We see Hans, who for the first time in a long time is not dressed in his cool suit. Hans is also helped by a pregnant girl. Sean's people haven't eaten properly for a long time, so they're looking forward to dinner very much. The island has a calm and pleasant atmosphere. Jean and Swift compete to see who can eat more food and faster. Siri demands that Hans open his mouth and eat the broccoli. Hans finally gives in to Siri and eats what she asks for. Hans is invited by the old man and Sean, who want to have a drink with him. The sound of mugs clinking is heard and everyone is drinking beer. The old man says that he hasn't had such a good time in a very long time. Hans initially refused to drink with everyone, but the old man persuaded him. We see that Hans is also drinking beer and can finally relax. Suddenly, Siri appears and asks if she can join the company of commanders. The old man happily lets Siri into the table and invites her to have a drink with them. Siri sits down with all the bosses and starts drinking beer with them and Hans. Evening comes and everyone goes to rest. We see Hans telling the girl that she can rest too. However, she replies that she will clean everything until the end and will try. Hans understands that the girl wants to seem needed for the camp because she is afraid and is now left without a boyfriend. But Hans says that he takes responsibility for this girl and will do everything so that she can give birth. The girl cries with happiness and realizes that she has just secured the support of the most important person in the camp. At night, Hans sits alone near the shore of the island and thinks. Siri comes to him and brings beer. Hans and Siri sit together and talk, enjoying the pleasant and calm atmosphere. Siri takes Hans's hand and wants to tell him something very important. However, their conversation is interrupted by a man who says that the guy who went to the library has contacted them. Siri is left alone and realizes that her plan to seduce Hans has failed again. The next day, the guy who got the ocean maps and found that very book returns to the camp. The boy asked where Hans wanted to go on the ship. Hans replied that they would sail to New Zealand. The guy says that it will be a long and dangerous journey, but there will be just enough fuel to get there. Hans replies that this is very good and we can sail away, but Hans does not ask about the very books that the guy found, and he does not tell us about them either. And we understand that we will find out all the answers a little later. The day of the ship's departure arrives. Hans stands at the helm, ready to begin the most important mission. Hans starts asking over the radio if everything is ready for departure. The technical department reports that the equipment is ready. The planning and logistics department reports that they are also ready. The deck reports that all hatches are closed and nothing suspicious has been noticed around, and therefore they are also ready. The helipad reports that the helicopter is secured, and they are also ready to depart. Hans commands the ship's engines to be run at full power. The ship begins to move smoothly. We see that the ship gradually picks up speed and sails away towards the ocean. 9 months have passed since the ship sailed, and we find ourselves in the city of Auckland, New Zealand. The glass breaks and someone enters the room. The bandits turn around and notice the danger too late. Sari shoots down a gang of bastards. She is also helped by a dog, who was recently just a puppy, but has now become a real predator. Siri tells the dog named Werewolf to calm down, as he has been acting too freely lately. We see that further on, Siri and his squad clear the building of bastards and bandits. She finds the one she was looking for. She asks why these bandits are keeping the scientists locked up. The bandit replies that he won't say anything to the empty-headed fool with blue hair. Sari says that this is the wrong answer. She shoots the impudent idiot in the head. Now the girl turns her attention to the scientists who were held hostage by these bandits. When scientists opened his mouth, he said only 2 words, Red Devils. Siri replies that he was not mistaken, and that a group called the Red Devils really came for him. Sari asks the scientists to prepare for the journey. We see a helicopter flying over a large city, in which Siri and the others are returning to base. We understand that now our characters live not in a camp, but in an entire city that they cleared and organized themselves. The scientists are met at the checkpoint by a helicopter pilot, who says that they will now undergo an examination for bites and other procedures. One of the scientists begins to remember events that happened 8 months ago, namely, how a warship of enormous size sailed to them from the ocean. This ship put an end to the most brutal and largest gang in the city in one day. They then proceeded to clear out the remaining bandits in the city. This was a fearless, highly developed and organized group of people. At their head stood a guy with red hair, who commanded this detachment and was their leader. Next, we are shown how the scientists are led to the main office. The door opens and now they will see the leader of the Red Devils. The scientist begins to think in his head what he should say to please the leader with red hair. Entering inside, we see Hans, who is sitting as if on a throne, and next to him stands his faithful comrade Swift. Swift tells the scientist to come closer as the leader wants to ask him something. The scientist runs up to Hans and starts kissing his hand in the hope that the leader of the Red Devils will be kind to him. Hans says that the guy shouldn't worry, and that his city is a city for decent and good people, which is most likely what this scientist is. The guy doesn't stop being afraid, but says words of gratitude for the reception. Hans says that he called the scientist here because he knows that they have been researching zombies all this time, and he asks to tell about the results of the research. The scientist says he has something to tell. According to the scientist, they studied the bodies of zombies and their corpses and came to certain conclusions. Firstly, the body of a zombie and the body of a corpse of an ordinary person are no different, and do not acquire any additional properties. Secondly, no organic reactions occur in the body of a living zombie, and all organs do not work, so we can say that a living zombie is absolutely dead inside. Hans asks in surprise that if no organs or even a brain work inside the zombies, then how do they continue to walk and attack, scream and run? The scientist replies that science cannot answer this question, and from a scientific point of view, zombies cannot exist. The scientist says that the existence of zombies can therefore only be explained by some kind of miracle, mysticism, or magic, or something like that. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by Sari, who says that the girl is giving birth. Hans runs as fast as he can to the hospital. He is met by a doctor who says that the girl gave birth to a healthy son, but the girl herself is very ill. Hans enters the room and we recognize the girl who cooked food in the camp. Her name is Kira. Hans tells Kira that everything is fine, and that her son is healthy. The girl says that she feels hot and that her whole body hurts. Hans looks at Kira and realizes that she is turning into a zombie. The main character remembers what the doctor just said to him, that most likely the girl was very weak due to childbirth and caught the virus from the air. Hans says that he will raise her son in the best possible way and provide for him, after which the main character asks the girl to close her eyes to sleep. Kira closes her eyes and Hans plunges the knife into her head, since there is no other choice, because in seconds she would turn into a zombie. A few minutes later we see Sean and Hans looking at the child. Hans tells Sean that the girl who gave birth to the child died. Sean is very upset to hear this. He says that he will take the child for himself, since he is responsible for the death of his father. Sean says he's going to name the baby Adam. Another 3 months pass, and Hans flies by helicopter to the general meeting. He arrives at headquarters. On the way to headquarters, he is briefly told about the issues he will have to consider today. The first thing Hans is shown is the new suit that the scientists have developed. Hans tests the suit for durability. We see that even bullets cannot penetrate it. Hans is very pleased with this result and can't wait to test the suit in a real fight. Scientists say they made these suits from the internal organs and bones of the mutants that Hans and his team killed. Hans then moves on to consider other issues. Various experts speak to Hans and the others, offering solutions to various problems and telling them about new technological advances and inventions. Then the main character's deputy approaches him and says that there is something to talk about. Namely, the man says that the warehouse with food supplies is gradually decreasing. Hans understands why this is happening, because the expansion of the city's territory is happening more slowly than planned. The slowdown is due to the discovery of a new special type of mutant, which Hans calls the mosquito. The mosquito has incredible speed, agility, and never fights to the death. The mosquito lives in the forest and runs away when threatened. However, it attacks from a distance with its tail and spikes. Everyone understands that until they eliminate this mutant, expanding the city's territory and obtaining new resources will be very problematic. Sari also joins this conversation. Hans says that in 3 days he, Swift, Jean, and Sari will go on a mission to destroy this mutant. 2 hours later, we are shown a cafe that is in the city. There sits Siri, who is about to have lunch and is thinking. Swift comes to her and asks what she is thinking about. Siri asks Swift if he thinks she is beautiful. Swift says that everyone knows that Siri is the most beautiful girl in town, who has incredible charisma. Siri says she is very pleased to hear this, but she is worried that Hans does not perceive her as a girl. Sarah says that Hans has not given in to all attempts to seduce him during all this time. Siri is sad and thinks that her dreams will never come true. In her dreams, Sari sees herself and Hans as husband and wife. Swift says that Hans is the leader of the new world, who bears the burden of responsibility for all the surviving people in the city on his shoulders, and he does not notice anything except work. But when everything is over, he will certainly pay attention to Sari. The girl was very happy with Swift's words and she had new hope. Next, we see Hans and an old man who tells the main character to be careful on his new dangerous mission. We see that Hans has already put on his new suit and is rushing to look for the mutant mosquito. Also riding motorcycles with him are Swift, Jin, Sari, and Sean. The squad stops and Hans asks Sari to come to him. He puts his suit on her to protect her from possible attacks by the monster. Hans orders the others to go and scout the area while he and Sari set up a temporary camp. We see that Sari prepared excellent and very tasty food in the evening. Sean, Jin, and Swift return from reconnaissance and smell a very tasty smell. And Sean says that he will be the first to try this deliciousness. However, Swift turns out to be much faster and glides towards the pan like a shadow. Night falls, and our well-fed characters go to bed. The next morning, the most elite squad we can imagine goes hunting for the mutant. Suddenly a dog named Werewolf starts baring his teeth because he smells the mutant. Everyone prepared themselves for the fact that now there would be a battle with a mosquito. Suddenly, a shadow begins to flicker in the grass at a very high speed, and we realize that the characters have actually stumbled upon a mutant. The next second, the mutant is already in front of Hans's face and is preparing to bite him. Hans dodged this attack and at the same time wounded the mutant with his knife. We see that the mutant is very fast, but his skin is not as strong as David's or the shark mutants. On the other side, Swift jumps in and swings an axe to cut off the mutant's tail. However, he jumps to the side and dodges. Our characters surround a mutant who doesn't even suspect that he is confronting the strongest warriors on the planet. Suddenly, a dog attacks the mutant and wants to tear the mutant to pieces. However, the monster throws the dog aside. Siri loves this dog, and therefore feels rage and runs towards the mutant, and Hans shouts that it is very dangerous. In a split second, Sari cuts off the monster's head with her incredibly sharp sword. The rest of the guys in the squad are very surprised, and realize that during this time, Sari has become an incredibly strong girl. Sari makes sure that her dog is unharmed, and that the mutant is indeed dead. The girl says that no one will dare to hurt her dog. Hans praises the girl for her courage and instant destruction of such a dangerous monster. The girl takes off Hans's suit, since the danger has passed, and we see that her figure has only gotten better over the past time. Hans looks at the girl with a special look, and we guess that perhaps Hans also has feelings for her. Hans examines the girl for injuries and makes sure that she has not been infected with the virus. Then Hans and Sari return to the temporary camp, and the guys discuss among themselves that this couple would make a great family. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place in the city, at which an old man is present. The old man announces the beginning of the meeting and begins to consider the issues. In the absence of Hans, Swift, Jean, and Sean, he is the most important one. Next, we are shown the guy who got that very book 9 months ago and found out the answers about the zombie apocalypse. We see that he feels bad because he can't even eat normally due to the realization of the full weight of this information. The guy rereads this book again. Suddenly Hans comes into his room and the guy clearly wasn't expecting him. Hans asks what the guy is hiding under the table, but the guy replies that there is nothing important there. Hans looks at the guy with his heavy gaze, filled with thousands of battles, and says 2 words, "Show me." The guy says that he has a book in his hands that he got from the library. The main character asks why he never told what was written in it. The guy cries and says that after he read this he wanted to commit suicide. He says the weight of this information is simply eating him up from the inside, and he didn't want to put anyone through this torment. The boy is crying, and Hans doesn't understand what he read in his book. The guy takes out a book and gives it to Hans. However, he warns that after reading it, the world will never be the same. Hans begins to read an old book written several centuries ago. He can't believe that he sees all the events that happened in this book. Hans realizes that his suspicions that someone is behind this apocalypse were correct. He quickly flips through the book, and his surprise and shock know no bounds. The book fully describes all the mutants and their abilities. Hans doesn't understand how people in the past predicted these events. Then Hans remembers Lena, and realizes that there used to be people who had the gift of foresight. Hans is angry that all of this was already predicted hundreds of years ago. However, he is stopped by a guy who says that this book is not a prediction, but a script of the gods, and it is the gods who are behind this apocalypse, which has already happened dozens of times, and the guy asks Hans to continue reading. Hans opens the next page and sees himself and the rest of the squad. Next, he sees a chessboard on which figures are displayed, and the gods are depicted as spectators. The last page shows the gods eating all the people who made it to the final. The guy sums up the whole book and says that the whole apocalypse is just a performance for the amusement of the gods, and so that they can have fun at this performance. He says that it doesn't matter who survives and dies, because at the end of the apocalypse the gods will eat everyone, and then everything will repeat itself. Hans understands that everything he has done for all his people before is in vain, and that the end for everyone will be the same: death. The protagonist becomes enraged by this realization. He stands at the window and mentally addresses the gods who are looking at him. He would kill all the gods if they were standing next to him now. Hans orders the boy not to tell anyone what he read in this book. After this, the main character asks the guy to tell him that Hans will soon go on air on the radio station. People begin to prepare the appropriate equipment. Before this, Hans gathers all his deputies, assistants, and superiors. He says that today, an important decision will be made that will determine the further development of the city. An old man also comes to the meeting. In the room where the most important people of this community have gathered, Hans says that he has a proposal. The main character thinks in his head that, contrary to the gods' plan, he will not arrange a spectacle for them. But on the contrary, he will create a new world that will be boring for them. Hans suggests that people start expanding the city as quickly as possible. He wants to clear the entire area of zombies and mutants and build a whole country where there will be room for everyone. Swift likes this plan because it involves a lot of fighting and fun work. The old man will be responsible for the ongoing training of new soldiers in the army. Hans says that with the constant expansion they will find wild animals, abandoned farms, and new supplies. Hans says his goal is changing now. Before, his goal was to ensure the survival of his squad, and now his goal is to ensure the survival of all people on the planet. Everyone is shocked by Hans's decision. A few hours later, a guy comes to Hans and says that the equipment is ready to go, and Hans' voice will be broadcast across the continent. Hans orders translators to be found in different languages, so that they can then translate Hans' words. The most powerful equipment starts working and Hans goes on air. Hans says he is going to tell the world about his city and also give survival tips. Experts notice that Hans's signal is beginning to be received by other radio stations. People are getting in touch and saying they can hear Hans. The voice from the radio station says that they are barely surviving and are running out of food. Hans asks if they can come to New Zealand. However, they tell him that they don't believe Hans and that he might be a robber. Hans says that as a sign of goodwill, he is willing to tell you all the survival tips, types of mutants, their weaknesses, and ways to defeat them. The voice on the radio replies that they are ready to listen. Next, Hans passes on to the specialists all his knowledge accumulated over 2 lives in the apocalypse, which he wrote down on paper. We see that broadcasting started in the morning. Until late in the evening, the specialists talked live without stopping about everything that Hans knows about monsters, and also how people can come to Hans's city. All this knowledge is contained in 11 volumes that Hans wrote. At the end of the broadcast, dozens of camps confirm that they have accepted this information, and some head to the city to see Hans. Hans orders that all this information be communicated 3 times a week and distributed throughout the world. People on the other end of the radio station began to gain hope for a new world. Hans decides to send the gods to hell and create his own world without violence, monsters, and evil. 2 months pass, and we see how Hans's plan is being realized. Sean and Jin are on another mission to expand the city. They encounter an obstacle on their way and cannot go further. Sean says they need a saw to cut down a tree that fell on the road. According to the map, there is an abandoned farm nearby where you can find a saw. Our characters arrive at the farm and see that it is indeed abandoned. There's no one there except zombies. However, fortunately for our characters, they find cows and a whole farm. All this time the cows were simply in the field and reproducing. We can say that the mission is accomplished, and all that remains is to find a saw so that the trucks can get here and the cows can be loaded. Sean finds a saw on the farm and orders it to be taken to the road. The soldiers take a saw and begin to deal with the trees that have fallen on the road. Meanwhile, Jean finds something interesting. Namely, he finds the trace of a surviving person. He begins to follow the tracks and goes deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Jin hears some sounds and goes to check it out. Jin finds something he never expected. In the gentle rays of the sunset stood a beautiful red-haired girl with strong arms and abs. Suddenly, the girl notices Jin and shouts at him to come out of the bushes. Jin raises his hands and steps forward. The girl asks what the hell this guy wants and whether he is a pervert or a robber. Jin replies that he is a representative of the Survivor Rescue Service and represents the interests of the new city. Jin says that the girl can relax and that he will not harm her. The girl doesn't believe him and asks him to leave or she will chop him up with an axe. Jin says he won't hurt her and that she should put down her axe. Our guy asks what this girl's name is, and she replies that her name is Lydia. Jin asks to calm down and talk inside the house. Our guy shares his food with the girl. Lydia is completely shocked at where Jin gets such delicious varied food. Jin begins to tell that he lives in a city whose leader is Hans. Jean also shows his metal prosthesis as a sign of the development of his society and new technologies. The girl says that she doesn't believe that anything has changed in the world, and that everyone is now her enemy, and she also has a sick mother whom she can't abandon. Jin persuades the girl to go with him. However, she refuses, and Jin reports over the radio that he has discovered living people. The girl says that she won't go anywhere with Jin, no matter how much he tries to persuade her. Jin leaves a flare in case something happens to the girl. Jin goes outside and says that his group is leaving in 2 hours and she has time to think. Jin's attention is drawn to a barn from which some sounds are coming. The girl screams not to open this door or she will kill him. Jin asks what's going on because he can hear zombies inside the barn. Lydia replies that her father is in the barn, who has turned into a zombie, but she does not dare to kill him. The sounds of a zombie can be heard from the barn, and he starts to break down the door. Jean looks at Lydia and says that any zombie is a threat to her life. The girl says that if he touches the door, she will cut off his last hand. Jin touches the door with his hand. The girl rushes towards him and swings an axe. Jin dodges Lydia's attack and hits her in the back of the head. The girl loses consciousness and Jin manages to catch her. Next, Jin takes the girl's sick mother and takes her with him. The soldiers rejoice at the return of their commander and ask who he brought with him. Jin says that these are the survivors in the forest that he found. Jin explains that the girl was being too brazen and had to be knocked out. The guys are shocked by Jin's negotiating skills. An hour later, the girl wakes up and regains consciousness. She hears the sounds of people outside the door and prepares to strike her attacker. However, she sees Jin spoon-feeding her mother. The girl can't believe her eyes. Jin even wipes her mouth and takes care of her. Jin notices that the girl has woken up and calls her. Lydia is greeted by the rest of the squad and told that they are glad to see new survivors. The girl asks what the guys are going to do with her. Jean says that they are leaving for the city in an hour, and if Lydia wants, they can take her and her mother with them. The guy says that if they wanted to kill and rob the girl, they would have done it a long time ago. Jean also adds that he really liked Lydia, and he had never seen such a wonderful girl like her. Lydia tells Jean that he is an ass, but we understand that she really liked the compliment. The soldiers then begin to herd the cattle into the arriving trucks. Lydia approaches Jean and says that she agrees to go with him. Then everyone goes to the temporary transit point. Trucks arrive at the borders of the new city territory. Lydia looks at the fallen world and thinks that perhaps she should not have agreed. Next, we are shown Hans, who meets the group. He says that any survivors found need to be escorted to the central part of the city. Next, the main character examines Lydia's mother for injuries. Lydia doesn't like this, and she thinks that Hans is some kind of pervert or sadist. Hans asks the girl to calm down, because soon she will understand everything. The girl is transferred to another car and taken to the city. The girl asks who that guy with red hair was. Jin replies that it is Hans, the leader of their community and a true hero. Then the soldier begins to tell about Hans's exploits. Lydia enters Hans's city and does not believe herself. She is completely delighted with what she sees. She is told that she is now at a checkpoint and that she must now go through the appropriate procedures. The girl is invited to undergo quick registration, medical examination, etc. The girl is given the opportunity to take a shower. She hadn't washed herself in hot water for several years and had forgotten this pleasant feeling. The next day she registers with a specialist. The guy says that the girl will be given a tour of the city, after which she will have 24 hours to sign documents that she becomes a citizen of the city. But the girl can refuse this, and then she will be denied entry into the city. Next, the girl is shown the city. In particular, Lydia is brought to the guarded border of the city. She sees that guards are posted everywhere and not a single zombie will get inside. Not even a mutant will be able to do so. On the outside of the city there is a small camp of the exiled, namely those who have broken the laws of the city, killed or stolen something. Lydia understands that there are laws and justice in the city, and if you break the law, you will be expelled or punished. Next, we are shown the temporary residence center for new city citizens. We see that doctors are looking after Lydia's sick mother. The girl is shown her apartment and she thinks that this is a real dream. There are fresh drinks in the refrigerator. Lydia thinks about how developed this city is, that it has food, electricity, and even Coca-Cola. The girl climbs to the top floor of the building. She sees a huge developed city filled with the most necessary things, happy people, order, and cleanliness. The girl understands that this is the best thing she has seen in the last 3 years of the apocalypse. Then Lydia begins to read the book given to her. This book contains the rules for living in this city. Namely, it is stated there that all citizens of the city must work and bring benefit to the camp. The girl likes these rules and she reads the book completely. Then, towards the end, she notices one exception. Namely, it is written there that the orders of the camp leader have the highest priority. The girl jokingly throws the book on the floor and says that only a real dictator could have written something like that. She goes to the window and watches as the city slowly begins to fall asleep. The next day, The girl signs all the necessary documents and becomes a citizen of the city. But according to the rules, she must undergo a 3-month course of army practice. We are shown the training camp where recruits undergo these courses. An old man and his assistant enter the auditorium. The recruits are surprised that their classes will be taught by some old man. Grandfather begins to read out the rules of the training camp. He also says that everyone must listen to his orders and carry them out with lightning speed. One of the new guys starts laughing at the old man. The old man sees and does not forgive such behavior. He walks up to the impudent fellow and knocks him out with one blow to the stomach and says that no one will dare to laugh at him again. Here come the days of hard training. All young fighters improve their physical fitness and combat skills. The old man praises Lydia for her performance since she is currently leading in results. Lydia says words of gratitude and declares that she will try even harder. The old man likes this attitude and is proud of his student. After 3 months of hard training, the recruits are faced with one final test, namely, fighting in real combat. The old man says that now they will all go to the border of the expanding city, where the new recruits will ensure the cleanup of the territory. Everyone gets into the car and arrives at their destination. Newbies are a little nervous as most of them have never fought zombies as part of an organized group. The real battle with the infected begins. The girl is worried that she won't succeed, but she continues to try. Suddenly, a zombie jumps on the girl and falls from the top floor of the building. The girl manages to dodge and falls. She cuts the monster apart. Within an hour, the entire area was cleared of zombies. Next, we are shown the temporary deployment point for new recruits. The commander tells Lydia that in time her clothes will be clean after the battles. He points out the other commanders who didn't even get dirty when they killed zombies. The commander then tells Lydia that Jin was watching her training. He came every day and asked the old man how Lydia was progressing. The commander says that Jin is a great guy and should be followed. Suddenly, a signal comes over the radio that a wave of zombies is approaching. The old man is given information that a super mutant that has never been seen before has been spotted near the zombie wave, the Iron Fist. The old man remembers Hans' words about the Iron Fist. Hans told the old man that he found records that mentioned this super mutant. According to Hans, no one has ever seen him, but the source said that this mutant can control everyone else. We are shown a super mutant nicknamed Iron Fist. We also see all the other huge mutants. Here is David, the locust and the mosquito. The Iron Fist has a mind and can develop combat tactics. People understand that now there will be a final battle of humanity, in which the stake will be the survival of the human race. The old man sits down at a huge machine gun and orders a report to the central headquarters about what is happening. The first wave of mutants will attack the camp. People start shooting monsters. Then a huge wave of zombies approaches the camp. The old man starts shooting at the creatures with his huge machine gun. It destroys a horde of locusts in a few seconds. Mutants called mosquitoes are running along the walls of the building. They attack the squad leader, Lydia. The mutant kills the commander in an instant, and we understand how difficult the situation is becoming. Lydia sees the captain's death and begins to become very afraid. From above, we see that the camp is surrounded by a super mutant and other monsters. The mutants' heads begin to explode. These are mercenaries who have fought monsters of this level hundreds of times, and know that their weak points are their mouth and stomach. They throw hand grenades into the mouths of these monsters and it works. Suddenly, the Iron Fist swings its huge hand. He hits the ground and literally splits it beneath him. The old man begins to attack this huge monster. Iron Fist throws a piece of earth at him. The old man quickly leaves the car and starts running away. After this, the old man throws hand grenades at the giant. We see how small the old man is compared to this giant. The Iron Fist swings to deliver the killing blow. During this time, the recruits remain in an unequal battle against a wave of zombies. Furious zombies that are under the influence of a super mutant kill newcomers in a matter of seconds. They devour their bodies within a minute and move on. In this crowd, Lydia fights until the very end. Suddenly, a mutant rushes towards the girl and wants to eat her. The old man survived and he shouts at Lydia to run away. The shark destroys everything in its path. We see that the old man survived but received serious injuries. He saved Lydia, but it didn't end there, because a wave of zombies approached them. Somewhere in the distance, an Iron Fist stands and watches as his zombies destroy the remains of the transit point. Hundreds of zombies run towards Lydia and the old man in the hope of trying at least a piece of human flesh. Lydia resigned herself to the fact that now she and the old man would die. A huge bullet hits the head of an approaching zombie. We see an army helicopter start shooting at a crowd of zombies. The helicopter then launches powerful missiles at the monsters. These missiles destroy the mutants, but Iron Fist survives. The girl can't believe her eyes. 3 helicopters are flying above her in the sky, and a red head is visible in one of them. This is Hans, who arrived immediately to the combat zone. Hans radios to begin the operation to rescue people and eliminate monsters. A huge battle tank drives onto the territory. In a few volleys, the tank destroys a huge crowd of zombies and mutants. The old man tells Hans that he always keeps people waiting. Hans' main army also arrived and the people are gradually starting to win. A volley of missiles continuously hits the super mutant, but they do not penetrate him. The helicopter continues to fire with all its weapons. Suddenly, the super mutant throws a huge rock at the helicopter and knocks it down. Next, the super mutant throws a stone at the tank. The tank also explodes from the monster's attack. Hans jumps out of the helicopter, attracting the monster's attention. He shoots with an iron fist. The super mutant begins to attack Hans. The main character, who has already killed thousands of mutants, understands that their weakest point is the eyes and mouth. Hans runs up the super mutant's arm, hoping to reach his head. He jumps towards the mutant's head, taking the rifle with him. We see the huge red eye of the iron fist. Hans shoots the monster's eye point blank, damaging it. The monster pushes Hans away, but he has already lost one eye. The protagonist plunges his knife into the mutant's body. The main character shouts to Jin and gives the signal to start acting. We see 10 hand grenades, which are linked together by a chain for a more effective explosion. Jean, who is also wearing a battlesuit made from mutant skin, throws a bunch of grenades at Iron Fist. We see 10 powerful explosions, but they do not kill the monster. They only make it more furious. Jin rushes at the Iron Fist as if this opponent is not at all scary for him. Lydia watches as the Iron Fist swallows Jin and eats him. Suddenly, blood starts flowing from the monster's mouth. Inside the monster sits Jin, who cuts its insides with his blade and metal prosthesis. At some point, the monster stops moving altogether and freezes from internal damage. A genie bursts out of his chest, as if our character had just emerged from hell and was shaking off the monster's entrails. Jin jumps out of it, and behind him you can see numerous grenade explosions that he managed to leave inside the Iron Fist. The super mutant explodes without realizing that he was defeated by a man 20 times smaller than him. The old man says that he never ceases to be amazed at the resourcefulness of Hans's detachment. Everyone watches as Hans and the others finish destroying the super mutant Iron Fist. Hans orders everyone to begin the final cleanup of the area. Swift and the others begin to eliminate the remnants of the zombie wave. Hans orders immediate medical assistance to the injured and an assessment of the losses. Lydia is surprised that Hans remains incredibly calm after all this. Jin approaches Lydia and says that he was very worried about her. The girl starts to cry because she thought that Jin died in this difficult battle. Lydia hugs Jin and is glad that the danger is over. Now she feels very calm and comfortable in Jin's arms. Lydia sees Hans being informed of the losses and the overall situation. He is told that 48 people were killed in the battle. 2 helicopters and 1 tank were destroyed, to which Hans begins to give orders for further actions. Lydia looks at Hans and realizes that he is humanity's last hope for survival, and that he is a true leader. 2 months pass. Hans wakes up closer to lunchtime since he is currently on vacation. We see Swift and Sari playing a console and yelling loudly at each other. Hans expresses dissatisfaction that these two are making a lot of noise. Swift asks Hans not to be so strict, because now he is on vacation and should have fun and relax. Swift says that he came to Hans because he is very bored, because there have been no battles or interesting missions for a long time. Suddenly, Hans's assistant comes to his home and says that some girl wants to see Hans. The main character commands to let her in. A very mysterious and interesting little girl appears before the heroes. Her hair and skin are very white, and she appears to be about 16 years old. The girl was taken under guard straight to Hans, because she said she had important information for him. The girl saw Hans and was very happy. She ran towards him. However, a loaded pistol appears in front of the girl's face. This is Swift, who says he won't let a stranger just walk up to the most important person in this world. However, Hans allows her to come closer and the girl hugs Hans. Everyone is standing in complete shock and does not understand what is happening and thinks that this is Hans's daughter. The main character says that he doesn't have any children and sees this girl for the first time. Hans and the others ask the girl who she is. The little girl replies that she wants to talk to Hans alone. Hans calls the girl into his room and sits her down on a chair. The girl says that she has seen Hans before, and he has seen her. She says that she is the god who has been watching him all this time. And that night Hans also saw her eyes in the sky. Hans remembers that night with horror, and in fact he saw what seemed to be someone's eyes in the sky. The girl approaches the bookshelf and looks for something. She opens the very book that the guy brought from the library. She points to one of the deities described in the book and says that it is she. Hans's entire understanding of the world collapses in 1 second. The girl says that she and gods like her create apocalypses on different versions of the earth, and then watch the events. She says that Hans and the others are like a character in a game within a game, and they are just a spectacle for the gods. The girl says that at the end, when the apocalypse ends, they choose 1 or more people and reward them. The gift for the winners is eternal life. The remaining survivors will die, and the apocalypse will be restarted on the new Earth. Hans realizes that there are thus many worlds in the universe like his planet, and on each of them the gods eventually arrange an apocalypse. Hans asks where the memories from his past life come from in his head. The girl replies that these are real memories from a past apocalypse, in which Hans and Negan died at the same time, and the gods were unable to determine the winner. That's why Hans had some memories left in his head. The girl says that Hans, Negan, and some other people who reached the final in the last apocalypse were also awarded immunity, which is a bonus. The girl asks Hans if he will go with her, since the gods have chosen him as the winner of this apocalypse. The girl says that the most important thing is the will and charisma that Hans possesses, and that is why he himself can become a god. The girl says that Hans will have eternal life and live in the universe with the other gods. He will look exactly like this, and not like a person. Hans asks how the girl can prove her words. He says that he feels anger towards all the gods for what they do to ordinary people. Hans cuts off this little girl's head. However, she does not die and remains conscious. A little girl inserts her head into her body and asks not to do it again and to warn in advance. Hans asks what will happen to the rest of the world after the apocalypse is over. The girl replies that all people will die, and the gods will continue to watch the apocalypse on another Earth. Hans offers a deal. Namely, he tells the girl that he will give up eternal life and the opportunity to become a god, in exchange for the gods leaving his planet and not killing the remaining people. The girl replies that the gods respect Hans very much and will accept any of his proposals. According to the girl, in 3 months the apocalypse will end and all the monsters will simply rot and die on their own. There will be only dust left on the streets, which people will simply clean up and continue living. The girl says that Hans was always her favorite, and she felt a special satisfaction when she watched him. Hans replies that if the gods accept his offer, then they must forget about this planet and never interfere in its life again. The girl says that she will fulfill this wish and the gods will no longer disturb this planet and everything will remain as it is. The main character replies that in that case she can consider the deal done. Hans hopes he will never see her again. The girl expresses words of gratitude to Hans for everything he has done for people and for giving the gods a truly incredible spectacle. Hans doesn't answer her, as this whole spectacle was a real test for him, filled with the deaths of his friends, pain and loss. The girl slowly turns to dust and says goodbye to our main character. Hans understands that this is where the apocalypse ends for him and everyone else. 3 months pass and their president appears before the people. Hans announces to everyone that the apocalypse is over, and from this day on, all zombies will begin to die on their own, and the world will be restored again. The crowd rejoices and is happy that this long-awaited day has arrived, and we understand that during this time Hans has founded an entire country of survivors. It's been 1 year since the apocalypse ended, and we see our 2 favorite characters. Hans says he wants to tell Sari something. She slowly turns to Hans and asks what exactly is bothering him. The girl says that she is ready to listen to any of Hans's thoughts. Hans doesn't answer, but silently takes the girl by the waist. Sari and Hans slowly look at each other. They kiss with the most passionate kiss imaginable. Finally, what the girl had been waiting for so long happened.